What's going on, everybody? Welcome in. Hope everybody's good. All is well. I took a week off. I was on spring break with my daughter, and we just getting going here again. We'll be back here probably most part of the week, for the most of the week, weekend, and then definitely, well, should be Monday and maybe a little bit later on Tuesday, but we'll be here. What's up, Maddie? How are you, man? Welcome in. We're sitting here at, hang on. Stuff situated. I had a couple of things here that I'm trying to get squared away. I had a couple of things updated over the week that I didn't have things going on, and there was a little bit of a hassle getting going here, but we're good. So we're sitting in London Luton Airport, or Luton Airport. I think we're isolated from parking over in.
This parking is isolated. Ground services are not available.
See if they'll reposition us here. I'm not logging out of this thing again. We're likely going to just get going here and push back. We got a lot of flying to do. What's up, Busty? How are you, man? We got a whole ton of flying to do today. We're gonna fly over to Sweden from London, and then we're gonna fly back to East Midlands, which we've been to before. So those are about an hour, 45-minute flights each. And then I think if we have time, which I don't see why I wouldn't have time right now. We're going to fly over to Frankfurt from there as well. So probably we'll be here for the better part of the afternoon and into the evening. That was my plan. And yeah, so hope everybody had a good week. Like I said, I had a spring break with my daughter. We were down in Tennessee with the wife and the boys, and I cut down a tree. We had took care of the chickens. Went into Nashville for for several hours. Went on a hike. I mean, we were busy as hell, so we had a lot of fun. My daughter and I drove back yesterday through all of the flooding in Kentucky. Thankfully, we were able to get through there easy enough. They're getting a lot of rain today. They did yesterday, but we got through there early, so all is well though. So how's everybody been on your end? Like I said, everything's status quo on this side, so we're going to get going here because we have a lot of things to do today. First time flying to Sweden, in and out of Sweden. We're going over to Stockholm. That's part of today. And then it'll be my first time flying into Frankfurt if we make it that far. But at least the flight from here to Sweden, the flight back to East Midlands, and then so we have at least 3 flights going. And then we'll see where we're going from there. I'm looking to finish up my first schedule that we have. My first schedule. Sorry, click the wrong button here. This is the first of, I believe, 6 or 7 flights that I've done. So we've already done 4 in here in this schedule here. Once we finish up this schedule, we can generate another schedule and move on from there. So we'll see, kind of just see where it's gonna leave us. But that's my goal is to finish up that schedule today. That's what I would like to do. Hopefully we don't have many hiccups and we can do this relatively pain-free. But you know how Nate Wolf streams go. They don't typically go like that, but we'll see. I have high hopes today. All right, let's import this from SimBrief. That's our flight plan. I did change the time so we're not flying in the dark. As it is Europe, it's getting dark over there right now. So I did change the time slightly. I'm going to leave the doors closed just because we don't have GSX over here anyway. So I'm going to leave the doors closed, and we'll go through plenty of the loading and unloading later on. Patty, how you been, man? Busty, how are you? Thanks for all the help today getting my ATS stuff squared away. I appreciate it. I see your fixes that you've put in as well. So, all right, update from SimBrief. That is our cargo. We're just going to go ahead and apply that load to the aircraft. We are good to go. Flight should be good. All of our throttle stuff is good. That there. Go ahead and work through our checklist. Batteries 1, 2, and 3 on. I'm going to go ahead and start the APU right away. External power can come on. I'm missing here anything, guys. Sure that we are good to go here. sure that we have correct. Kick up. Doing great, glad to hear the week we're good. Saw the pics of the tree. Looked like you can't. Look like you can't stay away from cutting stuff. Yeah, something like that. So yeah. We got the tree cut up. It was good. I mean, we had a whole bunch of stuff to do. I started doing a chicken coop exterior, like a chicken run outside the coop. Ran out of fence, so I got to order some more fencing for that. Rebuilt the waterer, which I'll be throwing pics up in Discord as well, from all that stuff. So, all right, external powers on. APU master on. APU start on. We can come down here to the eCam. It's all cattywampus, if you will. The eCam can show APU, and know when that comes up, and then we can shut our power off when we get that. Yeah, it was. I had plenty of cutting, that's for sure. I was running two chainsaws, a limb saw, and my regular saw. The tree went right where I wanted it, so that was good. And I've been cutting trees down with my my dad and my brother for many years, so it went. That was really the first one that I've done on my own without them present, though. So it was nice to know that I actually learned some stuff growing up and experienced some things. So all right. How's Missouri treating you, Busty? Missouri, I still have yet to get into Missouri. I just did one quick New Mexico trip last night to test all the mods and stuff that you gave us. But all right, APU is available. Let's go ahead and shut our external power off. We can get rid of our GPU. All right. APU bleed can come on. External power off. That is... Alright. Good there. Go ahead and get our IRS all aligned up. Be on the server driving for most part from here on out. Nice. Hydraulic panel. Passenger signs. Get this. We'll have plenty of time to talk in the air here. I just want to get us all fired up here. Passenger signs, engine one fire test, electrical panel. Let's turn the galley on. Pitch and trim. These are going to come back, but because the IRS is not aligned. Yaw dampers 1 and 2 on. ATS 1 and 2 on. Anti-ice panel good. Strobe lights to auto. Beacon light not needed yet. Nav and logo lights on. Game sounds are sounding quite loud tonight. Don't know why. Cockpit voice recorder. Landing gear lights good. Fuel panels good. Fuel pumps can all come on. Vent panel good. Oxygen panel. Probe heat all on, and window heaters on. Cabin pressures checked. Packs are set. Air bleed panel set. Emergency exit lights to arm. Those are automatic. Be on the server driving for the most part here on out. Very nice, very nice. Yeah, guys, if you're interested in American Truck Simulator, we got a standalone server that Busty172 is running. and has it all set up if anyone is interested. Annunciator lights. Good there. Alright. Let's do our flight plan in here. Align the IRS. We got to do that. In it. Nope. Ref. Gonna take me a minute to get back into it, guys. It's a week off, and it's I don't know how pilots do this in real life after taking a week or whatever off, and then squaring everything away, just jumping right back in for real. All right, our route's in. Our flight level is there. Our cost index. Brief is 100. That's there. We're taking a whole bunch of cargo, 73,100 pounds of cargo, over to Stockholm. All right, now we can align our IRS. As soon as that gets going. All right, that's in. Let's do our flight plan. We are leaving from London Luton Airport, runway 7. Only one runway here. Well, one and one reciprocal. We're leaving on the MATS 2C. With the transition of match. Do we have that? We're coming down here to Stockholm, Sweden for the first time. We'll get a Swedish flag. I don't have that. We're landing on ILS runway 1 right. Coming in on the Elto 7 mic. No transition. Insert. And as soon as our IRS aligns, which like it is, line IRS, verify GPS primary, done. And have accuracy upgraded. Enter cruise, that's all good. Now let's go back up here, make sure this flips and stays up. Should activate. Alright, flight plan page is all done. Go ahead and come over here and make sure we have a line all the way to where we need to go. Nav accuracy is upgraded. Very nice. Line with no discons. That should do it. Nice. All right. Weight and balance we did. We're leaving runway 7, is that right? Yes, runway 7. It's dry. Flaps 15. Anti-ice should not be needed. Got a little bit of a wind condition here. No anti-ice. One 140. Come up here, put 143 right here. Reset. We'll go to set it for 210. I'll double check departure speeds and all that, but max 220. The max 250 below 10,000. So yeah, 210 will scoot it up. Aight. How's you guys do anything? Anybody also on spring break or hanging out? Had their kids anywhere? Or you know what else I did is I met one of the community members. Them's my shoes. Him and I went and had lunch in Tennessee while I was down there. Really nice guy, good dude. It was a pleasure getting to know him in real life. And if again, if anybody is around me and you know where I'm at, you know, Chicago, Tennessee, or if I'm traveling or whatever, let me know. I'll meet you. I'll buy you lunch, buy you a coffee. All right, let's get down here to the init page. Page 2, next page, block fuel, 39.2. Is that what we have? Is that jiving? It is. A little bit more, but on 39.318 is what it should be. We did apply it. 39.2. Zero fuel weight. 249.46. Take 9. Zero fuel CG. 29.55. Softball for life. Thanks for the sub the other day. I saw you subscribed. When was that? About 11 days ago. Thanks for the sub. Welcome back. Thanks for coming in. We're just getting started. We're getting ready to fly out of London Luton. Outdoor Tory, welcome in. How are you? Welcome in. We're getting ready to fly out of London Luton up to Stockholm. We're going to be here for several hours today. Flying up to Stockholm, we're flying back to East Midlands, UK, and then hopefully over to Germany, Frankfurt, Germany, right after once we get back. We got a turn to do in Stockholm, so that's the game plan right now. We're just getting set up for our first flight, and we're almost done with our first checklist pages here. Block 0 fuel weight is all done. We got that all good, and init page is done, and take off on approach 140, 140, 143. That's all good. Scared because you got a tornado warning? We had a whole bunch of them. Where you at, softball? You down in Tennessee or Southern Illinois? Or that's we had a whole bunch of them in Tennessee the last week. We had our bathroom all set up for a shelter. Okay. Checklist number 1 is done. Good luck on the tornado warning that they definitely... There has been a lot. All right. Get back up here. Flight director is on. VOR ILS is to nav. DH to -5. And then off it says. I still don't know what that is. If anybody knows what that is, I'm all ears. I just do it because the checklist says so. Speaking of, we've got to get our clearance, set up our radios. Let me get a paper here to write. I think I'm going to do another VATSIM flight today. Oh, you're in Arkansas. Gotcha, softball. Yeah, we are. Yeah, you guys have been hit hard. Arkansas. That's where everything's been blowing up. Yeah, we're right outside of Nashville, Tennessee. I'm currently in Chicago. That's where I'm at half of the time. Most of the time now, but yeah, I was down in outside of Nashville to the east, and we got lucky this past week, but it was been pretty bleak there for a little while. Okay, what was I doing? Oh, I was getting my radios together. Because I got a call for clearance, Clarence. All right. This is a pretty straightforward airport. Clearance delivery 121885. Is that what I said it was? 121885. Yes. All right. And then while we're here, we'll put ground in 121755. 121755. Outdoor, did you doing good? Was a great picture with you and Shoes the other day. I'm doing well, man. I'm doing real well. Can't complain at all. I had a lot of fun with me and Shoes. We enjoyed ourselves. He's a good guy to yap with and talk to, and very interesting cat. Very interesting guy to get to know. So, softball says we're getting a lot of rain. All the wind has knocked down one of our trees. Yeah, I just cut down a tree because it was leaning probably about 30 degrees. It had a lean to it, and the roots were starting to pull up. So I cut down a tree this week just for that reason. Softball. We'll have some pictures in Discord as well if anybody. If you guys want to join Discord, !Discord is our Discord, and I try to do a bunch of IRL stuff when I'm not here, so you guys can keep up with me. If you so choose. I'm not that interesting, but certainly if you would like. All right, let me call for a clearance here, and we will hopefully be out of here in the next few minutes. Luton delivery. I don't even know who the hell I am right now. I am Postman 6789. Luton delivery, Postman 6789 requesting IFR clearance up to Stockholm.
I'll have your clearance in just a second.
Alrighty. Still can't get over the brisket. That brisket was good, man. That brisket was really good.
908 Alpha Hotel, read back correct. Ground will be on 121.755.
I'm assuming he wasn't talking to me here.
Contact ground on 121.755.
Yeah. I'm ready to write.
Postman 6789er, information uniform is current. Cleared to Stockholm Arlanda via the MAT 2 Charlie departure, then as filed. Departure runway 07. Initial climb to 4,000 feet. Departure on 129.55. Squawk 6266.
Okay, we have information uniform on board. We'll depart via the MAT 2C and then as filed. Departure runway is 07. Climb and maintain initial altitude of 4,000. And departure frequency is 129.55, squawking 6266 for Postman 6789. That was not written, that was not over here. I had to write that down. All right.
6789er, read back correct. Contact ground on 121.755 when ready.
All right, over to ground 121.755 for Postman 6789. 6789, really? That's my... And I'm having a... I wrote that down before I realized those were sequential numbers. Come on, Nate. Ridiculous. Terrible. Terrible, terrible gamemanship right now. All right. And then ground towers 13255. So let's put that in. That's our next one. So 1, 2, 1. I said one. Not at all. I'm a little rusty, guys. I'm a little rusty. Been away from the sim for about a week, and I was flying pretty good and feeling really good about it. And I get back into it, and it's like absolutely silly as hell. 6266 is our squawk. All right, MAT 2 as filed. We already put 4,000 up on the FCU. 12955 is our departure frequency. I'm going to plug this in over here. just to keep it stored. But we'll put that in. Put that in when we get over to. I think we're about ready for push and start, guys. We are on ground. Let's get ready. Oh, we're not ready for push and start. I forgot about all of our thrust settings and things like that, which is important when you're flying a jet. Kind of need some thrust, if you will. All right. All right, speed Mach. Verify, set to V2. V2 shown in PFD. Push to preset, we did that. Set to initial climb speed. Heading, that's all set. AP mode, mode is profile and nav. Autopilots 1 and 2 should be off. They are. And that's good. Altimeter. 1020. There's 1 and 2. All right. Press and hold our GPWS button.
1 second while I grab the paperwork.
Standby Addy can be uncaged. Flaps and slats are good over there. Skid and anti. Good. Landing elevation. We've got to get that in. Although I will have plenty of time to do. Landing elevation is 138 feet. Close to 150. ERP. Lexus E3. Flex to 53. Landing gear is good. Brake fans are off. Landing gear lever is good. All right. ILS frequencies. That's set up while we're here. Course is 004. And frequency is 109.35. All set. Minimum. All right, guys. I think we're ready to rock. Yeah, Busty, one of these days I'm going to do a Wolfpack gathering at the house, I think, and then we'll do a big brisket. That was a 13-pound brisket that I smoked that day. We're set, guys. 4,000's in there. Initial climb speed's good. I can click on our 0.2 down. I could throw that in right now, I suppose. Set. All right, go beacon on. Our APU bleed is good to go. Shocks can be removed. Doors can be armed. Booth on ground. Postman 6789. Requesting push and start.
Gulfstream 671 Gulf Sierra, taxi to runway 12 via taxiways Bravo and Delta.
Taxiing to runway 12 via Bravo and Delta Gulfstream 671 Gulf Sierra. Postman 6789er. Push and start approved. Face south.
Push and start approved. Face south for Postman 6789er. All right. There's really nowhere else for us to go other than south. That is south. That's all we got. We're going right down that run, or right down there. We're good to go. See, all right. So GSX is still here. We'll see if they'll push us. We're gonna go tail left, nose right. Okay. Well, why are you? So we're gonna have to do it through our EFB, which is fine also. Want to make sure. I think we're just going to push this back, and I'll start the engines afterwards. You guys moving? Yes, they are. Don't push me into the damn wall, guy. Hang on a second. What are you doing? Go. You're done now? About ready to power off of here. I wanted you to push me back. I don't think I've ever used this. But the problem is we're in a satellite parking spot from where GSX is at. So I kind of want to. I just want to make sure that they're going to push us and not, because I've had them push me into a building before and completely kill the whole flight. So I really don't need that hassle right now. Like that. That could definitely be a problem. Like I don't need them to be pushing me into that building right there. That would be a bad thing. Oh my god. All right. We're gonna stop them, and we're just gonna start the engines, and we're gonna taxi out of here. I'm not doing all this setup again. Because that's typical. That's a typical Nate Wolf stream right there, guys. That's what would happen. All right, APU is on. Let's go ahead and shut off our.
Airbus 450 Alpha Bravo, hold short of taxiway Lima, traffic on final approach.
Holding short of taxiway Lima Airbus 450 Alpha Bravo.
Easy 2433, Luton ground, give me 1 second for that clearance.
See the CRJ? What's CRJ?
Taxi to runway
I missed it.
07 via Delta Alpha Bravo. Contact tower on 132.555 when ready. Request engine start.
You say there's a CRJ out here? Am I missing something?
Golf Delta Echo, request engine start.
We're firing up. Go with engine 2 first. Oh, no, no, no. Yeah, I got you. I didn't I didn't realize what you were saying. I have seen Doozy fly it. I was watching Doozy fly it a little bit. That is a plane that I'm not sure that I'll get. I have other planes that I'll probably get before that one. Not an entirely a huge fan of the CRJs in real life and in the sim. So not that I probably, if I flew one, I'd probably be fine, but it's just not a plane that really does much for me. I'd rather do like the 737, 777 for long hauls, but yeah, it looks like a pretty cool plane though. I mean, looks like it's well done. All right, let's go ahead and ignite engine 2. Get under our own propulsion here and get away from this. I won't park. The only reason I parked here is because this is where we ended the last stream. So I wanted to kind of go seamless from there, but then I got out here and GSX is not available, so it didn't work so well. All right. Go ahead and get for one going, and then we can shut off our APU. Continue on. Doozy got me addicted to long hauls. Yeah, I've only done 2. I did the. I mean, don't get me wrong. I enjoy them a lot, but yeah, I enjoy them. I just, when I want to. You also have to give your computer a break. When I stream as much as I do, what I don't want is a computer that's running, literally nonstop from the time I wake up until the time I go to bed 2 days later. So, I can only do a couple of long hauls a week. I've only done the 2. I've done LAX to Sydney, which I had, that was an awesome one. I did enjoy how we did that one where we started the stream with the landing and then moved on about our day. The first long haul I did completely off stream just to make sure that it would work. But yeah, right now, the only 2... To me! Thank you for the follow. Appreciate you. Welcome in. But yeah, the long haul, I've actually thought about, I did Beacon Light. I actually thought about doing a long haul tonight and setting up a second stream to stream the whole long haul. Not sure that that's going to happen or not. It depends on how the day goes. And then tomorrow I'm going to be back here streaming again. So we're going to go right in. Like I said, the computer's going to be running for many, many hours. So it's a little bit of a catch-22. But all right, let's just double check, sync all this stuff. Nothing changed there. Flex is 53, that's all in. I'm going to taxi away from this building before I forget about it and hit the damn thing. So he did tell me to face south, but unfortunately we couldn't do it. First time veterans fly best? I believe that. I believe that. I'm not a veteran, but I'm just a lowly retired fireman. Okay. Engine start. Our engines are all good. Ignition is all set. APU bleed we can now shut off. Oh. APU bleed can come off. This can come back to off. APU master can now come off. Spoilers can now be armed. Oh, come on, guy. Welcome in. Thanks for the first time chat, Bruce. Yeah, what am I going to call you? I'll call you Toomey. Spoilers can be armed. Speed brakes can be set to max. Our flaps can go down to 15. 15. Spoilers, flaps, trim is set. We already did that. Ecam to doors page. Everything is good. Go back to fuel. Flight controls. We've had this screw up before. Rudders are good. And throttles are good. We can lock our throttles together. Alright. Let's go. We're going to be careful. And we're going to slowly creep forward and then do a literal 180-degree turn. And get out of this tight little mess that GSX got us in. We're going to run over this guy intentionally. Like a guy I used to work with at the airport. Our constraints on. Speaking of firemen, I'm meaning to ask you in those videos you see them breaking glass with a bunch of firemen below. Is it normal? No verbal warning. Yeah, no. As firemen, we understand that glass will be breaking because we're at a building that's on fire, and if you get hit with broken glass, that's your fault. You're not doing enough. You should really be getting out of the way. They teach you never to stand under windows or under the building or close to the building. Basically, my mantra was you're either in the building or away from it. You don't hang out in front. You got to get the heck away. Get in or get away. All right, I think we've successfully cleared this mess. We're facing south now, finally. We will call ground for clearance to attack. Luton ground. Postman 6789er is at cargo spot 31 with information uniform requesting taxi for departure. Yeah, no problem, Busty. Yeah, if I had time, Busty.
Postman 6789er, taxi to runway 7 via Delta Alpha Bravo.
Taxi to runway 7 via Delta Alpha and Bravo for Postman 6789er. 1 second. Back to that conversation. Coming down here, Delta Alpha 7 is going to be our right. Got it.
Embraer 225 Echo might hold short of taxiway Gulf traffic crossing ahead.
But yeah, Busty, that's what I would do. Like if I was on the roof, we had skylights all the time. If I was on the roof, because we knew there was no really other place to be. When you took out a skylight, the skylights were almost always over the stairs. So when I was taxi light, when I was on the roof, what I would do is I would tap the glass before I would take it. Literally for just a second, I would just smack the glass real fast to give the guys a notice to get to get themselves against the wall or to basically shield themselves as they came up the stairs, because there was really nowhere for them to go once this glass was coming in. But for the most part, glass is just a hazard of the job, and you're really not supposed to be hanging out where you're going to get hit with glass. Otherwise, you're really just supposed to. I have had it happen where I've gone to take a window from the inside, and somebody has blasted it from the outside, which is just, again, part of the job. You got to know where your guys are, where they're going, all that stuff. I've had that on the opposite too, where I've gone to take glass out of a window with the intent to go inside, and somebody from the inside has blasted it out into my face. So it's a catch-22. You just gotta kind of manage your what's going on. It's a hazardous job. Glass is part of those hazards. I hope I don't get dinged for the taxi light. I did get my beacon light on, but I did expect a couple of hiccups with this flight, guys, because haven't flown. Last Thursday was my last flight. So we're taxiing out of London Luton and heading over to Stockholm. But I was actually thinking about doing a couple more, watching those videos on the way up, on the way to Stockholm, because it is a 2-hour flight. So I actually thought I set this for noon in London time, but not. Might have to adjust the time again. Welcome in, everybody. Guys, if you're over on the vertical stream, there's a link in the pinned in the top of the chat. If you want to join us on the horizontal, it's there. Guys, getting ready to take off over there. definitely not noon here. What's this guy doing? Ryanair, peacing out. Hey, you're backing into the taxiway, guy. Oh boy. A little traffic here. Follow the Wizz Air. Always fun listening to your insight. Yeah. I haven't seen any new ones lately. We'll have to go see if we can find find one. I'll see if I can find one from when I was working. There might be a couple of them from when I was actually working at fires I was actually at. But those are a couple of years old now.
With you, Piper 650. Piper 650, Luton ground. Pass your message.
Alright, guys. Let me get out. I'm going to run through this pre-departure checklist and make sure we got everything. Since we're behind company. So it does appear he's been cleared. All right. Where you going, guy? You going the wrong way.
Postman 6789er. Contact tower on 126.725. Have a good evening.
Over to tower 126.725. What was that frequency again? That's not what I have.
Postman 6789er. Contact tower on 126.725. Have a good evening.
Over to tower 126.725 for postman 6789er. All right, and then our departure frequency 12955. All right, man. All right. We have our after start. That's all done. Nose lights to taxi. Runway turnoff lights are on. Runway turnoff lights can now come on. FCU panel is all good. Auto brakes are set to max. PRP is good. Speed brakes are armed. Flaps are 15. Weather radar can come on. Terrain on the N8. Takeoff config test should be normal. Normal. Cabin crews advised. Brake temp's good, brake fan's good, ignition, anti-ice, and packs are all good. Flight controls have been checked. Briefings. We're all right, guys. Strobe lights can come on. Runway turnoff lights are on. Landing lights can come on. Wing light can come on. Nose wheel can go to takeoff. Transponder can go to TARA. We good. Luton Tower. Postman 6789er is holding short runway 07, ready for departure. Plane behind us.
Postman 6789er. Heavy.
Here it comes.
Tower, runway 7, with 060 at 12. Clear for takeoff.
Clear for takeoff for runway 07. Postman 6779. 6779er. Ah, I am so rusty, it's not even funny.
Departure on 129.55, left 78 uniform. Departure on 129.55, left 78 uniform.
Hundred knots. And rotate. Positive rate of climb. Gear is up. Come on, calm down. We're good.
Postman 6789er. Contact departure on 129.55.
Over to departure 129.55 for Postman 6789er. On departure, Postman 6789er is climbing through 1,600 for 4,000 on the MAT 2 departure. Flaps up. I think I probably should have kept that in takeoff flex for a little bit longer than what I did. Nav logo lights, runway turn off lights can come off. Off lights can come off. Speed brakes. Hello. One two niner 55, isn't that what it was? Stand by. One two nine 55. But he answered me, darn it. London departure, Postman 6789er at 4,000 on the MAT 2 departure. Nobody is listening, right? Would they give me the wrong London radar. Postman 6789er is on the MAT 2 departure at 4,000 feet. All right. The number that they gave me was not is not current, so we are going to have to figure this out on our own. On radar 12955, London control 118825. London control postman 6789er. Departure is not answering us. We are at 4,000 feet. Just left London Luton.
Postman 6789er, London Control identified. Cleared direct D336F. Postman 6789er identified. 6 east of Belbar airstrip at 4,000 feet. Heading 083, QNH 1023.
All right, clear direct to D336 Foxtrot for Postman 6789. We are awful low for a large cargo airliner. I'm going to go ahead and start our climb. What else? Otherwise, we're just going to lose SayIntentions here. Supposed to be above 5,000 feet at this waypoint, so that's the first time I've actually had them not give us the correct frequency or anything. I mean, everything was actually jacked up about that. I'm gonna leave that in the feedback. Throw over there? I believe it is. Nah. Oh. Oh, it might be. Not really sure. They didn't really clear me up to anything, but I also don't want to fly to Stockholm at 4,000 feet.
537 Foxtrot, climb and maintain 11,000.
All right, after takeoff checklist, TRP is in auto and climb. We are in that.
6789er, climb flight level 250.
All right, flight level 250 for Postman 6789er. That is Heathrow. All right, landing lights can come off. Stays on. Strobe lights stay on. Good to go. Our wing light can come off. All right. We are up and out. Flaps are up. Speed brakes are disarmed. I think we're sitting in pretty good shape right now. APU master, we checked all that. Nose lights, runway turn-off lights, transponder is set. Slats and flaps are good. Landing gear is up. Packs are on. I think we're good. Welcome in all. Again, to me, thank you for the follow earlier. 10,000 feet. Landing lights are up. Nose lights are off. Terrain can come off the ND. Seatbelt signs not needed because we have cargo. Everybody stays seated with cargo. We are off to Stockholm.
Postman 6789er. Climb flight level 300.
Climb flight level 300 for Postman 6789er. Standard arrow here. Little windy. Little windy. Glad we got SayIntentions back. Good. Out over the eastern edge of London here, and we will be out over the North Sea, right over Denmark, over to Sweden. Very nice. So, see what we did for time. I thought we turned it back to like noon, but got a lot of flying to do, and I really do not want to do it in the dark. So, whoa, 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 take it easy. Messing me up. Just change the time. That's all I did. Got about an 800-mile flight. I think it's 742 miles, I think. So we're going to Stockholm. We land in Stockholm. We're going to do a turn. We're coming back to East Midlands, which is north of London. We're coming back there, and then we're doing a turn there, and then we're heading off to Frankfurt after that. So, and then we'll see what transpires.
Postman 6789er. Climb flight level 340.
Flight level 340 for Postman 6789er. They couldn't come up with any more of an original flight number than 6789, I guess. What's going on, everybody? Welcome in. Hope everybody's good. I hope you guys are having a good weekend. I forgot that I ended my week yesterday driving back from Tennessee 8 hours. So I was hoping to get a stream in last night, but after driving 8 hours, I was done. I got our American Truck Simulator graphics stuff that Busty had given us as tweaks. And I got that set up last night. Still messing with that a little bit this morning, which is why the stream started late. Do plan on jumping into an ATS here shortly. You're surprised you even touched ATS? Yeah, right. Yeah, that's the last thing. Like you said, I said last night, I'm like, the last thing I want to do is, after driving in real life for 8 hours, and I sat through some traffic coming into Chicago, and Indiana always drives me absolutely up a wall. And I was the last thing I wanted to do was go sit in a truck and pretend to drive after driving for 8 hours during a day. So that was. But I actually, I did drive one mission just to try out those graphics settings, and the graphics look great. So I actually am excited to see how that goes. But I did pick up Missouri, and I did pick up all of the rest of the DLC maps. And the sale that they have on right now, if you guys, anybody's interested in American Truck Simulator, most of the states are going for like $4.50 or something like that. I picked up 6 or 7, maybe not 6 or 7, but
Climb flight level 350.
flight level 350 for Postman 6789er. I picked up, I think it was 4 or 5, maybe 6 states for under $50, and that's including Missouri that was $12 because it just released this week. So certainly worth a look if you guys are interested. We are going to be doing another convoy. I'm dying. I'm choking on coffee. Not a terrible way to go, but there's worse ways. But get icing range here. Let me get my anti-icing on. Yeah, I'm glad it did too, Busty. I thought it was going to be a lot more complicated than that, but I was just getting confused because some of those mods that you didn't have in there, and then you were the one that told me to put them in there before, and now they weren't there, so I just didn't know what to do with it. But I'm glad it all worked out. So it was pretty good. Tiny sips, tiny sips. No, you got to gulp coffee, man. There's no other way. There is no other way.
Southwest 912, proceed direct to the Blanc intersection.
Direct to Blanc intersection southwest.
Anybody got anything planned for the week? Continuous relay.
1987 Biggin
Good
Hill
here.
departure, not seeing you on radar. Double check you've got 4706 in the box in ALT mode. Mash that ident button for me.
Busty, that was going to be my question. Is Reshade now?
87 checking in with you, 2,300 to 6,000.
Does Reshade no, so it doesn't affect like Microsoft Flight Simulator then, just because I have it on ATS. Okay. But I think you can set it up for MSFS, right? Changed a lot in the server update. Hopefully it brings some more in. Nice. Guys, how's the those of you who can have the music, how does the music sound on the purple site and the green site? Unfortunately, the red site can't have it. But I want to make sure that game sounds aren't drowning it out. Art Jomaka, thanks for the follow. Welcome in. Hope you're well. Might be a little quiet. I can fix that. Stand by. The game sounds or the I'll kick it up a little bit. How about that, Busty? And let me know if you didn't think it changed. Stretch. Thanks, Art. Appreciate the redeem. I don't get those redemptions in my caster labs. I actually have to catch those in the pretty good, keeps you louder. All right, cool. Thank you. But yeah, I don't get. I have to like catch those redemptions up on my integrated feed. Maddie, I missed you, man. Did you say hey again? Hope you're well, bro. There's the stretch over in the other activity feed now. Good. This is good. Things are coming together. So we are leaving London. Well, not London. God, that's loud. You're addicted to the caves? Yeah, I have a feeling that I'm going to be the same way when I get over there. But I have yet to be... I have yet to jump into there yet. That's a big difference between the inside and the outside. I like to get outside and get the cinematics there every once in a while. Let's see here. Let's do our web capture, see if anything's going to pop up for that. But I want to make sure that when it's the time. There we go. There's our SayIntentions tracker, guys. We are... right here. Nope. We are right here. This is me. BCS 6789, and we are heading up to Stockholm, Sweden. And believe it or not, this flight is about, it was 2 hours total. Yeah, 2 hours and 12 minutes. That's about the time it takes to fly from Chicago to New York. That's how close is London is to Stockholm, Sweden. That's crazy to me. It's absolutely nuts to me that how small Europe is in comparison. But cool.
Approach on 118.455, EC 1123.
Time for the Senate in 20 minutes. Crusty 84.
Crusty 84, climb flight level 160.
Right, hey. I think we got all of our things. As soon as we get up to 35,000 feet, we're getting there. Busty, what is everything? Do you haul everything out of those caves, or what's the like? What seems to be the commodity of choice? I mean, like, does it line up, or is it just like warehouses that you haul pretty much anything out of there? You've only done the Reaper stuff? Okay, gotcha. Gotcha. Yeah, I think I'm gonna drop the lowboy. That lowboy trailer's driving me nuts. I feel like I can't drive anything. I can't back anything up. I know you can do reefer out of all of them. Okay, gotcha. Well, we're only an hour into the stream, maybe a little bit. Don't do the 53. Yeah, no, I probably won't. 48's probably as big as I'll go. We're only an hour into the stream. We're already 20 minutes into a flight, so that's a win for the first stream in over a week. Yeah, I'll take it. Usually my first stream over a week is an absolute disaster. Not that it can't be yet, or it can't be at all, but the disaster usually is in the startup part of it. I'm going to do a couple of promo things here quickly, guys, but I'm hanging out, and we will get going. I did drop a YouTube Shorts on the Shorts video I dropped on the just before the stream. Takeoff, terrible weather takeoff out of O'Hare. That I actually did off stream. It was a flight that I did.
Contact London Control on 121.23.
Over to London Control 121.23 for Postman 6789er. 121.23. London Control Postman 6789er is climbing through flight level 337 for flight level 350.
Postman 6789, London Control, identified. Morning.
Good morning. That 53 is probably a pain in the butt to move around in the in those caves, I'm sure, huh? All right, we're reaching cruise right now. Our TRP should be in auto. It should be going to cruise here in a second. Ignition is good. Actually shut our anti-ice off and shut our ignition off. Anti-ice is good. Seatbelts are good. Pressurization and temps are all good. FMAs are all good. Flight plan is good. Top of descent, not for a little while. TRP, this should switch over there. It just did to cruise. It's on auto. Good to go. You've been having trouble with the 48. Wow, really? Okay. That's interesting. I don't know if I'll go any smaller than 48 unless I absolutely have to. Checklist number 2 is done, guys. We're on our way. Really, only cave in St. Louis, I think, is where you had issues. Okay, gotcha. So there's caves actually in St. Louis, huh? The cave network, I could see caves being a thing in Kentucky too. I didn't know anything about until you told me about those things. Larry Gopnik, it is a very large plane. How are you, man? Welcome in. Larry was gonna actually, he had a Boy Scout thing to do this weekend, but he was contemplating joining us, me and Shoes, for brunch on what day did we go? I think it was Wednesday. But yeah. It is a very large plane, Larry. It is the A306 cargo freighter. We're flying for DHL on a pilot's life. We just left London Luton, and we're flying over to Stockholm. And we'll be flying back from Stockholm to East Midlands, UK, and then hopefully on to Frankfurt. So we're going to be here for a few hours. Sure. But how you been, man? Welcome in. How'd the trip go? Been several caves in this area. Cedars of Lebanon has a big one. Really? I didn't know that. Okay. Yeah, we were talking about, Larry, we were talking about American Truck Simulator and Missouri's cave warehouses that they have, and they actually put them in the game, and I think it's just cool as hell, like what they did there. I have Missouri, and it's ready to go, but it's yeah, I have to get in there and drive in it yet. But Nate Reth, what's up, man? How are you? Trip was brutal. Thought it was going to die a couple of times. Rated difficult even as a day hike, but with a full pack. Oh, I bet. Yeah. What's up, Nate? How are you, man? Welcome back. Larry, where'd you guys go camp or go hiking, if you don't mind me asking? We actually did Machine Falls for the second time in a couple of weeks, which is a pretty easy one. But we were going to take my daughter out to, oh, crap, I forget the name of it. It's about an hour and a half from us. But I forget the name of it, but we ended up not going because of the severe weather threat. So we kind of stuck close to home. Tullahoma is only about 40 minutes from us. Just doing a couple promo things here, guys, and then I will be back. I'm here. I'll be responding, but what you're seeing background. You don't have permission there. We'll leave it at that for now. Also didn't throw it out on Twitter, but I hardly get anybody coming in. It is what it is. And again, this is our first time into Sweden, so we're going to get our Swedish flag. I believe I did a while back. I believe I flew out of Sweden, but you only get the flag in FS Hub if you fly into it. Called Fiery Gizzard. You go down to Chattanooga on 24. You get off at the top of Mount Eagle Mountain, and it starts in Tracy City. Okay, I got you. There's an awesome day hikes at either end. Tracy City end is a gentle downward with a lot of little waterfalls. Other has Foster Falls. Beautiful. Okay, cool. Yeah, man. I'm always up for hiking, man. Well, that was one thing I do miss about New York, and there is not much. But I had some phenomenal hikes that were within 20 minutes of my house, and I'm talking a lot of hikes that were within 20 minutes of my house, and I lived in New York, and Yeah, that's one thing that I do miss, and I know there's a lot in Tennessee as well. But yeah, it's something that I never got growing up in Illinois. Like there's literally you go to Starved Rock on the Illinois River, or that's about it. If you wanted to do anything, kind of had to go to Michigan or Wisconsin or somewhere else to get a decent looking hike anyway. Anywhere on the Cumberland Plateau is awesome. Savage Gulf, Stone Door, Big South Fork, Fall Creek Falls might have been the one that we were looking at doing. Pickett State Park, nice. Larry, I was telling Shoes, because him and I were talking about you and your tendency, or you were, like you couldn't make it. Your son, you were an Eagle Scout. I know you're involved, but you were an Eagle Scout. Your son's close to it, or did he make Eagle? Again, if it's TMI and you don't want it online, that's cool too. But we were talking, we were speaking highly of you.
November 556 Bravo, Quebec, Squawk 7654, identify.
Nate, what have you been up to, man? I saw you were flying a little bit.
November 556 Bravo, Quebec.
You were not a Boy Scout, but your dad was an Eagle Scout. Okay, gotcha. He's 12, so he's second class. I think after first class, then Star, then Life, then yeah. I made Star. That's as far as I went, and then I found the fire service, and I got up to. I believe I did make Star, and then I found the fire service at 16, and I kind of didn't do much with the scouting. I still went and helped out. And helped them with the badges and things like that. But I kind of fell out of the Eagle Scout or out of the Boy Scout path. My brother is actually an Eagle Scout. He stuck with it and crushed it, and he did. He is an Eagle Scout. He is Smelly Inferno when he comes into chat. That's him. Yeah. No, absolutely, and and again, I mean, I knew I wanted to be a fireman before then, but yeah, that absolutely, the Scouts are, it's definitely keeps people on the right path. It's certainly a noble and good thing to do. As controversial as it's been with the ridiculousness, and that's with everything. You can get wrapped up in controversial anything right now. So everything's controversial right now. Who's calling me from Murfreesboro? Oh no. Son is very goal oriented. He's got the all boys high school. Nice, man. Very good. Good for him. Let me see if I can find. I don't want to use the audio. I don't think.
6789, contact Scottish Control on 118.78.
Over to Scottish Control 11878 for Postman 6789er. Scottish Control Postman 6789er is maintaining cruise altitude 350.
Postman 6789er, Scottish Control, identified. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Public schools just got in the all boys. Public schools are spotty at best in Nashville. Yeah, I could see that being actually can be very good public school generally. Yeah. That's great, man. That's really good to hear. Said he's 12, so he's just going into high school. My daughter's 14. She's actually a year behind. She's not a year behind. She's actually way ahead of the game, but we stopped her from kindergarten because her birthday's October. So we held her for a year before she went to kindergarten, just so she'd be more mature. And the kid is crushing it, straight A's. Like, she's doing high school classes now in 8th grade. She's, honors everything next year. I can't say enough about being proud of her. But yeah, that's awesome. Great to hear. Great to see. Great to hear. We were actually doing the college tour around Nashville, Lair, on Tuesday. We ran around. We were doing. We went over we didn't really tour them. We just went around and saw the campuses. But we hit Vanderbilt. We hit what's the other one over there? Right there. Forget. But then she went over to MTSU because our son is going to MTSU as well. So she went over there for the day to hang out with him and do lunch over there with my wife. And then it's not Columbia, no, Belmont. Yep, Belmont. Yeah, Belmont and Vandy are right in the same like blocks of each other, and we kind of just went through and kind of showed her around and showed her how, you know, and then we hung out downtown Nashville most of the day. It's good. Good day. Guys, have you ever heard of an app? It's called Let's Roam, L-E-T-S, Roam, R-O-A-M-E, or no, R-O-A-M, Let's Roam. And it's got a whole bunch of really cool, really interesting, like just walking tours to do, where you go and like kind of do like a phone guided scavenger hunt. It's pretty neat, and it's all over the place. There was one in our hometown is not, or our town is not that affluent with a ton to see, but they actually had a scavenger hunt goal thing for you to do with our town, which is but yeah, it's called Let's Roam. It was really cool. Give the kids something to do. It was really good. Your wife finished her degree at Belmont. Nice, man. Yeah, it's kind of like geocaching, except you go and you take pictures at these different sites, and you have to like kind of be at the site to answer some of the questions that they have, and you know, when like the station downtown Nashville, you know, when did the station open, and you know, but you have to find the sign that tells you about the station, unless you're, you know, I mean, you could obviously go look it up online, but you know, it actually is, it was kind of cool. It was really neat. Let's Roam. It's on the App Store. Took a whole bunch of pictures. You know, you do it kind of guides the kids to do pictures in front of different things or at different sites, and tells you about the sites, and really neat. All right, we are over the North Sea. If we can find some fire. Oh, the Queen's. Let's see. Let's kick this up. Give a little yap about this. This is a private dwelling fire in Queens house. Cameraman was there with the first companies, and again, this is who is this? Is this FDNY? It's his first FDNY response video. Really good guy. Good. He got a whole bunch of really great stuff. So, yeah. So he's arriving. This is the first line. It looks like it went through. It looks like it went to the rear, thinking they had a rubbish fire, maybe. Because normally this might be the second line, probably the first. So these guys are responsible. Those are the engine guys. They're responsible for stretching hose lines. This is an outside fire that's getting inside of the building. They were, you know, they have to take care of it. So these guys are going to knock this down on the outside, and then another engine is going to come in and stretch a line through the front door and knock this down, and knock the stuff on the inside. So these guys that are inside here, these guys that are inside on the other side of this wall, on the inside of that building, they're going to be opening this wall and the ceilings up because this fire is going to definitely go up this wall, and it's probably already in the second floor. So these guys will darken this down. They may move the line right through here and start to work on the inside here, and maybe that line that goes to the front door might go right to the second floor. Looks like it's probably like a grill fire that got the back porches going. Got window bars on that wall, on that window right there. They got to be careful on the inside. See the window bars on the inside there? Very, very dicey. Where's Busty? Busty, you here? Smoker. It might have been the smoker that lit up the plastic. There you go. So the other guys in the truck, they're responsible for vent to enter and search. So the guys who arrive with the ladder on the top of the truck, those guys are responsible for vent to enter and search. Those are the guys that are, two of the outside guys are throwing a ladder to the side, and they're responsible for getting up into the second floor to search if you can't reach them, if you can't reach the upstairs bedrooms from the stairs because there's a heavy fire condition. We would be going in. This was my favorite job, actually, to go in the windows on the floors above. That was the outside vent position is who does that. And then the roof in a private dwelling fire, a peak roof private dwelling fire, they also do the same. They have fire in this wall right here. You can see fire in the eaves right there, that extended, and they need to open up. They need to open up the walls on the inside because that smoke right there, with the velocity of that smoke, telling you that there's fire in this wall. It's probably extended up this eave and into here. So I wouldn't be surprised to see fire in this wall right here at all. And he's going to pop this down, and I'm not going to be shocked to see fire in this eave. Oh, that's a propane smoker? I've never seen that before. What's going on, everybody? Just doing our little cruise altitude thing. This is a fire in Queens. Welcome in. Fire in Queens. I try to
225 climb and maintain flight level 350.
definitely
Climbing to flight level 350, American 225.
129.205, Lufthansa 1 Charlie November.
fire up here too in this wall. I don't know if you guys can hear the audio. I don't want the audio, but they just said I have fire on the second floor, and there's certainly that would jive with what I was just saying. It's going to be in this wall right here. They're going to have to open this wall from the inside. So that line came through the front door. Again, if you guys have any questions on firefighting and what firefighters do and why, feel free. That's what I did for 20-some years, so it's actually 30 total, but 20 in New York City. So we do this in crews. I just started doing this a while. One stream probably late last week. I started doing it, and it seemed to go over well. It kind of passed the time too, and kind of why I do it. Definitely fire in here. They need to start opening some windows right now because right now they're just all in there taking a beating. He's poked at this thing like 3 times now. He just walks away. I don't know. I have no idea. That's a thermal imaging camera right now, so he's seeing a heat condition there. And you can open this up from the inside much easier than the outside, but it's all going to need to be opened up at some point. Welcome in, everybody. Welcome in. In the cruise phase, watching a few fire videos here. These are real fires that have occurred. One about 3 weeks ago in Queens. So this is probably the truck chauffeur, the guy who drove this particular truck.
Postman 6789er, Scottish Controls, contact Copenhagen, info on 124.0.
Over to Copenhagen info 124.0 for Postman 6789.
Roger, confirm London Control.
Channel 7 Mike Fox.
Copenhagen info, Postman 6789er is maintaining flight level 350. Yeah, so the truck chauffeurs are usually the ones that are responsible for this window.
Copenhagen info identified. Good afternoon.
And they'll put up the ladder. They'll put up the ladder and then head up. And then the OVs and the roof will get that. Nobody goes to the roof in New York City on a peaked roof. We don't ever cut peaked roofs. Other places do. Chatty, what's up? You're cruising to this location to drop some water. Yeah. It's the live firefighting aspects of Microsoft Flight Simulator. But ladders for egress for all everybody up there. Right now, there's probably about 50 firemen in that building right now, opening up and all that. But they definitely have it this time now. The fire's out. They're just venting now. They're trying to do it like a gentleman, not smash the windows out because it really wasn't that nasty of a fire. But this fire would basically draw 4 engines with 5 firefighters in each, 3 trucks with 6 firefighters in each. This rescue is basically a toolbox. They do collapse. They do everything. Dive, everything. Dive. Collapse, high angle. When you see window washers dangling off of high-rise buildings in New York City, rescues are the ones that'll go get them. And squads. There'll be a squad at this thing, too, with 6 firefighters. A lot of special units, a lot of, but all in all, this house is going to bring 60 firefighters to the battle. All right, let's see if we can find something else here. This fire's out. What else we got? Let's see if we can find something in Highbridge, where I used to work. Oh. This this was when I was still working. We had this one night. This is a city bus that went over the edge of University Avenue and almost went all the way down onto the Cross Bronx Expressway, about 10 stories below. Maybe not 10 stories because it is touching the ground here, but that is a full city bus, accordion bus, that has reached down. Yeah, that the other, had he been on about 100 feet the other way, this is a ramp that comes off the Cross Bronx. He would not have been stopped there, but yeah, so that's the view from down below. That's the bottom of the bus, with the bus crashed from the bridge up top. So imagine driving through this tunnel and seeing a bus coming down from the sky and nosediving into the ground here. These are all the guys I used to work with. These are chiefs here, but we were first due to this. This is right at the top of the hill, right down the street from our firehouse. I say our. I'm retired now. These are the rescue guys that I was just pointing out. That's the Bronx Rescue. Yeah. Yep. Yeah, Busty. This was we used to get like crazy stuff all the time. Like, it was just absolutely ridiculous, the stuff that we used to. That's actually a guy I went to Proby school with. He was in my house. Him and I got assigned to the same firehouse the same day. I think they had a crane, Busty. I'm not 100% sure. That's well after we left. We were just responsible for getting the people out of it and getting onto the, just basically safing it out and making sure that it wasn't on fire. People were out. Everybody that was hurt was removed and all that. That's the recovery and all the things that they do afterwards is like, makes zero difference to me what they do. I was at this job. This was, we had a fire right in the middle of the day. I don't know if he caught when it was going like crazy, but we had a really good fire. I was on the fire escape going into this one. The guys are up here cutting holes, and everywhere they put the saw. This was my 5th fire in this building. I had personally had 2 fatal fires in this building. We lost 3 kids in the building about 6 years before this fire. And then this one, we found somebody underneath a refrigerator during the fire. But yeah, it was a very heavy fire in the 4th and 5th floor and into the space between the roof and the ceiling. The ceiling and the roof is called the cock loft. And yeah, my job at this fire was to come up the fire escape and go into the window, which was right basically along that wall that you'll see. But we worked our butts off at this job. This was it. I don't know how much this is early arriving footage taken off a Citizen app, but this was not the fire FDNY fire videos. The quality is just not there. It's not. This is a cell phone camera, so his stuff is going to start here in a minute. But that's fire in the roof space that's venting out of the hole that they're cutting in the roof. So our roof guy went up there with the saw, cut that hole. This was electrical, I think, Busty. Eric, what's going on? Heard the roofman at that job is hardcore. He is. This is he retired just before I did. There's that guy. There he is, Eric, right there. There he is. You're absolutely true. He's extremely hardcore, Eric.
UPS 461 Heavy cleared for the Star arrival contact approach on 119.3. Cleared for the Star, switching to 119.3, UPS 461 Heavy.
So yeah, this is well into. So he probably, the guy who recorded this stuff, is probably he got the video off of somebody off a Citizens app, and he was able to use this guy. He actually got hurt at this fire, and now I'm down here. This might be me. That's me right there. That is me. I'll be damned. I've never seen this video before. But we had fire over this whole apartment in the ceiling space. That's me, all right. You know that guy. Look at DEM right there. That's me. I'm shot. I was absolutely shot after this fire. I was shot before this fire because we went to one before this one, and climbing up, we had fire out the windows. Fire out the windows of this thing. I was like, oh no. And we had a fire the day before as well. But that was the window. So I came up the fire escape on the outside of that building all the way up 5 floors, and then I went in the window that you just saw me at. We were relieved shortly after that because we were working for like 45 minutes. But yeah, I came up from down here and crawled up that fire escape. But that's my company right there. That was my truck I used to work on. Gonna start thinking about descent here shortly. Actually, this is Denmark. We're getting ready to fly over. We got.
Bonanza 762 Alpha Bravo, maintain VFR below 7,000. Maintaining VFR below 7,000. Bonanza 762 Alpha Bravo.
These buildings.
Unable to approve direct to Toronto. Maintain current heading.
Direct to Toronto. We're on We're on Copenhagen.
71.4. Tango Oscar Romeo. November 11:55.
Just seeing if I make any more cameo appearances here. I don't. What's going on, everybody? Just in a cruise phase here. We had a couple-hour flight, so we just take a look at some fire videos. That's all the crap we had to pull down from. That's the window I went in, and that's all the crap we had to pull down to expose the fire that was between the ceiling and the roof. But yeah, like I said, I had we had three people dead on a third floor fire, probably about 6 or 7 years before this one. I had a top floor fire right when I got there that we ended up having somebody dead in, and then we had this one that had somebody dead in it. And that's just one building of hundreds that we had. Let me check in on the flight here. '64 West 165 was not a good building. Not a good building. All right, where are we at for top of descent? We should be. We got a ways. Yeah, we're just coming over the coast of Denmark right now. You go over Denmark, off over this way, and then Sweden's off that way. Welcome in all, welcome in. Here's another one I had. We got time. I was driving for this one. There was fire out when we got there. Fire out this window, this window, this window, and that window. Completely ripping out those windows. And yeah, we had the engine stretched up. They got the entire apartment was on fire. The whole thing. Then the fire ended up extending into this building and got into the top floor of this building. And it got into the top floor here, and we had fire on the top floor and into the into what we call the cock loft as well over here. So it was you can see the fire ripping and still in the walls, even though it's darkened down here. It's still in the ceiling right up here along the window frames. I think for this one, because it got so dicey, I actually had to stay on the platform, on the controls for the ladder in case I needed to move the ladder to get people out of the our guys out of the building, or a civilian for that matter. Hey, you may see me in a cameo of this one. I have seen this video before, but it's been a while. And then after most of it was knocked down, I got my stuff on and headed in. I got a line upstairs there, fifth floor. But yeah, this one was like 11 o'clock at night, and there were four or five windows of fire when we got there. I was on this ladder here. I put the ladder up to the roof to let the guys climb the ladder up to the roof, and then I at this point I guess I went in. Yeah, these guys got their butts kicked up here too again. So this was the building that was on fire from the street. The camera was down here before, and then they ended up not much fire in this room here, but there was in the room. But these guys had fire in the roof. We had fire on the fourth, fifth, and in the roof. Our roof man did a great job. That's actually all of our guys. The engine got a commendation for how well they did at this. Yeah, so when we got there, fire out there, you can see the scorch marks. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 windows of fire all out that. Somebody was there's some great cell phone video of and we're right down the street from this fire. We are literally 4 blocks down the road, and there are people on on their cell phones on the Citizen app saying somebody needs to call somebody, and they're using their cell phones to record a fire instead of calling the fire department. We get there and it's, a whole apartment's on fire. It was ridiculous. What else we got? What else we got? When they talk about exposures, how do they go about numbering them? No. So I'll tell you how exposures. Second. So in this building, exposures. Trying to find a good example, but when you hear exposures. Actually, it was a good first one we watched. So right here, Busty, give you an idea as to how we numbered them. Just trying to get a So on a the way it worked, just so you knew where everybody was, and for communication's sake, exposure 1 is the street or the area that the chief is at. So gotta run good stuff. Would love to see more of this. That's what I'm hoping to do now, Eric, with the cruise flights. You know, like this is a 2-hour flight, so that's exactly what I'm hoping to do, is do more yapping about different fires and things. And if anybody has any questions, feel free to ask. Busty's had a great question over on the Purple site about how we label exposures. So number 1 is almost always in New York City. Number 1 is the street or the street side, which is where the chief is going to be. The incident commander is going to be there. And then it goes counterclockwise around the building. So 2 is usually the left side, 3 is the rear, and 4 would be the right side. In this case, it's, you know, the
789er, Copenhagen info. Contact Copenhagen control on 126.05 to 5 on tower.
over to Copenhagen control 126055 for Postman 6789er. 126.055. Copenhagen control Postman 6789er is level at flight level 350. Be safe, Eric. We'll talk to you soon, man. Thanks for stopping in. So yeah, so your exposures would be, that's different from what I thought, very intuitive. Yeah, it's very easy to, that way if this house lights up, the easy radio communication would be
6789er, Copenhagen control identified. Hello.
hello. The easy radio transmission would be from that company that's working inside. Normally a truck would be like, you know, truck 2 to command. I have fire extending into exposure 4. I have fire extending into the second floor of exposure 4. That way he knows, like right away, he knows exactly where that is. It's also very handy from the roof man on a flat roof building. If he's looking over, he's looking and instead of trying to say, oh, it's the left side or the right side or the, you know, the B side or whatever. Some departments label them A, B, C, and D, but we always label them 1, 2, 3, and 4. And then this would be exposure 2. You know, the building is exposure 2. This is the exposure 2 side. So if you said, you know, I need a ladder to the exposure 2 side, this is what you'd be talking about. If I said I need a ladder to exposure 2, I would want a ladder here on this building. If I have fire extending to exposure 2, this would be this building. If I said I have fire venting out of the exposure 2 side, it would be venting out of the window here on the exposure 2 side of the fire building. These houses are spread apart where you normally would not have extension issues unless it was a really well advanced fire or an explosion. But some where you have a row frame, you would have exposure 2, 2A, 2B, 2C, 2, 3, all the way down the block, and then you would have the rear, which would be 3, and then on 4 you could have 4A, B, C, D, 4A, B, C, D, all the way down the block too. So not such a huge deal because this is a private dwelling, but when you get into the building that I was showing you from my neighborhood, where we have maybe 5 private dwellings in our whole area, you know, like we had very few private dwellings. Everything we had was huge H-type buildings, you know, like a lot, like big H-type apartment buildings that were 6 stories. I'll try to find you one. Trying to find my like this. This is a huge 6-story apartment building, so now your communication needs to be dialed in of where of what you're talking about it. if it spreads to the house, is it a new set of exposure numbers or just all in one? No, that would be exposure 2, and then because you know, so you'd have fire and exposure 2, but 3 is still the rear, and 4, you know, now is yes. I guess we treat it all as one incident. So we pull up and we have fire in 3 buildings. One is, you know, the middle building is going to be the main fire building, and then exposure 4 would be the one on the right, and then its next exposure would be like 4A, you know, down the block, or you know, you wouldn't necessarily have. We tried to keep it from doing that. But here in a building this size, you need to know exposure 2 side, exposure 3 side. You know, like this had I think this burned the whole top floor off of this building. It went south quick, but which happens a lot when you have fire in the space above the ceiling because there's no fire stopping up there. This half of this building might be all one area, and it's basically just a lumber yard.
Postman 6789er. Copenhagen Control, expect the Alto 7 Mike arrival. Anticipate descent in about 20 minutes.
All right, we'll expect the Alto 7 Mike arrival and descent in about 20 minutes for Postman 6789er. Yeah, we have. I mean, I'll pull up what my neighborhood looked like. I mean, everything is jam packed into each other here. Got a few minutes, and then we'll move on here. All right, cool. Thank you. Appreciate it. So this is the area I used to work in, right here. This is the Cross Bronx. I'm sorry. This is the George Washington Bridge. This area right here is right along the Bronx. This is Washington Heights over here in Manhattan. This is Harlem down here, and then Yankee Stadium is right there. But these buildings are what I was talking about. Like, these are the buildings that I cut my teeth in. This is what we worked in, these big 3-winged H-type buildings, and all of it was all. You know, almost the whole neighborhood was like that. We had some 1-story strip malls type things that we call taxpayers dropped in. We had some new buildings like this one, and then the houses that we had were essentially all attached. Like, very rarely did we have houses stand alone. Summit, we used to get a ton of work on Summit. One of the craziest fires, not crazy, but one of the best house fires that I went to was right here. This building we had in the middle of the day, and we had heavy fire ripping out of the back of this at 917 Summit, and somebody had lit it up. It was vacant for my whole career. It was vacant, and then probably about 8 months before I retired, they lit this thing up in the middle of the day, and then this Best Western is actually a shelter. It's not a hotel at all, or it wasn't. And this thing has what we called EFIS siding. It's exterior foam insulation siding. That fire that you saw in the UK and all over Europe, they put this exterior foam on the outside of the buildings, and it basically acts like gasoline as soon as a match touches it. So it takes off. So we had this entire building, the back end of it was going when we got there, and then this entire building from the 2nd floor up to the 7th floor was on fire also. And I walked around I walked through this aisleway between this building and that building, and this whole back of this building was on fire. And my transmission was like, I mean, I was like ladder, 490 Vita battalion. Like, we have extremely heavy fire in the rear and very heavy fire extending to the hotel next door. And I'm going to need a line in the back. And that's eventually we knocked this down. We worked at it for about an hour and a half. We knocked it down, pulled all the ceilings, pulled all the walls. We got everything squared away. We were putting the hose back on the rig. The engine was parked right here. We were putting the hose back on the rig. And the dude came back and lit the place back on fire again in the basement. And we had to put it out again. But the guy came back and lit the place back up. That was one of the silliest things. One of the silliest things that I've seen. But yeah, so, we go into, like, when you look at, like, Summit Avenue, you know, this is the same street, and this is what you're looking at when you're pulling up. Like, you're looking at a building like that from the street. And the house that I was just describing down the block here. This one. And, yeah, this whole thing was...
6789er. Contact Sweden Control on 124.855.
Over to Sweden Control 124.855 for Postman 6789er. Sweden Control Postman 6789er is at flight level 350. Oh yeah, no, Busty, I had no shortage of fun in my career, but this building looked like this my entire career. But yeah, it looked like this my entire career. But if you look like next door, like these two are attached brownstones. So you have, you know, 3 stories, 4 stories. It slopes down. If you see in the rear here, down the side, this goes down 1 story. So this is actually a 4-story, almost 5 stories in the rear, because it slopes down a hillside. And then, you know, it's right next door to a 5-story brick, you know, multi apartment H-type building that we call them, all the way across here. You know, these are all attached. These 2 are attached. These 2 are vacant for my whole career. Actually had a little, we had a fire right after the fire in that house. We had a fire in literally the next week. We had a fire in this building. And then on New Year's Eve, the fire we just watched at night with the fire in, out the 5 windows was in this building right here. It was fire out these windows right there and extended into this building here. So that's how active our area was. I mean, that's just 3-4 fires that I've just shown you guys, and I mean, it's all been within 2 to 3 blocks of each other and not very far apart. And just to give you an idea how close the other stuff is, less than, actually up on the next block. But the fire that I showed you the first, where we found the dude, it's 5. The 162 is where. What was that building? Yeah. So, you know, you're talking just, there's a lot of people. There's probably 100,000 people that live in this 2-mile square area, and it gets really, really silly really quick.
Heavy descend and maintain flight level 260. Descending to flight level 260, FedEx 687 Heavy. Climb to flight level 33,
Here, this is again the first video that I showed you. This is the one that where I climbed up the fire escape, and they caught the cameraman caught me in the window right there. And that's the building that I've had 4 or 5 fires in, 3 or 4 had 4 or 5 fires in. And just before I left, we had another fire in that building, and we actually lost, unfortunately. But it was on Nelson. What was this here? We had 7 or no, it wasn't this. But we had a good fire in that building as well. But silly neighborhood, crazy neighborhood. A lot of fun to work in. A lot of it was nuts to work in it. But definitely learn your craft very quickly if you wanted to. You could also be an absolute clown if you want. All right, let's get our stuff squared away here. We descending shortly. Our arrival going to be the LTOC 7M. Max 259. $8,000 feet, flight level 110, LTOC at 15,000. Seems to be a pretty straightforward arrival. Also noticed you guys get police to establish a perimeter over in the south where I've been. Normally you can't get... No. Typically, Busty, especially in the Bronx. In Manhattan they do, but in the Bronx, the cops are of the mind. I mean, if they're obviously, if they're bothering us, yes. And they will throw, like, they'll throw police tape up, but people are, we don't even, you could essentially stay in the building. If we had a fire on the 4th or 5th floor, they could stay in the building because we didn't bust down the doors and search, people who weren't in danger. If they chose to stay on the 2nd floor in their apartments and just deal with us as we went through, it would not, we wouldn't be like throwing them out or anything like that. But I've actually forced doors in a high-rise building. I've forced a door on the floor above the fire because that's what my job was as the roof guy. You force the door to get in there, and I've had people watching TV in the living room, and there's a room on fire downstairs, like a whole room on fire out the windows, like you could see it in their, out of their living room. You could see fire coming up from the floor above, and they're in there just watching TV. I mean, it's a wild place to work, man. It was a lot of fun, a lot of crazy, but a lot of fun. All right, we're landing 1 right. Go ahead and sync that up. 0, right, flaps were 30-40, brake auto low. Ooh, full distance here. But yeah, we don't typically, the cops try to, they stay out of our way, we stay out of theirs, in their incidents. And, yeah, there's mutual respect there. Obviously, if somebody's busting our chops, the cops are definitely gonna do something about it. But for the most part, people in the, we were very low key in the Bronx. No guts and glory, and no beating our chests or anything like that. It was just come in, do your job. Yes, the styles, and again, I worked as a fireman in the Illinois suburbs, Chicago, Illinois suburbs. I worked in, in rural Illinois. I taught all over the United States and Canada, teaching firemen. So I do get the whole, there's a lot of differences. And when and then you take that and compare it to West Coast stuff, and it's completely different. Like those guys might as well be on a completely different planet. From what we're used to, or what I'm used to. And they would say the same thing about us. All right, outside air temperature, our MDA minimums for ILS run 2. Minimums are 1884. Got 2 ILS. We're going to go with 109. Be flaps 30-40. Correction 4, I think. 4. That does for us. I'm not sure if it's anything. Off an approach over here. Back to flight plan there. Our ILS is all set up. Wind is at 7 knots. Now they say ILS run 6 is. Brian, you want to brief the approach? Might have a runway change.
Sure, Nate. We'll be arriving at Stockholm Arlanda on runway 1 right using the ILS approach. We're flying the Elto 7 Mike arrival. Transition level is 55. After the star, we'll intercept the ILS to runway 1 right. Weather shows winds 320 at 7 knots, cav okay. In case of a missed approach, we'll follow the published procedure. Squawk code remains 6266, and approach frequency will be 120.155. We'll configure for landing with flaps 30, and final approach speed will be 135 knots. I think we're ready for the arrival.
Thank you, Brian. All right, and we're coming down on 1 right.
Understood.
We're going to be vacating left. Cargo 8. Before we get there, cargo terminal, we're going to be vacating left, like R10.
Spirit 117 cross miler at flight level 310. Crossing miler at flight level 310, Spirit 117. Sunturk 2703, Sweden control identified. Good afternoon. Izzy 1123, contact Copenhagen approach on 118.455.
Copenhagen approach on
Pulling up the cargo area so we can get it. DHL service point is here. Nice. I'll so you can see what the hell I'm looking at. I pulled up the airport just so I know where I'm going. We're landing right here on this runway. Hopefully we'll vacate here and pull. Yeah. Park over. Have a graph. It's going to be R6, R5, or R6. Whiskey 5, Whiskey 6. Whiskey 6 actually might be just the easiest way to get Whiskey 5 or 6. Cool. Be starting down shortly. MCDU landing data page. Let's get all set here. Flight plan is all good. Approach and stars all good. ILS course and frequency is good. Landing elevation is set. Quantity is good. Auto brake set a little bit after we get down a little bit. I don't. And oh yeah, we do have our slats and flaps switch has got to go down to 30. Perfect. Shrink down our map here. Coming to top of descent in about 40 miles according to our map, and ATC might bring us down a little earlier. Guys, I'm going to hit the restroom real quick and go get some more coffee before we come down, and we'll go from there. Be right back.
into our lander. When you're ready to begin your descent, descend flight level 330. FedEx 101 Heavy, reduce speed to 280 knots for sequencing.
Slowing to 280 knots, FedEx 101 Heavy.
American 1018, contact Sweden control on 133.805.
Forward to 133.805 for American 1018.
All right. Looks like they cleared us. All right, descend to flight level 330 for Postman 6789er. Cleared for the Alto 7 mic. Welcome in all. We are descending into Stockholm for the first time. I do not believe that I own the Stockholm flag on FS Hub. Sorry, the Swedish flag. Stockholm probably has their own flag, but... Nope. This is going to be a new one for us. I'm actually curious if Stockholm has a, we're going to get an achievement for flying into here. I'm not sure if we will or not. Oh, Norway is where I flew from. I've not flown into Norway, but I have flown out of. Actually, I've never flown in or out of Sweden. Pull up that code here.
Postman 6789er, descend flight level 260.
Descend flight level 260 for Postman 6789er.
Postman 6789er, roger. Maintain flight level 260.
I maintain flight level 260 for Postman 678. I'm actually curious if we do get a achievement for here, and you can look that up on FS. See, it doesn't. Ew.
FedEx 687, heavy descend and maintain flight level 260.
Descending to flight level 260, FedEx 687 Heavy.
Contact Stockholm approach on 120.155, Firefly 74.
Stockholm approach on 120.155, Star 909.
It's going to be interesting to see if we actually fly this entire route to Eltok, or if they're going to change us to because we make a pretty hard right turn. I think. Yeah, we do this hard right and then out and over and then in. I don't know if maybe they're going to turn us in and bring us that way. I don't know. We're going to follow the flight plan as we would and go from there. Hopefully we get GSX. Hopefully we get GSX when we get down there. Yep.
Postman 6789er, descend flight level 180.
Send flight level 180 for Postman 6789er. Get 11,000. Yeah, 11,000, in between 11 and 15. Oh no, we got to be at 11 because we're on 7 mic. All right, cool. All right, we are on a descent, top of descent. It did its thing. Ignition as required. Anti-ice we're not needing right now. We probably will in a minute. Seatbelt signs are on. They're actually on auto way. We have information IDA. UNH is 1022. Set up our backup altimeter for that. Get down to 10,000. Transition altitude is 5,500s. Looking at my my charts up here. And there's our icing warning right there. Continuous relight goes on when the engine anti-ice is on in this plane, apparently, as I understand it. Airport's at.
Postman 6789er, descend flight level 080.
Send flight level 080 for Postman 6789er. We are flying over Västerås, Johannesburg. What that airport is in front of us.
Sirius 555, Sierra Mike, traffic alert, 12 o'clock, 4 miles opposite direction. Traffic in sight, Sirius 555, Sierra Mike.
CFR altitude 7,000 Mike kilo.
Västerås.
5,500 feet, 5,000 Mike kilo.
Nordic 1190, contact Sweden control on 118.
Oh, sorry. That's Stockholm, Västerås. Things are going to start getting busy here. Down to 18,000. Descending rapidly. 10,000, we got to be under 250s. Slowing us down here. Over to Stockholm approach 120155 for postman 6789er. Have a good day. Stockholm approach, postman 6789er is descending through 13,000 for 8,000 on the MAT 2 mic arrival.
Postman 6789er. Expect the ILS runway 1 right approach into Arlanda.
All right, we'll be expecting the runway 1 right approach into Orlando for postman 6789er.
Postman 6789er. Heavy Stockholm approach identified. EJ.
Okay. Right, make our turn. We're going to go ahead and slow down to 250.
Postman 6789er. Runway 1 right approach. It's assigned for Stockholm Arlanda, not Orlando.
Yes. All right, runway 1 right approach for Stockholm Arlanda for postman 6789er. I'm aware that I'm not landing in Orlando, guy. All right, let's get slow down to 250. We should be landing lights on. Runway turnoff lights are on. Wing lights can come on. Wheel to take off. Set there. Speed down here. Not cleared us for the approach just yet. Landing lights are on. Oh, terrain can come on. Seatbelt sign, good. Altimeter, we did not switch to local yet. Now it's local. What's going on, everybody? We are descending into Stockholm, Sweden. Arlanda.
Postman 6789er. Descend altitude 4000. Maintain current. Heading 150 vectors for the visual runway. 1 right approach.
Pause said music. Descend to altitude 4000. Maintain current heading 150 for vectors and full runway 15 approach for postman 6789er. What's up, Stein? Welcome in. How are you? Thanks for the comment on the video the other day. Giving us a visual approach, huh? Well, looking a little peaked for a visual approach. Learning to fly an XP-11, also trying to learn VATSIM. Nice. I'm actually thinking about doing a VATSIM flight this week again. How's it going? on heading mode now, so we'll see. I guess we're gonna fly straight. This is bringing us over. This is our last arrival waypoint right here, but we're on heading mode right now, so we're gonna fly past this. I'm assuming they're gonna vector us back over this way for our airport. Our airport's like here. We're at 5,500. We're going down to 4,000 for our ILS. How's VATSIM, Stein? I was just talking to Shoes about VATSIM the other day. No, I'm sorry. X-Plane is what I meant to ask you. How's X-Plane? Give us 30. Yeah, so we're gonna fly out. Probably put us on a couple of turns to catch this localizer over. Doing good, doing good. I expected Sweden to be a little bit more mountainous than this. Not in this area. $4,000 Sweden.
Postman 6789er, turn left, heading 110.
Left heading 110 for Postman 789er.
Postman 6789er, heading 110 approved.
Go. I slow down to flap speed. Not quite yet. No, I better. Bus mode. There's our green dot speed right there. All right. Sign. Altimeter set the local. Signs briefing. Altimeters are good. Minimums are set. Station's good. Still in icing range, so we're going to keep that on. Frequency is good. Stay on slats right. The
Janet 294 cleared for
Laps
residential
one.
chemtrail ops at or above flight level 350. Chemtrail ops approved. Janet 294, have a great day.
Postman 6789er, heavy, 13 miles from the approach turn. Turn left, heading 040, descend altitude 3000 until established. Cleared for the visual runway, 1 right approach.
Alright, left heading 040, descend to 3000. 6789er, cleared for the ILS, cleared for the visual run, 1 right approach. Still fly ILS. Landing mode here. Localizer's armed. We're in mode there. $20 miles out. All right, let's get our frequency power is 125130. That's ready. Uh, 12 miles out, our runway. Very nice. It's all coming together.
American 1877 traffic at 11 o'clock and 10 miles westbound 5,400 for 2,000 is a 757 expect to follow. Following the traffic. American 1877.
That slope should be grabbed here in a second.
Scandinavian 02.
Postman 6789er. Contact Orlando Tower on 128.73.
Over to our Atlanta Tower, 128.73 for Postman 6789er. It's not what's in the chart. Atlanta Tower, Postman 6789er is on the localizer on a 7-mile final for one-way one right. Blah. You're down.
Postman 6789er. Heavy. Winds 310 at 5. Runway 1 right. Cleared to land.
Cleared to land. Runway 1 right. Postman 6789er. All right. Well, brake is set to low. Flaps are
Postman 6789er. Roger.
5 miles out. We'll slow down more. Gears down. Alrighty. through this checklist real quick. Fully configured. Speed brakes. That there. Very nice. Gears down. Auto brake set. Anti-skid is good. Flaps, slats, and spoilers are all good. Do this. Stuttery here. I hope it up. Country over here. What's going on, everybody? Welcome in. We're landing in Alanda? In outside of Stockholm, Sweden. DHL trip from a pilot's life. Welcome in. My aircraft.
Extending downwind Skylane 422 Alpha Mike.
120.155 Scandinavian suspects.
Go auto brake.
Postman 6789er, welcome to Arlanda. Contact ground on 121.908.
Stow the reversers. Auto brake off. Over to ground 121.908 for Postman 6789. What the heck is that? What are those things? Nice. Well, I'm pretty happy with that landing, guys. Not gonna lie. Let's clear the runway here. We gotta go taxiing off to our left. Our cargo area is over there. Got off at Whiskey 4 or 5. I gotta look. Alright, let's park. Brake fans on. And stow those. Got the icing off. That can go back. Landing lights can come off. Wing lights stay on. Nav and logo. Runway turn-off lights stay on. Those wheel lights can go to taxi. And flaps can come up. Terrain can come off of ND. Our transponder can go back to standby. See if I missed anything. Landing rate manager gave me a 200, guys. Interesting. All right. Strobe lights back to auto. I didn't do that. Not off, but auto. Landing lights are off and retracted. Nose lights to taxi. Runway turn-off lights as required. Ignition is off. Anti-ice is good. APU, we do need to start that. Welcome in, everybody. Welcome to Stockholm. Flaps are retracted. Ground spoilers are good. I did not shut off the weather radar yet. Take care of that. Now it's off. Transponder to TK, I did that. Brake fans are on. And I think we're good to go. Slats, transponders, APU is started. It is not quite available yet. Get over to 12198.
Skylane 422 Alpha Mike, turn left.
And just to give us a quick vacated Whiskey 6. They're looking to taxi to Romeo 6. Arlanda ground. Postman 6789er has vacated runway 1 right at Whiskey 6, requesting taxi to parking at Romeo 6. That is a lot of R's, man.
Postman 6789er, taxi to RR6 via Whiskey 6, uniform Charlie. Have a good day.
All right, taxi to Romeo 6 via Whiskey 6, Whiskey, uniform, and Charlie for Postman 6789er. Thank you very much. All right, let's go. Whiskey 6, what we're on. Whiskey is right here. That's uniform that we're getting ready to cross over. There's a damn wombat in the middle of the runway over here. We're actually going that way. Chasing wombats. Arlanda ground, are you aware that there are moose out on the taxiway and the tarmac?
Postman 6789er, thank you for the report. We'll notify airport operations to handle the situation.
Very good. They're right along taxiway uniform right now by the lake. This is a pretty cool airport. So over here is our DHL parking. Right around this bend. That moose ran right through that fence. Real jerk. Boy. Terrain glitches here. Please don't drop me into the... That was an enjoyable flight, I must say. Happening over here?
Cherokee 315, X-ray Papa, hold position, traffic crossing ahead.
Is that like a real thing? This jumbo jet that's...
SG1123, push start approved, face northwest.
Face northwest, easy 1123.
Wonder if that's a like a firefighting trainer or something like that. I'm gonna have to look on the airport, like the real airport map, and see what's up with that. Pretty cool. All right, Romeo 6 is what we're looking for. Hopefully they give us a nice. Perfect. APU's up. I'm going to go ahead and shut down engine number 1. Taxi on engine 2. DHL building. Hopefully we can see our marshaller. Sometimes we have a problem with that. There he is. Nice. Any sort of indication of where you want me, guy? Nothing? We're good? Two off. Taxi light off. Strobe can come off. Wing light can. Engine spooled down. Set.
Gulfstream 671 Gulf Sierra, continue taxi via taxiway Bravo, cross runway 27.
Go ahead and put chocks in and GPU on.
Gulfstream 671 Gulf Sierra.
APU is now on.
Scandinavian 39er Charlie, contact tower on
Now the APU can come off.
Take care.
We good.
Tower on 1.
Let's see how it goes.
Scandinavian 39 Charlie.
See how we did. I have a feeling we might have been a little long.
57 Heavy request pushback and start clearance.
May have been a little long on that. See if SayIntentions got us. It's probably a little late for that. Nope. They had us at SayIntentions had us at 169. 169. We are right here. 169 feet per minute on their landing from SayIntentions. That's good. Take that. See how we did for the Fly Studio. They gave us a 244, I think it was. Pilot's life. Do our flight report. Oh, taxi light off. Where did I screw that up? Wonder where that was the taxi in. That must be right when you leave the runway, you have to have. I'm literally 1 point away from having a perfect score on that. You must have to have that on taxi as soon as you land, like as soon as you leave the runway. I'm not really 100% sure on that, but I keep messing that up. I think I'm gonna leave my taxi light instead of on takeoff. I'm gonna leave it on taxi. That way, as soon as we leave the runway, I think that's where I'm getting dinged. I'm not 100% sure on that, but that's my suspicion. Anyway, cool. Landing details. We may have been. No, we were in there. We were. Oh no, I think we were long. Just a little bit. Yeah, we were just outside, like literally just a little bit, but I'll take it. Back to my dashboard here. Sure, I'm gonna take a look at our flight. We're on time. We were awarded our Swedish flag. Perfect. Perfect. All right. Go ahead and dump this. I'm happy with that. Other than this taxi light off is just clerical error. We'll get that squared away. Go ahead and submit that flight. We're good to go. This is our next flight now. We're going back to Midlands, UK. I really want to finish up this, yeah, so we're going flying back here pretty much back to where we, almost where we came from. Came from London, down here, but we're going back up to here, and then there we're going to, from there to back over to Frankfurt. But I really do want to finish a schedule because I have not finished a schedule yet in a pilot's life, so that's my my goal with this stream. So we are gonna probably should have the probably while we're sitting here yapping, we probably should have them go ahead and unload the aircraft. And they should have been doing this while I've been in here yapping. But so we'll let them do their thing. And the one other thing, we checked out that. I want to check Volanta. This was our flight. Let's see where the Volanta had us touching down. I had a feeling that we might have been just outside of the... yeah, we were just outside of the touchdown zone. We floated a little bit, but other than that, I flew that in pretty far from where I normally do. I probably flew it in from 4 or 5 miles out at 500 feet. Not complain. I've only been flying this plane for a little while. All in all, I'll take it. And then obviously, and we got our flight into Sweden to give us our Volanta Swedish flight. Cool. All right. On get this set up so it's a nice visual while I get the next flight set up. They waiting for me to open this other door? Oh. Waiting for me to open that door there? Alright, let me get this other flight going here. Do the sim brief stuff. We are 6788 this time. 2140, I think we can do that. What's going on, everybody? Just landed in Stockholm, Sweden. Taxi to the DHL cargo area. We're getting unloaded. We're gonna reload, and we're going back to the UK. 34,000 feet is our good climb. Let's say I am gonna leave feedback here, otherwise I'm not gonna do it.
Cherokee 315 X-ray Papa, proceed to runway 28 via taxiways Echo and Foxtrot. Proceeding to runway 28 via Echo and Foxtrot, Cherokee 315 X-ray Papa.
Everything else was good though. Cabin crew, co-pilot did good, and pushback didn't use that. All right, cool. All right, looks like we're done unloading this forward area. What are we doing over here? They were a little late starting out, so. All right, so SayIntention can start a new flight. Atlanta. Port that flight into Atlanta.
Embraer 225 Echo Mike, hold short of taxiway Golf traffic on final approach.
Done.
Holding short of taxiway Golf, Embraer 225 Echo Mike.
Taxi to parking in my description. Scandinavian 62 Foxtrot. Good evening and thank you.
That's in.
2030, can we expect the initial climb altitude 5,000 feet?
Get all of our others.
030, Arlanda ground. Negative initial climb altitude is 1,600. Climb and maintain 5,000 is at way decimal NU 570.
All right, we're going to be out on runway, according to this, leaving on runway 19 left. Coming in on runway 9, and I'm pretty sure that the airport we're going to... What's up, Miller? Welcome in. Thanks for coming in. How's it going? We're getting unloaded. We're sitting in Stockholm, Sweden, if you're just joining us. We're getting unloaded, and we're getting ready to make a turn and head back to the UK. East Midlands in the UK. Been there one time before in this series. This is our second time there. And then we're going to continue on to Frankfurt, Germany. You fly, Miller? Are you just, are you an avid flight sim watcher? All right, SayIntentions is set up. Yeah, I did want to see. There's a 747 out here. There's a 747 sitting out there in the middle of the, like almost like it's a firefighting prop or something like that. And I don't know, maybe it's just like a greeting at the airport entrance, maybe. But I kind of want to see if that's for real, if they do that. It would be right here. It's at, yeah, I'll be damned. It's at the Radisson Hotel. Good, good. Good to see, good to hear. Here it is in real life. They actually modeled it in the game, and it's here. It's just like there's a bus stop there, and I guess people can walk over there and get in it. Day's going good. Thanks for asking. Just had a nice landing into Stockholm. That's pretty cool. Yeah, there's a bus stop in real life over there, and I guess people can walk over here and actually get into this plane and as a tourist attraction. There, in real life, there's a bus stop right there. You walk into the engines? Look at that. Wow. That's pretty cool. They modeled it in the game. Yeah, it's going well. We just flew over from London, and we're getting ready to fly back to East Midlands, UK. Yo! Miller, thanks for the sub. On the red site. Appreciate you. Right. So we're going to go back in the plane. We're going to open these doors again because they did close them on us, but we will open them back up, and we're going to get ready for our next flight. Next flight is import. That's set. Ground equipment's all good. Weight and balance. Go ahead and update. Fuel 37.407. 37.407 is what we have. Go ahead and update. Fly. We're going to go ahead and have PSX come fuel us. How much is this game? I believe I picked it up. This is Flight Sim 2024, and I believe I picked it up for 120. I got the premium deluxe version. I don't know what you are, what kind of PC you're working with, but you may want to wait a month or so until the next update for it comes out. It runs a little wonky on some mid-range. It actually runs a little wonky on even high-end rigs sometimes, but it is good. I mean, if you have a really good computer, you definitely get it. But it is a beast when it comes to resources. But it's also on Xbox, but I can't vouch for Xbox. I don't play it on Xbox. So, but I do know that people, some people fly GA and do have a lot of fun with it. But it is pretty cool. It's a great game. They're in the process of optimizing it and making it better. And I think in about 6 or 8 months, I think it's going to be really good. But right now, it does eat up quite a bit of resources, and it just doesn't feel optimized. It's getting there. All right, we've done all these things.
Scandinavian 1128, Orlando ground, taxi to S39RL via X-ray 3, Zulu, Foxtrot Alpha.
I'm working on my on my checklist here. So pitch, trim, all this stuff can come back on. Our IRSs are aligned, so we won't have to realign all that stuff. Beacon light, not needing yet. Yaw damper 1, 2, and yaw damper 1 and 2. ATS is on. Strobe lights to auto. Beacon is off. Nav and logo lights on because we already did that. Fuel pumps are all good because we never shut them off. Vent panel, probe heat, all that stuff's good. PS5, I don't believe so, Miller. I don't think so. Not 100% on that, but I don't believe it is. All right, let's get our flight plan into our flight computer. FMS. Sorry. Menu, ACARS, sim brief, our flight plan. Yeah. I know it's on Xbox. I do know that, but a lot of people I know that have mixed results with the Xbox as well. So, all right. Cost index is 15. That is correct. We have an 858-mile flight. We just did about a 900-mile flight over. For probably about a 2-hour flight to get back there. Cruise is 340. That's what we have in a. Live 3400. Nice. Stow that. Our flight plan out of ESSA. We're taking off runway 19 left.
Alpha Bravo, hold short of taxiway Lima, waiting for clearance to enter the ramp.
Leaving on the Aben 5Q.
Scandinavian 1812, taxi to
Oh,
gate E7 via
Dev
Yankee
is a
Uniform
transition.
Delta. Have a good day.
That's out. ETEV is right there. That's our transition. Flying down to EGNX, East Midlands. Coming in on runway 9. ILS 09. Hello again, Miller. How are you? We're coming in on Libc 1E. And that Libso. C1E and go ahead and say none. Insert. Come over here. Go to plan. Take a look at our flight plan here. Go a little smaller. MCT, and not really sure what that's all about, but hopefully they'll be vectoring us by then. A little, that's a wonky one. All right, cool. We're good there. Come up here and go back there. What's up, Hawks Girl? Welcome in. How are you? It's good. We just finished our first flight over to Stockholm. We were actually looking. They have a 747 at Stockholm. Arlanda Airport. There's a 747 out there that's actually in real life. They have a 747 in real life sitting there that you can go, I guess, tour. But yeah, right here, even in real life, you can go to the bus stop and walk up the lane and actually go up there and take a look at it. Pretty neat. But yeah, first flight went real well, especially for being my first stream back in a week and change. And we're getting ready to load up and head back to England. We are going to request boarding. No need for the pushback. It is on Steam, Miller. Yep. Yes, it is. Talking heads, yo. Yeah, I run mine on Steam. All right. Let's go ahead and get our takeoff stuff going. We are leaving from 19 left.
Gulfstream 671 Golf Sierra, hold short of taxiway Golf, awaiting further
Going flaps 15.
Holding short of Golf.
Anti-ice is going to be on. Toga will leave off. Unable to find. Oh, able to find. So I guess anti-ice is off. Guess we're forcing Toga. Why are we unable to find safe. All right, Miller, sounds good. Yeah, just like I said, you gotta read some reviews, make your own decisions on what you can do and what you can't with your computer. And you know, I don't want you to have to get it and then not be able to enjoy it. Why is that? Do we have too much weight? $262, $594. What's our takeoff weight? Should be fine. How was lunch, Hawks girl? Unable to find safe performance. All right, I'm gonna do this inside of SimBrief. Get any difference. Delicious? Delicious. I don't know why it's not giving us performance from here, but it's giving it to me in SimBrief. Not quite sure why, but fueling the aircraft. Maybe it's not doing it because might not be doing it because we don't have enough fuel on board just yet. Trying to calculate what's on board. I'm not sure other than what's planned. Do you have any other games that I can join? We do play American Truck Simulator on the channel. Exclamation point Discord if you're looking for people to play games with. We have a whole bunch of guys a whole bunch of people that actually that play various games. So, but you're more than welcome. All right, so it's 144, 148. And then up here, we need 153. Preset. And we're going to go to a climb out of flaps are 1515. Is it not working?
King Air 145 Kilo Alpha, taxi to holding point Bravo 2.
My bot must not be working again.
Taxiing to holding point Bravo 2 via Delta and Echo King Air 145 Kilo Alpha.
Let me reset it.
527 holding on Yankee Liner.
Scandinavian 527.
This bot is really annoying. Some.
For departure clearance.
128.73. Scandinavia 527.
And once, guys, I'm just re-enable my Streamlabs bot that nonstop. This is active. All right, we should be getting all of our fuel for now. Got our flight plan in. Welcome in, everybody. I don't know what's going on with this silly Streamlabs bot, but it's not giving the. I'll put a Discord. Actually, if you scroll up, Miller, if you scroll up when you subscribed, I believe you got a. I believe that you got a link that dropped into the chat when you did subscribe. I think. For that matter, I don't even know if you have Discord, but that's what we use. All right, flight plan page. We did all that. Go ahead and do our init page 2. And we are leaving with 37.4. There it is. I'm going to run that now and our 0 fuel weight.
Scandinavian 1128, taxi to F32L via Charlie Delta Zulu Foxtrot. Have a good day.
Still not giving it. Do our 0 fuel weight. We're gonna do it all in SimBrief. Now that I how to do it. Zero fuel weight 279,981. Zero fuel weight CG. Discord says not today. That's exactly it. Really don't understand it. Not sure. Zero fuel weight CG. That I'm not. It is not going to give us we're going. All right, there we go. What the heck? All right, so 15-0, 15-15. We're going to do 15-15 like we always do. Why? Oh, wait. Wrong runway, that's why. So 19 left is what it's supposed to be. Let's think that. All that. Yeah, it won't give us a... That is interesting. It does not want us to take off on runway 19 left. So... We'll try 19 right. I'm going to ask him. That is crazy. Try 1 right. let us take off run white. 1 right. I guess that's what I'm gonna configure for. They're not gonna like that, but so we're gonna do 298.33. Have to change up the flight plan. Set up for 1 right. We're gonna make this work.
Gulfstream 671 Golf Sierra, follow the Cessna, then turn right onto taxiway Echo. Following the Cessna, turning right onto Echo Gulfstream 671 Golf Sierra.
Ryanair 42 Papa Golf, contact tower on 128.73. Take care.
Going out on the Pete 1B now. And let's go ahead and insert that. PTEV is our taken off, and cool. That should, everything else is normal other than that runway change. Hopefully SayIntentions jives with us, and that'll be good. Hopefully. Back up here, this can go back 30. All right, let's get our landing or our takeoff perf in now. That's gonna all change. 148, 148, 151. $51. That just double check. Speed restriction here. 205. Glad I looked. Cool. Well, the good news is we don't have a long taxi as long as we can get out that way. Foxgirl, what'd you have for you had Ethiopian? What'd you end up with? Eating wise. All right, init page number 2. C 0 fuel weight CG. $32.3. Cool. Done. Wins. Give me some wind. Well, that's set. Flight plan, let's go. Load. Let's put our IL. Oh, 935. Done. Approach course is 88. Plenty of time to mess with this, but and now later flight plan on takeoff performance, we're good there. Nice. I think we're ready to call for clearance here in a second.
Short of taxiway Charlie, awaiting further instructions.
Holding short of taxiway Charlie Tornado 892.
Clearance is 121830.
Scandinavian 909er, push and start approved. Face north.
Push and start approved, face north, Scandinavian 909.
All right. Arlanda clearance delivery. Postman 6788. Requesting IFR clearance over to East Midlands in the UK.
1 second while I grab the paperwork.
We are 6288, I think. No, 6788. See that? 6788. My flight number, Hawks Girl, was 6789, and it took me about 15 minutes to figure out that those are consecutive numbers that I didn't need to write down to remember.
Postman 6788. Information Papa is current. Cleared to East Midlands via the AH Benbecula 5 Quebec departure. Then as filed. Departure runway 19 left. Initial climb to 4,000 feet. Departure on 120.155. Squawk 6124.
All right, information Papa is current, cleared to East Midlands via the Eben 5Q departure, then as filed. Departure runways 15 left, initial climb to 4,000 feet, departure on 120.155, and squawk 6124 for Postman 6788.
Postman 6788. Read back correct. Ground will be on 121.908.
All right, ground on 121.908 for Postman 6788. Arlanda clearance, Postman 6788. Can I amend my flight plan? Let's see if this works. I don't know if this is going to work. Never done this before. Kids had injera, lentil stew, collard greens, potato stew, and some other stew. Nice. Injera, duot, beef. Cool. Nice. Arlanda clearance from Postman 6788. Would I be able to amend my runway, my departure runway, and my climb out my departure? I don't think they're going to let me do it.
Postman 6788. Runways available for departure are 19 left, 19 right, and 26. Please specify your preferred runway and climb out altitude.
Could I have runway 01 right and a climb out of 4,000 on the Heat 1B Bravo departure? Everything was so good and people were very sweet. Nice. Is that close to the house?
Postman 6788. Runway 01 right and P18B. Bravo departure are not available. You are cleared for runway 19 left via the AH Benbecula 5 Quebec departure. Initial climb altitude 4,000 feet. Departure frequency is 120.155. Squawk 6124.
26 works. Arlanda clearance. Can I have runway 26 for departure?
KLM 559er, Uppsala clearance, cleared to Bergen Aerodrome via the Roki entry. Our departure then as filed. Climb and maintain 4,000 departure on 123.7.
I don't know why it will not give me the correct numbers for 19.
Postman 6788. Cleared to East Midlands via the ARS-3K departure, then as filed. Departure runway 26. Initial climb altitude.
I got it to do what I wanted.
Departure on 120.155. Squawk 6124.
All right, clear to East Midlands via the ARSC-3 departure, then is filed. Departure runway 26, initial climb to 4,000. Departure 120155, squawk 6124, for postman 6788. Thank you very much. All right, so we can do this. I just don't want SayIntentions to be, you know, whacking me around.
Postman 6788. Read back correct. Contact ground on 121.98. When ready.
Okay, calm down. Over to ground, postman 6788. All right. Well, that was a little much, but 12198, and then go from there. All right, we gotta amend the flight plan again. We're now leaving on runway 26. On the ARSC-3, and we'll insert that. We'll make sure we don't have any discons. We're good. Perfect. Nice. That was a lot. There was a lot going on there. Now, we have to come back over here. 139, 139, 144. You were in Antioch? Really? That's a ways. I did not realize you were going over there. 139. We are going to get out of here, guys. And 144. And then we'll be going up to 205. I'm assuming they'll have the same constraints. Get rid of this arrival, and we are
King Air 145 Kilo Alpha, hold short of taxiway Charlie, waiting for clearance.
all right. We can do that.
Short of taxiway Charlie, King Air 145 Kilo Alpha.
Going to tower on 128.73. Thanks. Goodbye.
1025 is our QNH. Let's get that set. Set. Not really a bad area. That's why we got you. Very good. Well, that was a big hassle. Departure, our arrival runway is 306 feet. Perfect. Over here, our flex Toga. Lexus Toga. All right, I think we're ready. Got all of our alignments all set up. All of our stuff there is good. Weight and balance is done. Let's go ahead and close the doors. That was a lot. That was a lot.
The icing vehicles are coming now.
Welcome in all. We are getting ready to push back from Stockholm, Sweden. Get our APU going. Beacon light can come on.
Confirm aircraft is ready for treatment.
Oh, it's ready for treatment. Treat us, baby.
We begin treatment now and observe fluid type 1, concentration at 50%. I will call you back when ready.
Please do. It's 5 o'clock. It's almost time for another cup of coffee. It's minus 2 degrees Celsius in Stockholm right now. APU. APU's available. APU's available. Lead on. Set to A. Rid of our GPU. After we shut ground power off.
King Air 145 Kilo Alpha, hold short of taxiway Charlie, traffic on final approach. Holding short of taxiway Charlie, King Air 145 Kilo Alpha.
All right, 4,000. Departure, ground is good. Let's get our whole bunch of tower frequencies. 12873, I'm assuming. And our squawk code is 6124. All right, that's in. Doors, all good.
Code is fluid type 1, concentration at 50%. I am disconnecting. Good day.
Good day. Good day. All right, they're out of here. We're going to call ground and request push and start from 6. Arlanda ground. Postman 6788 is at Romeo 6. Information Kilo requesting push and start.
Due to icing conditions, please stand by for engine start until push completed and
Postman
brake set.
6788, push and start approved. Face northeast.
Northeast. Tail right, left. Push and start approves face northeast for Postman 6788. Get rid of the chocks. Beacons on. Cool. They're ready to go. I'm ready to go. We're good.
Departure check completed. Bypass pin inserted.
All right. VOR, ILS, set the nav. pH is set to -5. Good. Altitude is set. Speed Mach is good.
Locking gear.
Push to preset. Initial climb speed's good. Heading is going to be 260 for runway. Autopilot to profile and nav. good. The elevation is set. TRP is good. Say what we're doing? Nose right, tail left.
Release parking brakes. Commencing push. Due to icing conditions, please stand by for engine start until push completed and brake set.
All right, no engine starting until we're pushed back. Just reading my checklist over here. I think we got everything. I believe the board in the bathroom is cement board. Can I drill the stopper into the door? Yes. Yes, you can. But you should be able to still drill into the drywall with cement board. It should still hold.
Gulfstream 671 Golf Sierra, follow the Falcon, then turn right onto taxi.
But either one works.
Following the Falcon, turning right onto Juliet Gulfstream 671 Golf Sierra.
SU1123, push and start approved. Face southwest.
We are way late, I think. We're probably about 15 minutes late on this departure from what I had compared to the pushback, but we had some runway issues and routing issues. Could not get a safe takeoff the runway that they're... Why? Not sure why.
Set parking brakes. Unlocking gear.
All right. As soon as they clear us to... as soon as they get away... Brake fan. Our brakes should be nice and cool now. No, we got this flight to do and hopefully one more, guys. I would really like to make it over to Germany tonight and finish out this schedule for this APL flight. I think it was like 6 or 7 flights they gave me. So I do want to start another schedule probably tomorrow.
Tow truck disconnected. Bypass pin removed. Left is clear. Right is clear.
Alrighty. Speed is on. Go ahead and tells us.
Clear to start engines.
Thank you. All right, engine 2 coming up. You think the stopper itself was bogus? What do you mean? What do you mean? The stopper was bogus. What are you talking about? Yeah, the door, the area over by the door should not be concrete board. All right, engine 2 is up. Go with engine 1. Your peeps are going to be mad, not the delay. Yeah. It's all cargo. People are going to be mad that their packages are there. That's what they're going to be mad about.
Terminal via Echo Caution ground traffic, Airbus 450 Alpha Bravo.
Engine 1 coming up. At least their packages will be there on a, you know, unopened. All right, engine 1 up. Point 2 down. Did that. That there. Flaps 15. Tight. 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 Probes to auto. Good to go. Kill the bleed. Kill you. All right. APU. All this is good. We're over here. I have the engines. Beacon is on. Transponder. Pushback is all good. Ignition off. APU bleed off. Anti-ice I do need. Go to continuous relight for that. Spoilers are armed. Trim is set. Flaps are good. And the doors page, I checked that already. We're good there. Flight controls are good. Double check that again. We don't need any issues. Cool. Overhead is good. Pitch trim, rudder trim, spoiler slaps. Lights to taxi. Runway turn off lights on. Let's see where they want us to go. Arlanda ground. Postman 6788 requesting taxi to runway 26 for departure.
Postman 6788, taxi to runway 26 via Uniform Charlie, Uniform Whiskey X-Ray, X-Ray 5.
All right, taxi to runway 26 via Uniform Charlie, Uniform Whiskey X-Ray, X-Ray 5 for Postman 788. What's up, Ed? Yeah, all's good, man. I was off for a week. Just getting back today. We just did one flight. We just landed in Stockholm, Sweden. We are on our way. We came from London, Luton, and we are now flying back from Stockholm, Sweden, heading to East Midlands in the UK. So we did about a 2-hour flight. We watched some fire videos during the cruise. We may do that again. Yeah, talking about questions, if anybody had any questions about firefighting and why we do the things that we do at different fires. And we did a little bit of that. And yeah, now we're heading back to East Midlands in the UK. And hopefully after that flight, we will be heading to Frankfurt, Germany, and finishing out this schedule from a pilot's life. And then we'll continue on. We'll see what other flights they kick at us from there. That's what we've been up to. Took a week in Florida fishing with family and friends. Nice, nice. Yeah, I have not. Yeah, I had my daughter down in Tennessee with the family. We did some hiking. We went into Nashville for a day. Some just kind of roaming around. My daughter had never been downtown Nashville, so I took her down there. We really haven't spent a lot of time for being, living right outside of Nashville. My wife and I haven't really hung out in Nashville a lot, but that was good. Then we went on a hike one day My wife took my daughter to MTSU while I went out and met Them's My Shoes from the Purple Site chat. Him and I had lunch. Yeah, it was good. It's been a good week. How'd you catch anything out there fishing, Ed? Little framey. We're going straight here, making a left on. Straight right, yeah. Making a left. Now we're on uniform right now. We're continuing through here and a left on Whiskey. Taking that down through the terminals over there. Actually got a decent taxi. I don't know what was going on. It would not give me a safe takeoff configuration for runway 19. Caught a lot of fish around Panama Beach Bay. Very nice. We get a guy, Captain Steve-O, that comes in here, and he runs his own fishing boat operation out of down by the Keys. Fish to Uncle Ernie's restaurant. They cook the cat. Oh, that's cool. That's cool. That's a nice feature that some of those restaurants down there, that you don't really see that a lot in a lot of different places. Rock lobster. Interesting selection. Is that what you wanted, Hawksgirl? But yeah, songs will be back on as soon as we take off. I guess so. It's not so much what you want. It's what song request wants.
Learjet 333 Lima Juliet, hold short of taxiway Lima, waiting for clearance.
Try it again.
Holding short of taxiway Lima, Learjet 333 Lima Juliet.
Iberia 22 Papa Romeo, Arlanda ground taxi to parking at your discretion. Have a good day.
All right, X-ray is up here. It's our next right.
Iberia 22 Papa Romeo. Good evening, Scandinavian 472 is taxiing to gate 38.
Antioch has pretty much had any type of food you want. That's cool. Yo, look at this. What are these guys doing? First of all, what the hell's a tower ladder? Oh no, that's a regular truck. That guy parked like crap. Gonna get stuck in the mud. I'm down here, and we are out of here, guys. Straight out departure. Assuming, are they going to tell us to go over to tower or checklist to run here quick and
Postman 6788, contact tower on 128.73.
over to tower 128.73 for postman 6788. One 128.3, there you go. And then departure, they did tell us before. 120155, so let's put that in. Plug that in. We're going to go over to TARA. Got that. We're going to turn our weather radar on. Good there. Fuel's up. Set. Auto brake set to max. All right. It's ready to go. Auto brakes to max. TRP is set. Speed brakes are armed. Flaps set for takeoff. Weather radar is armed. Terrain. Cabin crew. Brake temps. Brake fan is off. Ignition as required. Anti-ice is on. Packs are on. We're ready to rock. Flight controls are checked. Takeoff config. Normal. Strobe lights come on. Lights come on. Runway light. Those lights. Take off. On. Transmit. Set. All right. Arlanda Tower. Postman 6788 holding short runway 26. We're ready for takeoff.
Postman 6788, heavy, Arlanda Tower, runway 26, winds 335 at 4, cleared for takeoff.
Clear for takeoff, runway 26 for 67. All right. Show on the road. Toga. Go. Rotate. Got. Up.
Postman 6788, contact departure on 120.155.
Over to departure 120.155 for Postman 6788. Departure, Postman 6788's climbing through 3,000 for 4,000.
Piper 219 Sierra Victor, climb to 6,500, heading 130.
Up to 6,500, heading 130, 219 Sierra Victor.
Postman 6788. Heavy. Stockholm departure identified. Cleared direct SA564. Climb flight level 210.
Climb flight level 210, cleared direct to SA564 for Postman 6788. Nose light can come off, runway off. Stowed. They're cleared direct to what? 564? Already passed that. We're good. All right. We're up. If you're not from Nashville back in the day, those streets can be confusing. People, yeah. No, I mean, it's definitely can get confusing up. It's a great city, though. I do enjoy it. It's like, you know, it gets a little crazy hustle and bustle wise, but it is an awesome. It is a great city for history and all the things. So.
Postman 6788. Climb flight level 260.
Flight level 260 for Postman 6788. Yeah. Yep. It's like I was talking about it before. I don't know if you heard us, but we were talking about that we have an app on our phone called Let's Roam, and it does cities all over the place. It's an app you use to almost like geocaching it, but it's like a scavenger hunt that you do, and you take pictures. It's great for the kids. My daughter loved it. I had a lot of fun with it too. It's not just for the kids. I learned a lot and a lot of cool stuff. All right, we're passing 12,200. We're doing good. Strobe lights are on. We did all that. RP and auto should be an auto. It is. Bring climb. We're good. Flaps are all up. Slats are up. If you bleed is off.
126.9er, thanks. Singapore Airlines 326.
118.05, Brotons, San Lima.
The
Stockholm approach, this is Venetti 43, descending past flight level 100 for 5,000 feet on
Finnair 243. Stockholm approach identified. Good afternoon. flight level 320.
Flight level 320 for Postman 6788. We, of 16,000 now. There we go. Stuck at 300 there, but I think we oversped the under 10,000. I think, so we're probably gonna get docked for that. Oh well. I do enjoy flying the DHL livery, I will say that.
Postman 6788. Climb flight level 340.
Flight level 340 for Postman 6788.
Postman 6788. Contact Sweden. Control on 131.13.
Over to Sweden Control 131.13 for Postman 6788. Sweden Control Postman 6788's climbing through flight level 210 for flight level 340. How's that, Hawks Girl? Did you get your song request in?
Postman 6788. Sweden Control identified.
Hello.
Good afternoon.
No. All right, guys, we're up.
10,000 altimeter 29.902. Descending to 10,000 altimeter 29.902, Virgin 185.
I'm gonna need to get some food on this flight. Wonder what they have for in-flight food. I got what it gave me and not bad. Nice. All right. That was a little bit of a hassle there trying to get out of there with the I'm not really, I got to look into why it wasn't allowing us to take that departure runway. I don't know if it was the winds or the weight. 100% sure on all that, but it definitely, that caused us quite a delay getting out of there, but we good. We're out now. Somebody's been calling the heck out of me. Got a phone call for weather. That's odd. Fox Girl, did you get a phone call? I got a phone call from Murfreesboro about weather. Like the watch. Welcome in, everybody. You must be fancy. Oh, oh, you fancy, huh? I guess I am. People have called me fancy before. I've been known to be called fancy. All right, yeah. Stuff in or on our way back to the UK. No personal phone call for me, Vance McGee. Exactly. You should be happy that you're married to such a man. Welcome in all. Welcome in. We are making our way back from Stockholm, Sweden, back to England with a load of 84,000 pounds of cargo. 84.2. Well, 84,200 pounds of cargo, which actually might be the problem. That might have been why we were. Our max takeoff weight was 375.8. And we were at 315.1. Oh, I am. Oh, I'm sure you are. I'm sure you are. I guess I'm going to have chicken again. That's all I have. I could make a pizza, but... Yummy62, thanks for the follow over on the green site. Very few people pop in on the green site. Thank you very much for popping in. And multi-streaming over there.
Sweden Control, please confirm 19er left.
Welcome in, Jummy. How are you? Do you fly yourself? That's probably only my 6th follower over there, and I've been streaming on and off over there, but just got you some pizza. Nice, Busty. I have a cauliflower crust pizza. I try to go a little bit on the healthier side of pizza when I do it now, but I'm really starting to have the hankering for a Chicago style pizza here shortly, and not quite there where it's like I'm at max max needing it, but it's getting there. Maybe we'll do that this weekend when my wife's in town. I'll indulge. Even came up in stream events. Darned. Did this in all right, 28,600. We're heading up to 34,000 as our cruising altitude. Our airtime is just under 2 hours. Captain Steve-O, we were just talking about you, man. Edward in chat was just down in Florida fishing this past weekend. Or past week, I should say. Never tried the cauliflower pizza? It's not bad, man. It really isn't. I mean, I'd rather have the regular pizza crust, but you know, for a healthy option, it's not terrible. It tends to burn or not brown up and be a little bit more flimsy than a regular crust, but it's not terrible. I don't mind it. It definitely gives me it curves my crave for a absolute crazy, needing a Chicago style deep dish, 1,500 calories a sliced pizza. You know, it curbs that craving. You're an electronic tech on an aerostat crew now. What in the hell is that, Cap? What's aerostat? Is that's like a medevac crew? But Edward, that's who I was talking about, Captain Steve-O. We just he must have heard me. He must have had a little bit of a hankering knowing that that I was speaking of him. But he used to, well, or still does. He runs fishing stuff out of the Keys for a while. But I don't know if he, a tethered blimp. Okay, that's cool. Nice. A little odd for a Christmas song right now, but boy, drop kick. Oh, Hawksgirl put a Ethiopian dish in the foods chat.
Cirrus 555 Sierra Mike, traffic alert 2 o'clock, 4 miles opposite direction. Traffic in sight, Cirrus 555 Sierra Mike.
Contact Cirrus approach on 124.35 to Lego 327, thanks.
Pontiac's on his way to Melbourne from Hobart. Heading back to work. Oh, Busty sent me a couple of videos. Ed, he was talking, or I'm sorry, Cap, he was much better pay. I could see that. He said he was down fishing in Panama. I believe he said Panama. Yeah, Panama City Beach Bay, in the area, down that way. Then he took the fish down to out to a restaurant, and they cooked it. Engine anti-ice on. I think we're good on the anti-ice now for a bit. Shut that off. Nice. Still over Sweden right now. Actually, we're in Norway right now. Oh, really, Hawksgirl? That's funny. Edward, that my wife was just saying that he thinks that's where our son went fishing last week. He thinks he was same area. Saw a 6'3" sophomore in high school. That was him. Yeah, that's interesting. All right, let's see what Busty, he sent a couple of videos. These are it's an hour long. This is going to be right here. All right, Busty, you still here? So this is very early arriving. Building kids different these days. Yeah, I know, right? So, all right, so guys are up. They got smoke coming from the roof. That's probably the bulkhead door that the guys went up and popped. Brother and his wife lives in the Harbor Cove in PCB. Take their boat out to fish. They have some shipwrecks recorded and catch some good set. Oh, cool. Nice. Cap, Hawksgirl, Captain Stevo says hello over on the red side. So these guys are, I'm guessing, finding a smoke condition somewhere in this building. They're stretching a 2.5. No, that's a regular 1.75 inch. So that's an apartment. That's an apartment hose line that we use. This slow line on the ground, the bigger one, is for supplying from the hydrant to the engine. We wouldn't bring this into the building. But if one of these stores were on fire down here, we would be bringing a little bit bigger line because it can flow more water. But I'm gonna say.
Contact Polaris. Control on 124.775.
Yeah, they have fire, or they have smoke pushing from right here. So there's smoke in this lobby right now. If it was me, I'd be opening up these, like they gotta check the basement here, and I'd be opening this store right now. Because if they got smoke in these on that first floor and they can't find visible fire, this video gets crazy. Okay. I'm telling you right now, this is a high probability that there's fire in this store. So what they're saying right now on the radio that you guys can't hear is that we haven't found any fire, but we have smoke. They're stretching lines. Yeah, here. Okay, so we're gonna open up. They're gonna get into this is the basement entrance. Again, this is the same guy. Yes, FDMY response videos. I want to give him credit. I'm not ripping his stuff. I'm not trying to make money off of his stuff. I'm just, this is what we're doing. This is what we're doing. Yeah, so they have heavy smoke in this building all the way up because they're getting smoke out of the roof bulkhead up here, which is the stairway that terminates on the roof. I'm correct? Am I? Yeah, I mean, these guys are probably, the first and second two trucks are probably inside and they're pulling walls and ceilings right now in this area. He's cutting the locks to roll up these gates. And I would very highly, you know, having a smoke condition and no fire that you can't find, that's what I would think. And to be honest, if you were to look at this with a thermal imaging camera, not that they didn't, I'm just saying that if you looked at this with a thermal imaging camera, you'd see that the gate was hot and the fire was, if the fire is in there, that you'd see that. Fire is on. You guys can't hear that audio, right? Because that's what's going to flag it. If these guys are all good companies. This is in Harlem. This fire, I believe their firehouse is right there. I am almost positive that this company's firehouse is right there, like literally across the street from their firehouse. I'm guessing if they don't open this store up pretty quick, we're gonna start seeing some
6788. Contact Sweden Control on 124.855.
Hawaiian 104, climb and maintain flight level 410.
Over to Sweden Control 124.855 for Postman 6788.
3.
Sweden Control, Postman 6788 is maintaining flight level 340. So they're going to roll, I guess they're going to cut the whole gate.
Postman 6788.
No, they're going to get the gate up.
Good
All right.
afternoon.
Is good? Good. Oh, look at this. We got smoke coming from the roll down. So we're going to, yeah, this store's on fire. The restaurant. This is the one where the glass gets broken with them. Oh, okay. Yeah, no, that's going to happen for sure. Especially in a situation like this where you have something going on below you, and these guys are working up there, and they're finding fire in the walls, undoubtedly. But these guys need a... This is going to be a pain in the ass, I can tell already. This is probably an the building is about 115 years old. Probably more than that. It's going to have 3 or 4 ceilings up there. They need to get this gate open as well. There's a lot that needs to happen right now in a very short amount of time. And this thing's about ready to take off. That's the chief right there telling them, cut this gate. Yes, Busty. He's the chief in charge. So now they just said on the radio we have fire on the first and the second floor. This fire's probably in the ceiling. It's already extended into the second floor. They've opened up probably the walls, and they're the chief just basically said to the dispatcher, we're using everybody on this scene right now, and give me an extra engine and truck, which is, another more people to help out. This is probably the 4th due engine showing up. Maybe the squad or rescue. Way this is starting to crank. They don't have water on this fire yet. Obviously, this is the first line going in right now, but there's starting to become some heat back here, and it's starting to kind of look like a tornado coming out. There's heat pushing this pretty good. This is squad, I believe. Yeah. No, that might be rescue 1. So what you have here, all this smoke is also... Oh, that's Andy Magenheim. I know him. He's actually a chief now, I think. But I believe that, all the smoke that's pushing out of this door right here is also going up into these up into the building, and making it very, very punishing to need to operate in there. So you're gonna start seeing what I'm assuming Busty was referring to is they're gonna start popping all this glass out, and because they need to vent the building.
Sweden Control, good morning. Easy 1123 with you at flight level 250.
Easy 1123, Sweden Control identified. Good morning.
Just curious. Do you see much when you go into something like that, or is it terrible? Well, you're getting to a point in this fire where, on this floor, you're not going to see anything. It's going to be to your face. You're not going to be able to see anything. These guys are going to put on their face piece, and they're going to go in there, and they're going to see nothing. And everything is by feel, and by feel, you're having to pull the ceilings by feel. You have to poke the ceiling, pull it down, and you're basically having to ride the joists as you're pulling the ceilings down, and you're finding fire. So they got fire in the ceiling here at the front door, from the looks of it, and this line is deep into the store. So these guys could be in a bad way. If they have fire behind them, this could get bad.
Postman 6788, Sweden Control. Contact Copenhagen Control on 135.565.
Over to Copenhagen Control 135.565 for Postman 6788. Copenhagen Control, Postman 6788 is level at flight level 340. Yeah, and then you're starting to get up here, which is why they're taking out those windows. This is not good. So it's starting to become up here. You could kind of see stuff because you could see the light on in there. You can kind of see some stuff, but it's getting to the point where it's starting to bank down, what we call banking down, and you're not going to be able to see anything if you keep those windows in play. This is, if nobody's communicating this, and I don't know if they are or are not, I don't know. But if they don't know that there's fire back here at this door with this line going in and this gate still closed, they're just now opening this gate, this could be a problem. It could be. The chief has likely just told them to stretch a second line to this store. But there's a lot going on also because you have fire extending up the walls and extending to 2, 3, 4, and 5. So there's a lot of stuff going on right now. That's not fire, though. I don't think that's fire. I think that's a decoration in there. Maybe it is. Oh. They got some water on the fire because the smoke slowed down a little bit, but it's starting to, like, they don't have the main body of fire knocked down because it's not white, it's not stopping, it's still crappy looking smoke.
American 467, maintain 250 knots. Maintaining 250 knots, American 467.
So he's going to cut this, and this is going to bind up his saw bad. Because when they go back to it, as you cut that gate is going to start folding on him, and it's going to pinch his saw, and he's going to have a heck of a time trying to cut this last thing because this gate's going to keep falling down on his saw and binding up his saw. We'll see what happens, but I always used to leave a little piece up there, yeah, like that. It's going to fall down and bind up his saw, and I would always leave a little piece there so the gate would stay intact, and then that would be my last cut, to come up here and cut that little piece. But again, I'm not critiquing these guys. These guys all know what, for the most part, know what they're doing over here, and you know, they're very good places to work. I've worked a lot of fires with a lot of these guys. And the boss that's running this operation, this guy right here, is a really, really good dude. I worked with him when he was a fireman. Yep, so they'll pull this side. This part of the gate will fall down. Then they should pull this side. That part of the gate will fall down. They drop their Halligan, that tool that they have right in here. They can bang that piece out, and it would... Lexan glass, you find that in Harlem and the Bronx, Brooklyn, all the high, these are high crime areas. So instead of having glass, it's plexiglass and it's laminated glass like you find in a windshield, but thicker. So it's a real pain in the butt to take out. But now he's saying, the boss inside here is saying the fire is coming, and it's potentially coming from Domino's and across the ceiling from this way, because they have the ceilings opened up and they're getting fire from, moving from, on this video, from left to right. So they don't have this place opened up just yet. Now they're working on that. What's up, Atlanta? How's it going? Welcome in. They're making headway in here right now, but but they still have fire in this. And if you guys think of like Chinese restaurants and stuff that you've been to, like Asian restaurants, they have high combustible, flammable stuff all over the ceilings, on the walls. They're very highly decorated and they're like cultural stuff, and that could cause a problem. There's likely no sprinklers in these buildings at all. How's it going, Atlanta? How are you? Welcome in.
Delta 1562, expedite descent to flight level 240, traffic ahead.
Expedite descent to flight level 240, Delta 1562.
So we're just hanging out, guys. We have a 2-hour flight here. So what I've started doing is taking some, this is what I used to do, and this is what I consider myself in the know, and that's kind of what, just kind of going through some fire videos and things like that. And if anybody has any questions on firefighting tactics and why we do what we do and different things like that, or why firemen do what, all the various things in the video, feel free to ask. I'm good. Thanks for asking. Somebody was able to get this gate up without having to cut it, which is great because it's huge. The bigger the gate, the bigger pain in the butt it is. See what they do to get into here, but they might gap this door and cut there's a bolt that's between those two doors. Now they got it. Sometimes those can be a pain in the butt. See that bolt right there? Sometimes it doesn't bend so easy. Been streaming for 5 hours already. Crap. Based on what I see here, I think the main body of fire is in here and not in here based on the smoke. I mean, they may have fire in here, but I don't think that's where it started. It would be worse in here than usually. Yeah, Busty, like right now, these guys, obviously we could see them, so they could see a good amount until they get into like back rooms and things like that. I mean, the visibility, once you get the place vented, You know, that's why we vent well, you know, amply, is once we vent, we can actually see what the hell we're doing, and we don't have to do it by feel. Yeah, they came out, so there's no fire in here, just smoke. This is one of the fires that you like have to think about. Like, this is, I liked these, I enjoyed these because you had to think about where the fire was, where it was coming from, where it was going, and it was almost like a game of hide and seek to try to figure it out and figure out where it is. You know.
6788 Copenhagen Control, contact Copenhagen info on 124.0.
Southwest 887, maintain Mach 78.
Over to Copenhagen info 124.0 for Postman 6788.
Alitalia 449, Copenhagen Control, good afternoon.
Copenhagen info Postman 6788, level at flight level 340. SAS, what do you mean, Atlanta?
Copenhagen info identified. Good afternoon.
I'm not sure what you mean, Atlanta. Guys, if you're over on the vertical stream and you want to join us on the horizontal so you can see everything going on, the link is in the top of the pinned chat. So they're still finding fire in the back of the stores, according to the radio transmissions. They're finding fire still as they're pulling ceilings. They have that 10 ceiling that I was talking about before, pain in the butt. Scandinavian Airlines. No, I'm sorry. DHL. I fly European air cargo. I fly out of the Leipzig on a pilot's life right now. I just started a pilot's life probably 2 weeks ago. So, but yeah, that we're flying. Sorry, I didn't catch that SAS. Thought you were talking about the British Special Forces. I was like, what? What do you fly, Atlanta? Don't say chubby. You know, this gives a false sense of security right now because there's hardly any smoke coming out, and there's more stuff going on in there. Keeps bored, I guess. Still got pretty good smoke pushing out of the roof. It's well vented because it's coming up the stairs and going vertically, which is what you want. But this smoke right here pushing from these eaves and cornices. It's not giving me the warm and fuzzy. So things are going well. So this line is ready to go. They don't have a spot to go yet, but they're ready to go. This pushing right here indicates fire between the first floor and the second floor, and it's not only is it extending up, but it's also looking for another place to go.
Turning left to 190 Southwest 142.
You fly Boeings, Airbuses, and McDonnell Douglases and Cessnas. Nice, nice, Lance. You fly on FS economy, or what do you? We have an FS economy series that we've been doing, and then I just started a pilot's life last week, but I have yet to learn a Boeing. This is kind of like my transition aircraft to kind of like understanding Boeings. I just learned Airbus probably 5-6 months ago, maybe 6-7 months ago. I just learned how to fly airliners. I fly the Kodiak a lot. Yeah. Enjoying the all of it really as much as I can, but I do want to learn Boeing shortly. They're just opening up this gate to get a little bit more so they can open up these windows, probably for egress and access purposes. I do love my Kodiak. Do enjoy my Kodiak. Yeah, so Busty, in this case, this is exposure 2 and it's attached. These are two separate. No, I don't think it is. Actually, exposure 2 would be 2 side. This is actually the store. Since the store is on fire, this is exposure 2. But all of these, like that's the 4 side over there. The 3 is in the rear, and then that's the 2 side would be that street. So they just now transmitted a second alarm to bring 4 more engines and 3 more trucks to the scene, because everybody working here has been working here for at least 30 minutes, and they're really not making much progress, and everybody is shot. This is a very hard-working job, but nice, nice. Atlanta. Like everybody on this scene, even the engine guys are moving hose lines in and out. The truck guys are all inside. There's 3 trucks, a rescue, and a squad in there. So you got, 25 guys in there pulling walls, pulling ceilings. They're all in masks. They're all sucking their bottles dry. And we're getting to the point now. Now we're getting heavy smoke out of the cornices. Not good at all. And Embraers, nice. Embraers, that's one of my favorite. Store fire of this nature in your career, what was the most common issue to cause a fire? Many times, like late in my career, it was lithium-ion batteries, because they would charge their lithium-ion batteries for their delivery scooters in these stores, and then they would either overrun or basically overcharge, and then you would have a runaway, you'd have a battery explosion and fire. A lot of times, because these buildings are 150 years old, this one's probably 120, 125. The electrical, and then sometimes, we got a lot of arson too. But you guys have time limits on fire. You always hear them from time to time saying total time of the fire. If we get into a situation where no one's making any headway at all, like at a well-involved store fire, and then that's why you hear the dispatcher telling the chief, you're 20 minutes into the incident, you're 40 minutes into the incident, you're 1 hour into your incident. When you hear that on the radio, that's to cue the chief that, we're not really making much headway here, and I got to start thinking about a different tactic or getting these guys out of there, because you know once the building components start to be attacked by fire, you do have a clock, and unfortunately we don't know the clock. But you know, because depending on the age of the building, this building, I went to a fire where 2 guys were killed, and 18 of us were trapped because the building had burned before in the 1960s. Well, nobody on the scene was at the first fire to even know that building was on fire in the 1960s. And then when they replaced the floor beam that had burned away in the 60s, they replaced it with 2x4s instead of what a load-bearing beam should be. And the whole floor collapsed and literally trapped 18 of us in the building. 2 died, but we didn't know any of that stuff until after the fire. So it gets, there is a clock, yes, to answer your question. If we have a time limit, we do. But it is all arbitrary based on experience levels of the chief, experience levels of the crew, the guys working, the bosses that are transmitting, and giving information back to the chiefs. But on a fire like this, where nothing's really, all of the building components are being attacked right now by fire because the fire is not breaking out anywhere. So it's, you really have to be careful with this type of fire because the fire is running somewhere. We just can't find it yet. So. But when you start getting smoke from cornices like that, you probably had heavy fire. So this is another engine probably from the second alarm stretching another line. But we're getting to a point here where there's probably fire in many of the walls, and a whole. See, this is second floor from the front. This is the rear. The rear of the. Yeah, this is the second floor, an apartment. This is the rear of the store. Or the Chinese restaurant, I should say. Have I heard about UPS Flight 6? No, I have not, Alanta. What is that? My end game is actually to be a UPS on a pilot's life is to fly either UPS or FedEx back in the States. But Sergeant Backstein, what's going on, man? Welcome in. I actually saw your name in Discord the other day, and I was going to reach out and see how you were doing, but.
Sierra Mike, traffic alert, 1-2 o'clock, 4 miles opposite direction. Traffic in sight, Cirrus 555 Sierra.
We're in the cruise phase of the flight here. We got a little bit of time, so we're taking a look at some various fire videos. This is not going well. They got a heck of a push here coming out of the second floor. Smoke's got a little bit of pressure behind it, heat. So there's fire on this floor for sure. The smoke now coming out of the fire is now that has been burning in the void spaces for all this time is now starting to make its way out, and they're starting to find it. I can almost guarantee you. It's pushing from the top floor now. Free truck. How you been, Sarge? You been good? I'm gonna fast forward it here a little bit. we're starting to see we got some heavy smoke pushing now. There's definitely fire in the ceiling right here at the front. What happened in LA? I don't even see what I've been streaming. 747 had caught fire after takeoff from Dubai and crashed due to lithium-ion batteries combusting and causing the flames. When was that, Atlanta? Was that today? Yeah, the lithium-ion batteries are no joke. Like, that's why they don't allow them on flights. Like, they're not supposed to be on flights. This is getting ready to take off. There's a heavy fire condition in the ceiling. Good. There's heavy fire in the front of this building right now. In the ceiling. I can almost, like right behind this sign. If they were to pull the ceiling right inside that door, they would find a very heavy body of fire probably in that ceiling. And the problem is if you don't find that soon, it's going to collapse on you because it's burning away all the ceiling supports. And when you have 30 guys in a store like that, oh, September of 2010. Oh, I didn't. Okay. I'll have to look up on that, Atlanta. I know lithium-ion batteries they're a problem. They're a huge problem. Especially the cheap ones that power scooters and things like that are knockoffs. This is getting ready to see the tornado thing I was talking about the last fire. That twisting smoke. Oh, there we go. So now we have guys inside there. There are guys operating underneath this and inside there. And again, that's been burning for 44 minutes that this video has been going on. That's not including editing times. So this whole ceiling drops on them, and that's a big problem. You have guys, these are just, the guys right here are going to be okay because they're going to come out. But there's guys underneath that and potentially guys behind it. Then you have that Lexan glass that I was telling you about that you really can't take out that easily.
Pacer 29011. Contact Bremen radar on 124.075.
Thankfully, the hose line was right here.
Radar on 124.075. Thank you, bye.
Switching Bremen radar 124.075. Pacer 29011.
The fire's been found. And this is one of the reasons why both pilots did not survive. Okay. Yeah, I'll have to look at that. I did not know of that incident. So these guys are operating. I don't know if anybody's still trapped in this mess, but they're looking for guys just in case. But yeah, it is very tight. And then when you have 30 guys that are in there and the fire's been burning for 45 minutes, you know, it's weakening the building. And that does not surprise me that happened, to be honest, Busty.
Postman 6788. Copenhagen info. Contact Scottish Control on 133.2.
Over to Scottish Control 133.2 for Postman 6788. Scottish Control Postman 6788 is maintaining flight level 340. Yeah, so they're I don't know if they have anybody trapped in here.
Scottish control identified.
There might be somebody stuck under or behind this, but I'm not 100% sure on that. But they're basically pulling everybody out of the building to regroup and figure out what the hell's going on here. But miraculously, again, after that went down and the ceiling came down, that's where all the fire was. And then it looks like they put it out. And obviously had fire extending, but they were able to get a hold of that. But they were able to find it because that ceiling dropped. But that's not a great, that's a tough spot to be in for sure. Saturday morning. Yeah, it's a lot of opening up. These guys are still opening up. It's daylight now, and they're still opening up. They got fire coming up the walls. You can see the embers.
Frontier 887, report altitude passing.
All right. I'm exhausted.
Flight level 260.
I didn't even do anything at that fire, and I'm exhausted. That's one of the reasons I think European countries are off their rocker trying to get electric vehicles on the road as main transportation. The tech is not ready. I would agree with you, Sarge. It's certainly, it is definitely the tech is just not there yet. And it's not so much cars, but it's like it's your weed eater. It's the batteries that I see exploding are scooters, like chainsaw batteries, weed eater batteries that you charge in your garage, and then you run to the store. Then they overrun, they blow up. I mean, those are the things that I see blowing up. And again, it's not what I've heard. I mean, I've seen these things blow up. Great On Fire live segment. Thanks, Busty. I appreciate it. Thanks for the suggestion, man. I don't know that I've seen that video in its entirety, and it's certainly that's a scary one. I hated store fires. Hated them because stuff like that happened a lot. When we got killed in store fires. It happened a lot. And it'll happen again, unfortunately. Where's everybody flying today? On Fire Live. Awesome. Like it. I like it. Again, Toomey Brasco, Art. Oh boy. Art Jamka, and those guys followed over on the purple site. Miller has followed over on subscribed over on the red site, and Jummy on the green site. I appreciate you guys, all of you guys. Thanks for coming in. Thanks for hanging out. We had a couple of 2-hour flights today. I think we actually have another 2-hour flight after this one. Not 100% sure on that. I don't think it's quite as long as these, but I do want to get my this plane back to Frankfurt so I can complete my a pilot's life schedule. This would be the first one that I've completed. So I need to fly 5 hours this week starting today. I do need to fly 5 hours this week to fulfill my contract in a pilot's life. So that's I did just sign a contract that I get a bonus if I fly more than, I think it's 5 hours. But is my flight started? Oh, yeah, okay. I'm like, what in the hell? That was going to irritate me. Oh, yeah, so we're in the middle of the North Sea, and we're heading down. We'll be hitting our descent here shortly. We've only been in the air an hour, so not bad. Cheap knockoffs are dangerous. Yes, they are. And that's what we find a lot, Sarge, is that the people won't, like, you buy a Milwaukee chainsaw, battery-operated chainsaw, which I would never do anyway, but a battery-operated weed eater, and when your battery dies, you're not going to go out and buy a Milwaukee battery for $50. You're going to get on Amazon, and you're going to get one, a knockoff for $14. And those are the batteries that blow up. And, it's not typically the Milwaukee name brand batteries that blow up. But those cheap knockoffs are the ones that cause the issues. And they have scooter batteries like that, those electric scooter batteries, the electric batteries for your kids, all your kids' stuff. Lithium ion batteries have been around for a long, long time, and they've been relatively stable. but when you start doing high voltage, high amperage, or high voltage pools with them, that's where some of these problems come in. Foxgrove, I'm getting another call from Murfreesboro. Everything all right down there?
Alaskan 413, expect runway 09er for landing. Expecting runway 09er, Alaskan 413.
Default 361, descend flight level 100.
We are getting...
Flight level 100, devel 361.
We're going to be coming in on the LibC-1 arrival. Looks like we got to be down to 29,000 by Libso. And then we kind of fly in. We actually got to... I don't know. They're probably not going to let us do... This approach looks crazy as hell. Look at this. This is nuts. So we're coming in from here, out over the North Sea, and in, around, down, and then over here, down, we can hold. We fly a hold here, and then we enter the... It's crazy. I don't think we're going to be doing all this, but... Pretty nuts. Saw they were implementing lithium-ion batteries to replace old Jennies on RVs. Yeah, that'd be... It's rough. I mean, that could be a... Depends on the tech. It depends on the tech that they're using. I don't know that I would... Craziest thing that ever happened to me was a flight from K-Burr to JFK that diverted to LAX due to landing gear malfunction. Really? That happened on your flight? We had a running joke a couple of years ago about a certain Ford SUV and a cell phone made to prone... That's funny, Jack. September 05, gotcha. That's Burbank, right? Burbank to JFK? Diverted to LAX due to a landing gear malfunction. It must not have came up on takeoff if you went from Burbank to LAX. That must have been a wide body, too, going that far. Welcome in, everybody. Just got done watching a few fire videos in the cruise here. Just kind of taking a look at them. A couple people have had questions. Great questions, actually.
788 Scottish Control. Expect the Libs 1 Echo arrival. Descent coming up in about 20 minutes. Say the word if you want to descend sooner.
All right, Libs 1 arrival. Descent in about 20 for Postman 6788. We need Rex. He probably knows about putting the batteries in RVs. He probably does. We do need Rex. Where is the guy? He might be on vacation now. He's got to be getting close. I think he did say April. Maybe it's the end of April. See if anybody's coming into EGNX with us. IRL flight, JetBlue Burbank to New York. Aircraft was an A-320. Okay, gotcha. Yeah, I could see that's... A-320 malfunctions, they really that common. They really hear about that much. Was there a malfunction, or was it just an electronic issue, like a... September 05, huh?
Mooney 10 Bravo, Mike cleared to climb 10,000, resume on navigation. Climbing to 10,000, resuming on navigation. Mooney
Landed with the nose gear
Bravo,
down
Mike.
and tilt 90. Gotcha.
Easy 72 Alpha Bravo, Scottish Control, roger.
Oh, God. Guys, I'm going to go get another cup of coffee, my last one, and I will be right back. What's up, Ibanez? What's going on, man? Welcome in. How's Sun and Fun going? We're doing our, I'm trying to wrap up our first A Pilot's Life, schedule. So we're getting ready to fly. We're landing back in East Midlands, UK. And then we're going to fly on to Frankfurt, and that should wrap up our last flight of the schedule. So you were on that flight, Alantha? Interesting. So that had to be a little hairy. That was a pretty crazy stream last night, Ibanez. Pretty crazy. I do remember seeing that on the news. Now that you mention it.
Piper 456 Alpha Bravo cleared into the Bravo airspace. Maintain 6500. Cleared into Bravo, maintaining 6500. Piper 456 Alpha Bravo.
As a 6-year-old, wow. Okay. That's a heck of a way to be a kid flying around. That's for sure. I could imagine that was pretty scary. You guys probably got out of the plane on the runway too, right? Sorry, guys. I needed to grab some almonds. People don't know about the terrible conditions at the mines of the lithium. Yeah, no, you're not wrong about that at all, Sarge. Yeah, 100% working in, basically a loincloth while they're digging out lithium out of a trench. You are not wrong. But it's for the good of the world, right? There are also huge excavations that are just not really environmentally friendly either. Amelia Araya, if you're here, welcome to the Wolf Pack. I just saw your Discord. Welcome to the Discord. Ibanez, were you working today, or were you actually hitting Sun and Fun today? All right, I know you guys said you were going Sunday, but are you going? Did you go today as well? Got on another flight by American and there's a trooper. There you go. Nice. All right, that's England, guys. We're getting there. Like I said, I would like to do one more flight and close out this schedule. Again, sorry for chomping on your... I had a long stream day planned today, so it doesn't bother me that we're basically doing 2 or 3 2-hour flights, and I don't think the next flight is going to be as long as these last 2. I don't think, but it's going to be my first time into Frankfurt as well, so I think that's a handcrafted airport that's stock for 2024, I believe. Maybe I'm wrong on that. I don't keep up on the sceneries as well as I should. Actually, I'm going to start the flights that we do during the flights that we do. I'm going to start looking up the sceneries like I did today, and I'll be able to hopefully fly into these airports with sceneries instead of just default airport. All right, we should be coming up to our top of descent here shortly, less than 40 miles. All right, we are in cruise. Weather and landing information right now, it's winds 040 at 8, 5 degrees. QNH is 1025. What we have set on our backup altimeter. Perfect. Go down here and make sure we are set up for our arrival. (506 feet). All set there. Sergeant Backstein says, I've been to a mine in Africa, seen it yourself. By the way, wife didn't change her mind about the excavator, is still a no-go. No, she won't give me an excavator. I had to cut down a tree without one, Sergeant Backstein. Absolutely deplorable conditions. I had to cut down this tree. I had no hydraulic help. And, yeah, had to do all that by my own self. And, you know, it was pretty dicey. I made it work. I actually have to put a couple of pictures up in Discord about what we did this weekend. We had a great week. Decade later, stuck in the middle seat of an A380 economy for 10 hours. Oh my God. Yeah, that's crazy. Atlanta, I just did a long haul. Going on here. I just did a long haul in the sim. I did a long haul A380 from LAX to Sydney. It was 15 hours. And I've done a long haul. The other long haul I did was the A380 Dallas Fort Worth to Heathrow. And I might set another one up to do it tonight. I've never flown in an A380 in real life. I've been in a 350. I've been in a 777. I've been in 767s. Been in a ton of 320s, 175s, 220, A220s, a lot of 737s. I've been many flights, but 506. 506 is our localizer when we land.
6788, contact London Control on 127.105.
Over to London Control 127.105 for Postman 6788. London Control Postman 6788 is maintaining flight level 340. We should be descending here very shortly.
6788, London Control, identified. Good afternoon.
November 9537, Foxtrot, climb and maintain 11000.
Climbing to 11000, November 9537, Foxtrot.
London Control, we are Postman 6788. We are ready for our descent.
Dragon 263, London Control identified. Good afternoon.
Golf Alpha Charlie 1 with you at flight level 1570.
Say again your request.
London Control, Postman 6788. We are ready for descent.
Postman 6788, cleared Libs 1, Echo arrival into East Midlands.
All right, cleared Libs 1 arrival into East Midlands for Postman 6788. All right, let's see if this thing's going to do what it does. There we go. We're supposed to be down at 290 right here. Welcome in, everybody. We're not supposed to be in climb. Be in auto. Max 250 below 10,000. Good. We'll make 29,000. For what's 8,000 is our. So, at goals, get out here. Libso, 29,000. MCTVOR. We need to be at 20,000 there. Let's, I'm going to go ahead and bump this up to 20. We got a little ways before we got to... Just trying to read the charts, guys. And then when we make our turn, our hard left turn, descending down to... That, actually, I had to go find that on the chart itself.
Postman 6788, descend, flight level 080.
Oh, now he's sending us to 080. All right, descend 080, Postman 6788. So I was trying to go by the chart because I got cleared for the arrival, and I had to go through here. Normally the charts show the altitudes you need to be at each one. 20,000 is right there. That's where we had to be, but we just got cleared, and I was looking for this right here. It said Libso, and then the MCTVOR, which is over here at 20,000 feet. But he just cleared us down to 8 by Rokup. Rokup is all the way down here. So I am assuming we're going to get vectored into this ILS approach quicker than what this flight plan looks like, which is good. Be descending. Come on. We are descending. Not very fast. Because it's expecting us to go this entire flight plan here. It's expecting us to do this, and I think they're going to vector us over to here. We're going to probably be too high. Consider flying from Los Angeles to Tokyo via Honolulu using American Airlines and El Nippon. 14 hours and 5 minutes. Wow. Okay. Yeah. You do that in real life, Atlanta? Welcome in, everybody. Guys, if you're on the vertical stream, there's a link in the pinned chat up top that if you want to come over to the horizontal stream and see the whole screen, feel free. If not, you can stay there too and chat. It's fine. I can interact with both. Welcome in, everybody, on all of the streams. Gotcha, Atlanta. Seems like a lot of flying. You do that for work? I'm gonna go flight level change here. I'm gonna get down a little faster. I have a feeling they're gonna be vectoring us around. I do not want to be at 20,000 feet when they decide that that we need to be on our approach path. We're in icing range here, so I kick the anti-icing on. $60 miles. Airport's back here. Coming in on runway 9. Perf. Credit, lap settings, populate weather. So we got to cross one at 6.
Delta 401, clear direct to Delta Alpha November VOR. Clear direct to Delta Alpha November VOR, Delta 401.
Portugal 559er, London control identified. Good afternoon.
Flaps 3040. Manual. Come over here and plug in our info here. Digi driver. Thanks for the raid over on the purple side, man. I appreciate you. How are you? What were you flying? Were you flying? Thanks for the raid. I love that raid. I love that raid sound. I think we're gonna go medium. 737-6. Nice, Digi. Nice. Where'd you go? Where'd you fly? We're coming in runway 9. We're getting ready to land at East Midlands in East Midlands, UK. We just came from Stockholm. We're on our way. Flew Pacific Western from Toronto to Sault Ste. Marie, CYYZ to CYAM. Nice, nice. Yeah, I'm in the A320. I'm sorry, not the A320. The A300 DHL livery and a pilot's life. So we are coming in and coming into East Midlands. This plane is a blast to fly. I love it. For those of you who haven't been here, my name's Nate. Been streaming for quite some time. Only about a year and a half on Twitch now. But yo ho ho, pilot's life. That's it. But yeah, about a year on Twitch. I've been on the other site for about 6 years, and then I just started on the green site as well. So I don't want to start saying the names because then they start suppressing me and such, and I don't want to mess with that. So auto low, huh? It's gonna push us. Yeah, that's not bad. We can do that. So runway 9 is what we're coming in. I love flying this plane. I think I like it more than the 320, to be honest with you. The Phoenix A320, and I love that plane too. But I'm enjoying the heck out of this plane. How's everybody doing? Who else is out there flying? All right, top of descent, we're good. We got all that squared away. We're still in our anti-icing range. You build your own PC and you haven't reapplied thermal paste to your CPU in a while, like more than a year, like I just did it today. You saw a difference. I did thermal paste in my streaming rig a while back. My gaming rig I have not, but I definitely do need to do that. You're not wrong, and I did notice a big difference in my streaming rig when I was using that as my only rig. Huge difference. A little windy. I think runway 9, think all this up. I think we're good. 154 is the approach, though, huh? Wow. East Midlands cargo hype. That's it. Yep. DHL. It's my DHL. I've been to East Midlands twice. I've landed there twice, and we'll see what goes down. But I had a pretty good landing in Stockholm. Now that you guys are showed up, it's probably going to be an absolutely terrible landing. That's the way Nate Wolf streams go. So.
Postman 6788, contact East Midlands radar on 126.18.
Over to East Midlands radar 126.18 for Postman 6788. East Midlands radar, Postman 6788's descending through 15,000 for 8,000 on the LibC-1 arrival.
Postman 6788, expect the ILS runway 9 are approaching to East Midlands.
Expect the ILS runway 9er approach into East Midlands. Postman 6788. Someone has to check the gear and suspension. Exactly. Not failing the cargo airline, you're creating jobs with every hard landing. It's just true. This is true. I like your thinking.
Postman 6788, expect the ILS runway 9 are approaching to East Midlands.
You said that already. Not answering you anymore. 14,000. I'm putting this on taxi this time for a pilot's life. I think that's what's dinging me. I'm putting it on takeoff, and I think it's supposed to be on taxi when you're landing for a pilot's life. I don't think that that's what it's supposed to be for normal, but all right, we're gonna slow ourselves down to 250. Getting close to 10,000. Our airport is over here by about 30 miles. What is that, 30 miles? Airport is that? Manchester. Manchester. What else you been flying? You've been flying in 24 or 20? I've been I kind of left 20 behind. I know I can't fly. I don't fly a ton of aircraft anyway, but I moved on to 2024 and I'm having a ball. Tried 2024 a little bit recently. Gotcha. Okay. I just now that I have GSX Pro, I can do airline ops in 24. Yeah, nice. Been mostly in. Okay, gotcha. I don't fault anybody that stays in 20 because I get it. But I've just been, my 2024 has always, even since from pretty much day 2, has run better than 2020 ever did for me on my rig. So I kind of made the switch and I never really went back. All right, we're at 10,000 here. We're close to it anyway.
UPS 1302, heavy descend to 5,000, expect RNAV approach runway 21.
UNH is 1025.
Expecting RNAV 21, UPS 1302, heavy.
Maintain flight level 220, Postman 210.
I go ahead and kick on.
Lima Victor with information. Tango, QNH 1012.
5 Lima Victor, good evening.
All right. 10,000 feet. Be all prepped up here. Was watching a YouTube video about guys restoring a Spitfire MX. Oh, nice, man. That's awesome, Sarge. That's awesome. I had a guy across the from my parents that he was actually doing a I think it was a Spitfire when I was a kid, and he actually restored it to fly it, and he did it and completed it probably right about the time I hit adult. But I mean, pretty much our whole childhood, he had this plane in a warehouse across the railroad tracks from my parents. Really cool. We used to go over there and he'd show us different stuff with it, and really neat. Need to get unlazy and do more airport development. Yeah, did you? What ones you're working on lately? I think your performance problems were squarely due to poor thermal paste on your CPU. That's very positive. People don't think about that, but it's 100% a thing. When I was having problems with my CPU and streaming before I went to a two rig system, that was absolutely part of the issue. All right, we're supposed to be at 250. We're at 250. We are going to be at 8,000 in a second. Let's see what he says. SayIntentions is saying, I mean, we're getting pretty darn close to our ILS. M25, Mayfield, Graves County. Nice. Yeah. I fly into a lot of the M airports in the FS Economy series. Well, let me know when you're done. When you're done with it, I think we've had this conversation where we fly into Fulton County, we fly into McKinnon, all Kentucky, Tennessee, like those little airports out by Lake Barkley and Lake Barkley State Park, 1M9, 1M7, M93. We own FBOs at those in the FS Economy. All right, max 250. We're going to be at 8,000 feet at Trent. We're going to be 220 is our next speed restriction at Rokup. Kind of a funky approach here. Like it's definitely
6788 heavy. Proceed direct CF09. Descend altitude 2000. UNH 1022 until established on the localizer. Cleared for the ILS runway 9 approach.
All right, cleared direct to CF09, descend to 2000, QNH 1022 until established on the localizer. Cleared for the ILS runway 9 approach into East Midlands. Postman 6788. All right.
Postman 463. Contact East Midlands Tower on 124.005.
So we just got cleared there. I'm gonna go ahead and slow down to 220 so this doesn't get out of hand. We're going to go down to our green dot speed. I'm going to go ahead and pause the music over on the site that can listen to it. We're heading right to CF09. 2,000 feet is our descent. Pretty much our... Yeah, we got to get down. We're going to be too high. We got 20 miles. We're all right. We're all right. All right, let's go down to green dot speed here. Throw out some air brakes. Would love GA. Would love to check it out when it's done. Absolutely. Yeah, Busty's a big GA pilot. Working on his PPL IRL as well. Go to ILS. All right, we're gonna make this. We're just fine. Put the boards back in. I'm gonna go slats. Over speeding. Localizer's armed. Help you, I can. Busty. Alright, VOR ILS is on. Need to slow down. A little windy. Just uploaded a copy of M25 to Discord. All right, did you? He just finished rewatching the Star Wars series. Check MSFS add-ons. All right, I'll give it a look.
United 1244 cleared the
Busty, you see that?
Cleared for the visual 27, United 1244.
Tomjet 28 Kilo, East Midlands radar, roger. Lester QNH 1013.
All right, we're about 15 miles out. When we make this turn, we're only going to be about 6 miles out. So when we... Whoa!
Tomjet 28 Kilo, QNH 101.
What you doing, guy? That looks like me. I didn't even see him on the TCAS. All right, pop those flaps too. Be catching this localizer in a second and the glide slope. Final approach mode by armed land. I did. Miles. As soon as we make this turn, on the turn, I'm going to go ahead and drop the gear.
6788, contact East Midlands Tower on 124.005.
Over to East Midlands Tower 124005 for Postman 6788. East Midlands Tower, Postman 6788 are on the localizer 9 ILS.
Postman 6788. Heavy, East Midlands Tower, winds 040 at 9er. Runway 9er, clear to land.
Cleared to land, runway 09, Postman 6788. All right, we're on the localizer. Gear's coming down. Back in the cockpit, Nate. Yeah, I definitely have to check it out, Digi. I haven't been in the Kodiak in a while and doing GA, but I'm getting the itch here and there, so. All right, let's get speed brakes armed, our gears out. Let's go ahead and make that low. That's set. But our landing lights are all good. We can shut our engine anti-ice off. Good. Glide slope here in a second. It's armed. Good. A little windy. Yeah, we got a 25 knot wind. Oh, we're getting bounced around. Awesome, Digi. Thanks for looking at it, or thanks for letting us look at it, man. Appreciate that.
Mooney 824 Foxtrot Delta, clear to land runway 32, caution wake turbulence.
This,
Clear to land runway 32, Mooney 824 Foxtrot Delta.
on a wind, I think I'm going to autopilot fly it down a little bit. We don't really have a ton of wiggle room on this runway. Yo! Who dat? Bernice 1 over on the green side. Welcome in. Thank you for the follow. I'm doing good, man. We're just getting ready to land in East Midlands, UK. We flew from East Midlands, UK we flew from London, Luton, over to Stockholm, Sweden. We just came back from Stockholm and we're landing here in hopefully we're landing. That's what my goal here is. I am actually way too fast. So yeah, we're landing here at East Midlands, and yeah, we are going A2. Not fully configured because I'm yapping my trap. Could be bad. I apologize in advance. We're way low. Oh boy. They gave us 168. I don't think that's right. We were way long. At 60, stow the reversers.
Postman 6788, welcome to East Midlands. Contact ground on 121.905.
Stream's going good. Stream is going good. We're 5 or 6 hours into it. What are we? 6 hours into it? All right, come on. Auto brake off. Let's go. Get off the runway. Over to ground, 121.905. Postman 6788. I went long on the runway because I was not paying attention to my speed landing, so I should have been down at like 140, and I think I touched down at like 160. It was pretty bad. But I believe our cargo apron, I'm going to get off the runway here, and we got to run all of our things. I'm pretty sure our cargo apron is much right. All right. From Chicago originally, outside of Chicago, and I live in Tennessee as well. How about yourself? Yeah, that was not a great landing. I don't know if we bounced. I'm gonna take a look at it and see, but that was not my my finest landing. Hopefully, our landing in Frankfurt is better than that. Yeah, cargo is pretty much right in front of us. Let me put in our ground frequency 121.905. And call them in a second. Go ahead and stow our and get our flaps squared away, and we can shut off our landing lights. Wing light can shut off. Runway turn off lights we don't need. It's the daytime currently. Taxi light state of taxi. Strobe light can come off. APU can come on. Start. My real name's Nate, Bernice. My real name is Nate. Doozy, what are you up? Doozy, did you make it in? Better than Doozy's float to the stars the other night. Oh boy. I missed that one. I think I was busy. Alright. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Alright. Landing brake. Auto brake is off. Landing. Where? That checklist is done. Strobe lights are off. Landing lights. Weather radar can come off. And I think I can contact ground and tell them what. Oh, that's our hot brake. How about you, Bernice? Where are you from? How long have I been streaming? 6 years. 6 years. Thank you for the follow, by the way. And you're from New York City? I worked in New York City. I worked in New York City for 20 years. Just retired in September of 2023. All right, our transponder can go back to... Where are you from in New York City? And our APU is good. Don't need the bleed on. The APU set. Cut off engine number 1. And let me figure out what spot we need to park at. DHL over there? Do I see DHL? See Ryanair parked over there. So let me pull up the. Oh, what did? What we'll do? Second. See where our DHL is. Maps. We are going to do one more flight, guys, I think. Cargo, Swissport, UPS. We're just going to pick one of these. Swissport's got a cargo build. So we are going to, all right. East Midlands ground. Postman 6788 requesting taxi to DHL cargo. Let's see what. Spot 78.
6788, taxi to DHL freight via Whiskey Alpha Bravo. Have a good day.
All right, over to DHL freight via Whiskey Alpha Bravo. Hey as well, thank you very much. Near Central Park, nice, very nice. I worked in the Bronx for 20 years. All right, head over to cargo area. We're gonna go with spot 77, I think. You fly flight sims, Bernice? Whoa, that guy's a little low. A little low.
Embraer 225 Echo Mike, taxi to holding point Delta 4 via taxiway hotel in Lima. Taxiing to holding point Delta 4 via hotel in Lima, Embraer 225 Echo Mike.
It's a fun little airport to fly in and out of.
Golf Oscar, Papa, on departure, maintain VFR at or below 1500 feet. Departure on 134.18. Squawk.
Very good, very good.
On departure, maintain.
No worries on that.
Or below 1500 feet. Squawk 3773. Golf Oscar.
I'm gonna pull in.
Grand Walker 2691 is with you with information of Fox
All these say too small, but I think we're going to go with 83, I guess. It's going to be right over here. Park right over there. Follow this green line in, and we'll get unloaded and get loaded back up for Frankfurt. Time is it? 7 o'clock? I think we're good. So you can be Frankfurt. Had to watch Ryan Hall. No, no worries. How's everything going down there? Any issues? This guy's all the way out in the grass. Gal. Sorry. It's a gal. I'm back, yo. Bernice, you already asked me that. I said 6 years. 6 years I've been streaming. Only about 2 or 3 months on and off on the site you're on. About a year and a half on the other site, the purple site, and then on the red site I've been streaming for about 6 years, just over 6. Okay, coming. I'm coming. What are you? Oh. We're here. Take a look at that flight in a little bit, in a few minutes. Let's go ground equipment, put our GPU on, chocks in, open up all our doors. Get deboarding going so we don't forget it. Go ahead and put the stairs up. And our engines are off. We're still in Kansas. Time for dinner. Take care. Thank you for the raid, Digi. I really appreciate it. Thanks for bringing your community over. Oh, look, she's she's doing the. She's happy with my park job. Doing the what is that? What's that thing called? I forget. What's that dance? She likes the park job. Well, I like that she likes the park job.
Airbus 450 Alpha Bravo, taxi to gate Bravo 7 via taxiway Delta. Hold short of taxiway X.
I like how she Gangnam Style. That's it. That's it. What kind of food did you post? Lusty, she had Ethiopian. She ended up having Ethiopian. All right, strobe lights off, our beacon light can come off, and our taxi light can come off. APU can come off. Lead is off. Oh, no. I forgot to kick on our... All right, everything was good for that flight. Did I stream on a daily basis or specific time schedule? When I was working full time, I did not have I was not able to do a schedule. I am trying to get into a more of a stream schedule now, where Mondays and Tuesdays are my long stream days. Every other weekend when I don't have my daughter, if I'm not in Tennessee, I try to stream long days on the weekends. And then my short days are Wednesdays and Thursdays. It's typically how it shakes out for me. That's typically how it goes. It's not always like that because things get busy, but that's how it is. All right, let's take a look here. I'm going to look on. First, we'll actually hang on. First thing, we're parked at 890 gate 83 over here. Let's see if SayIntentions has us on the spotlight. I don't know. Are we in? We might have been bumped out already. Yeah, I think we got bumped out already. If we were in there at all. They eat without utensils, so each bite is wrapped in a piece of torn off injera. Really? I didn't know that, Hawksbill. I did not know that. Alright, so nothing there. Let's go ahead and unload our flight here. Our landing was a 168 they gave us on a 2-hour flight. 168 they gave us. Pick was beets, beef tips, and potatoes. That sounds. I'm really hungry. My wife left me. I don't get stream food. All right. Let's go ahead and take a look in Volanta and see how we did there. Are they unloading, first of all, before we do this? Are they doing their thing? They are doing their thing. Good. Nice. Wow, they got a mess going on there. I do have a Discord, Bernice. And you are welcome to join us. I will say if there's any spam whatsoever, though, you will be banned and reported. But I don't expect that there will be. But what else was I? Let's get rid of that. And Volanta review. And we're going to be way long because, yeah, we're way, well, wow. We actually touched down in the zone. I can't even believe that. And we got a 169. How do we know if we bounced? Yeah, you can join the Discord. Feel free. Landing, distance, fuel burn. Landing speed was 122. Really? We were slower than I thought. That actually is not a bad landing at all. It was just a little longer than what I wanted, but Bernice, I can't do that right now. Like that's not something I can do while I'm streaming. Having your first meal of the day. Nice, Atlanta. Whereabouts are you, Atlanta? Yeah, I gotta say, I'm not upset about that. I don't think we bounced. Oh, this is really not. I'm trying to slide in here and 3D mode. Doesn't look like we bounced. I'm actually happier with that. Happier than I thought with that landing. West Coast, gotcha. Gotcha. All right, we had one other thing here. We are doing. Let's take a look at our flight report. Taxi light off again? I don't understand that. I had the taxi light on the taxi light was on from the time I left the runway. I've had 99 percentages on all of these. No bounces. Airspeed was 140. Yeah, I got a sneaky. I'm gonna guess. Oh, now this one says I was a little long. Yeah, wind direction 49, wind speed of 25. Wow. But all in all, I'm not upset about that. All right, let's submit it. Let's get our last one going. So our schedule so far, and this is the last flight in our schedule that's been generated, and this is what I wanted to do, was this last, I wanted to get this schedule done. So we went from here over to here, so this one should be much quicker than the last two. But our schedule, this is the last flight on our schedule. It's only it's half the flight distance actually, so we're good on that. The logbook, as we've flown, this was all one schedule. This was all one schedule, so we actually did pretty good. Getting good XP. Actually, pretty impressed with this APL so far, and yeah, things are going well. So let's go ahead and go to our last flight, and then before we go on to our next, before we end the stream, we'll generate the schedule or select a schedule for our next one. Bernice, you're skating on a fan because I believe you're spamming. I think you're a bot, and we're getting right there. Let me guess, graphic artist? I've never had somebody so eager to, for the Discord that's all over the place that you can join it. I mean, there's links on all of my channels to where you can actually jump into it. I don't understand why. No passenger. Scheduled.
Sierra, follow the Cessna, then hold short of taxiway Lima. Following the Cessna, holding short of taxiway Lima, Gulfstream 671, Golf Sierra.
Yeah, only an hour of flight time here.
Runway 275 Bravo and Alpha, postman 801.
All right, we're good here. This guy's really low. I think we might have to reset the. May have to reset the flight injector. All right, fire that up. And we'll hide that. There's a king error back there? No, it's not a... Yeah, maybe it is. All right. Open forward door. Let's open back door. Let's go ahead and get into flight. Import from SimBrief. We're heading over to Frankfurt, Germany. Ground equipment is all set. Weight and balance. Update from SimBrief. We're taking 79,800 pounds of cargo over to Frankfurt from. How many times does this? Not even kidding. I have 323 songs for 21 hours, and this song is already played 3 times today. Not that I hate it. I definitely, it's a good song. It's just interesting. What is Ryan Hall saying, Hawks Girl? Anything crazy going on? I swear I did not play it. All right, we're fueling the aircraft. We're getting everything good to go there. Let's for our takeoff. We're going to be leaving. Hawks Girl's using witchcraft there. You know her well, Busty. You know her well. Nothing could be more closer to the truth, to be honest. You talking to him off stream, Hawks Girl? All right, 09 is what we're taking off on. Guys drive crazy. They're driving through the air conditioning on. Anti-ice can be off. Force toga can be off. Go ahead and calculate that. That's set up. Nothing so far, just rain and wind under a watch. Gotcha, gotcha. All right, let's get our APU back on. We are going to get our flight plan in.
Clearance on request. Stand by.
Airport not in the database? Your mom and Amy got a warning for us? Really? Got a warning like they have a warning, or that they got a warning that we got a warning?
Departure, then as filed, departure runway 27. Initial climb 4,000, departure on 134.18, squawk 454.
All right, we're out on runway 9.
40 Tango.
Like the call you got for tenant. That's funny. Like, what the hell? I could imagine so. I'm confused, and I live there, but I don't even see. This is the second time that I've had where this departure is not in. What other departures do we? It's only 2. All right, we're gonna take it out. None of the. It's funny, like that departure is not in there at all. We're just gonna go runway 9 with no get vectored out. I think that happened the last time too. All right, we're coming in on 7 right. Whoa. Seven right ILS. We're coming IMCO1D. Nobody would ever get these all up. All right. Get this over to plan. We're definitely going to have a discon. Okay. Interesting arrival. But I think we got it.
Hawker 511 Hotel Alpha taxi to runway 19 via taxiways Golf and Hotel.
Our APU is available. We can go ahead and disconnect ground power. Get these situated again. We can get our beacon light on. We're almost ready to go.
Foxtrot Sierra 69er. Progressive taxi approved. Taxi to East General Aviation apron at your discretion. Good day.
Takeoff perf in 47, I think is what it was. And 150 is our V2. Check. We have 50. Pull it. Good. What's going on, everybody? Welcome in. Ready to get loaded here and get pushed back out of. Like everybody's loaded us up. Oh, did they? Oh. E-boarding completed. Need a GSX profile here. There. Takeoff performance is done. Plenty of runway there for takeoff. APU bleed on. Hope everybody's had a good Saturday. For fuel, it's 37.4. We should be getting more fuel on board here. Do I not have the right? I bet I don't have it right. I'm not looking at the right damn thing. This. Here we are. Now we're good. 25.161. That's what we're looking for. We're taking 79.8, 79,800 pounds of cargo over. Our takeoff synced. Fuel complete in a second. Calculate. 1.7, we're all good there. CG is 32.0. We got to do that. 25.2 is our and zero fuel weight. Two 56.16.
Holding short of taxiway Foxtrot, awaiting clearance to cross runway 22, Embraer 225 Echo Mike.
Our zero fuel weight CG is 32.04.
Initial climb 4,000, departure 134.18, squawk 3764. Thank you, Envoy 9.
That should be all good now. and 7 right ILS. Alrighty. Knit page is done. Takeoff page, good. Let's approach page. We can do this when we get up in the air. That's fine. Flight plan is good. Very flight plan. Copy. Get our wind. Set. Good plan. Takeoff info here. This is 0.20, 0.2. Our ground frequency in. Speed set. Righty. This is back to nav. EH should be at -5. It is. Altitude select. Call and get our ground and tower is all we have here. 121905. East Midlands ground. Postman. Requesting IFR clearance over to Frankfurt. I don't even know what number we are. 6717. 6717. Gotta remember that.
Postman 6717. Information Papa is current. Cleared to Frankfurt. After departure, fly radar vectors to DER 09er. Then as filed. Departure runway 09er. Initial climb to 4,000 feet. Departure on 126.18 squawk 5622.
Alright, we have information Papa. Cleared to Frankfurt after departure, fly radar vectors to 09, then as filed, departure on runway 09. Initial climb to 4,000 feet, departure 12618 and squawking 5622 for Postman 6717.
Postman 6717, read back correct.
5622 in the box. Departure. We still need ground. Tower is that. Tower is 124005. That's good. We are taking off from the same runway that we landed on. We're at spot 83. Nice. I think we're good on that. How are we doing on our loading? Anyone? We're getting there. Getting there. Good, 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 good. Be out of here in no time. Alright, we got our speed set. Our runway heading is that. Altimeter 024. All right, that's set. Let's get our Approach course dialed in here, 11095. Whoa. Quick. 066 is our approach course. Our radio minimums are, while we're here, is 101. Go ahead and call it flaps 3040. All right. As soon as we get loaded up, guys, we're out of here. Last flight of the night. APU is available. We can dismiss the ground power unit. Like they're done over there. These guys are almost done. Welcome in all. Getting ready to leave East Midlands, UK, and fly over to Germany. Last flight of the night. Huge thanks to everybody who came in and has followed and subscribed and all the things on the different platforms. Appreciate it. Thanks again to DigiDriver for the raid. That should wrap this loading process up. I think we're actually ready to go. Get those guys out of there. All right, speed and Mach is all set. Autopilot's mode, a nav and profile. Altimeter's local, clocks all good. That's good. Landing elevation, not set that. Runway is 327 feet. Pretty damn close right there. Closer to 350. Then our flex is going to be 63. That's set. My nose is itchy. All right. Bleed air is on. APU is on. Bleed is on. Overhead panel. All of our switches are good. Passenger signs are set. Fuel pumps are all good. Fuel quantity is good. Parking brakes is on. Ground power is removed, and the doors will be shut here in a second. Are we done? Are we done? We are. Lock it up. Yo-ho! Blue Car 6. Thank you for the follow. Appreciate you. Welcome in. Alright, shocks can be removed. Not yet. Shocks need to stay until we close all the doors. We can call GSX and tell them that we are ready for departure. Go ahead and arm all of our doors. You guys should be getting into position for the push.
Hello, Captain. We are ready for pushback.
So am I. East Midlands ground, Postman 6717 is push and start.
Postman 6717, push and start approved. Face northwest.
Push and start approved, face northwest for Postman 6717. Thank you. All right. So we're going to be going tail right, nose left. Blue car, we are on North American East. I'm almost always on North American. Welcome in. Thanks for the first time chat. Hope you're well. We're flying over to Frankfurt. So, good up here. Let's go ahead and get this thing over to A. Be able to start our engine right away. We're going tail right. Doing good. A very stuffy nose. I'm good, man. I'm doing good. We're 7 hours into a flight here. We're doing an hour-long flight here. Yeah, that's terrible, Blue Car. Sorry to hear that. Oh. Didn't take the chocks away.
I'll have your clearance in just a second. Ryanair 1 Delta Zulu. Read back correct.
I didn't have the chocks released.
Ryanair, request push and start, please.
All right. Go with engine 2. Some allergy meds? Right, where you from, Blue Car? We've been having nasty allergies down in Tennessee. Where are we going, guy? I said, yeah, I guess, and you're doing what I said, but that's kind of a wacky push right there. Whatever. It'll work. Orlando. Gotcha. Great city. Max motor. Go ahead and start engine 2. Guess they're pushing us right back here to this line. Brake is set. We're going to be taxiing out via Victor Alpha. Oops, sorry, we're going. Runway 9 is the opposite. Alpha down to Golf. We got a taxi down to the other end of the runway. Odd. Welcome in, Blue Car. Well, I'm originally from outside of Chicago. I worked in New York for 20 years, and now I split time between Chicago and Tennessee, with the end game being Tennessee. Right now, when you see me streaming, I'm almost all, well, I'm usually in Chicago if I'm streaming. My gaming rig is the Chicagoland area. Two is motor here. You told me to start the engines already. Pontiac 9-1, how's it going? Did you land? Did you make it? Welcome in. How's the Sunday? Got one more flight. We're flying to Frankfurt. I'm finishing up my last scheduled... Why am I not getting... getting any thrust here. That's because I'm on crank and not.
Cherokee 315 X-ray Papa taxi to holding point Charlie 2 via taxiway.
Let's try this. This should get us a little bit more thrust.
Holding point Charlie 2 via Echo and Charlie Cherokee 315 X-ray Papa.
On the train, going well. Nice, nice. Good to hear.
East Midlands ground, Ryanair 51 Uniform Foxtrot, information Juliet, type 7700, request Alpha, clear.
I was wondering why we weren't getting anywhere with the
1 second while I grab the paperwork.
with the engines here. All right, so let's get this set up. Let's get this set up. Get our flaps down to flaps 2. There we go. Now we can go engine 1. Son-in-law is doing fine. Couldn't believe he sent you the. Oh, that was that. Yeah, that was the flight. Glad to hear. Glad to hear. Was wheel the taxi. Let's not forget that. Lights, wing lights. Probes can go to auto. APU, the bleed can, switch can come off. Yeah, he that was a nice shot. He did a great job. All right, we are ready to taxi. East Midlands ground. Postman 6717, we are pushed back from spot 83 and requesting taxi for departure. Sitting in the left seat of the A-320 at the Melbourne airport. Oh, that's nice.
Postman 6717, taxi to runway 9er via Victor, Alpha Hay Hotel.
I taxi to runway 9er on Victor, Alpha, and Hotel. For Postman 6717. Why am I not? Oh, okay. Got it. Not the end. Alright, let's go. APU's off. All set there. Did I miss something there? Pontiac, he's sitting in the seat up there? Oh. Oh, nice. I missed those in general. I thought those were I saw your I don't know where I saw the other ones, but yeah, that's cool. Random question, but do you have multiplayer view on or am I glitchy? I have multiplayer. All my multiplayer stuff should be on. Where you at? Okay, yeah, I'll have to take a look at it. When we get in the air, I'll take a look. Blue car, I've had a couple of issues where my multiplayer is not working. I tried to reset it at the beginning of the stream here. I'm not really sure what's going on with it, but every once in a while, like, people who do log in and say they're near me, they say they can see me, but I can't see them. So, but I don't know. You were taxiing in front of me. Okay. Yeah, I've had issues. Is this you here? Up front? Yeah, I mean, I like it. If people are going to come logging in and fly along, I like to be able to see them, though. That's annoying as hell to me. But, yeah. Thanks for flying along, man. Appreciate it. Is that you up there? What are you flying? And my... Actually, my, my my tags, like my tags for people. I have it set up on a switch on my HOTAS, and for some reason it's not working either. Nice. Love it. Love it. Nice, Blue Car. Thanks for that blurb. Just posted another shot, this one from your daughter, stirring the old man. That's awesome. So did they come back with you, Pontiac? They came back to Melbourne with you? Son-in-law took full advantage of being the last one off the plane. That's awesome. Did a shot, bald head. I didn't know they were on the same. So they, what did they just come down to hang out with you? Ah, Blue Car, welcome. We try to have fun here. A little bit of fun, silly, but also somewhat serious, but somewhat silly. It usually just ends up being absolutely ridiculous. We have a whole bunch of crazy blurps. All right. Yeah, I'm just curious. Blue Car, is this you out here? And what is that? An ATR? I'm not 100% sure. Is that you or is that an AI? They did. We're down for the eldest daughter's engagement party. I didn't know they were on the same flight back. Oh, I got you. I got you. All right, taxiing down. This next one is Mike. We're down to hotel, and then we're out. Not really behaving like AI. See you later, bye. I hope that's you, Blue Car. I hope it's working, because I don't know what the heck, like, why my multiplayer is not working. I have no idea why.
38 Golf, read back correct. Delta 3 Golf, set for push off stand 3-1. Alright, with Bravo, clear to Tower, Villa, Daventry, 4 Papa departure, then a final departure runway 09, initial climb 4000, departure 126, white, squawking 6241.
All right, here's our departure right here. Our intersection is where we're going to be taking off from. Telling me to switch to tower in a second. I'll do it my own self. Run our final checklist, and we're out of here.
Postman, 6717. Contact tower on 124.005. Take care.
Over to tower 124.005. Have a good night. Thank you. All right. And then our departure frequency is going to be 12618. We'll plug that in right now. That's ready. Let's go ahead and turn on our weather radar. Good to go. Our flaps are good. Our slats are good. Auto brake is set. On our landing lights. I'm going to leave this on taxi right now. I don't know where I'm getting dinged on it, but... And then we can go to TARA. See how we did here. Start, we did all that. After start, we did all that. Strobe lights go to on. I'm that. We're all good. Runway turn-off lights are on. Nose lights, landing lights, wing lights. Auto brake, max, ignition. Flight controls, we've had issues with that before. After 3 flights, let's go ahead and double check that. Very nice. Good. Need any repeats of that silliness? Weather terrain is on. Terrain on MD, ND. Takeoff config test. Cabin crew brake fan come off. Max, play ice. We're all good to go. East Midlands Tower, Postman 6717. We're holding short runway 09. We're ready for takeoff. Comfortable.
Postman 6717, heavy. East Midlands Tower, runway 09er, wind 050 at 9er. Clear for takeoff.
Clear for takeoff, runway 09 for Postman 717.
Beechcraft 9001 Bravo taxi to runway 24 via taxiway Alpha.
All right, guys, last flight. 7 hours of streaming right now. We're probably not going to get out of here before we have about 8.5 hours of streaming. We got at least an hour in the air here, I think. And I'm going to be happy to get this schedule that I wanted, this first schedule in a pilot's life. I wanted to get it done. So, and I also think that we are already, I believe that we are already done with our, or very, very close to it. Our contract is contractually, I had to fly 5 hours this week, and I think I blew it away today. So we'll see what happens. If not, we're going to be right there.
559er taxi departing at your discretion. Good day.
Taxi departing. Good day, Transasia 559.
Feeds alive. Definitely can't see you. All right. Yeah, that sucks, man. I don't like that. 100 knots. Rotate. Still rotate. Positive rate gear up. Yeah. Hear you. Auto throttle. Profile climb.
Postman 6717. Contact departure on 126.18.
Over to departure 126.18 for Postman 6717. Departure Postman 6717 is climbing through 2,300 for 4,000.
Postman 6717, heavy. East Midlands radar identified. Climb flight level 200.
Climb flight level 200 for Postman 717.
6717, contact London Control on 127.105.
127.105 for postman 6717. 27105. Is that Busty? That's got to be Busty. London Control, postman 6717 is climbing through 5,800 for flight level 200.
Postman 6717, London Control identified. Good afternoon, Nottingham QNH 1021.
Sorry guys, got a little busy there. My bad.
567, cross 15 miles west of waypoint at flight level 250. Crossing 15 miles west of flight level 250 Delta.
I will send you. Oh, Blue Car, help you I can. Jeez. Love that one. All right, let's get rid of our runway turn-off lights. Can come off. Put off our taxi light. We left that on taxi for a little while. Close that down. Our flaps are up. Our gear is up. Terrain can come off the ND. Let's shut off our landing light. We good. Not me this time.
6717, London Control, climb flight level 230.
Up to flight level 230 for postman 6717. Yeah, I really got to figure out what's going on because like I said, with the, Blue Car comes in, he wants to fly, wants to fly with me. I want people to fly with me, and then when you can't see them, it's very frustrating. Like I wish that would work. Welcome in, everybody. Welcome in. See a few people popped in on all the sites. We just took off. We are leaving East Midlands. Where are we? Hello? We just left East Midlands in the UK. We are heading to Frankfurt, Germany, and this is our last, the last flight of the day. This is our third and last flight of the day. We are finishing up our first full schedule on a pilot's life. And we're going to generate another schedule before we leave. Alexius, what's going on? Welcome in. We are going to generate another schedule and see what we're going to fly tomorrow. These 2-hour flights may be a little much for the stream. I might do the short hops like I was doing for the first couple of flights, so we'll see what happens. But welcome in, Alexius. Thanks for popping in. Hope all is well. It is quite windy in the UK currently. Are out of the arrival now, so we are flying basically back down. We're going to be going right over the top of London and then out over the channel and over, basically over Brussels. Yeah, right over Belgium and over into Germany with a really funky approach into Germany. We'll see how that shakes out. But transition altitude, we're good on that. We can go ahead and switch that. Softball for life, welcome back. Popping back in. Still going. I did not start our Volanta flight, darn it. Let me see if this is going to actually work or not. Plan a flight, add a flight plan. I don't know if this is going to work. I did not put it in already. Hopefully it does.
Delta 256, airport descend and maintain 6,000.
Yeah, it's probably going to pick it up there.
To 6,000 Delta 256.
Darn it. It's all right. Did not have any tornadoes. That's good. That's good softball. Yeah. My wife is actually under a tornado watch in Tennessee right now, but so far things are doing okay. It's just been rain and wind. Glad things worked out on your end. Guys, if you guys are just joining us, welcome in. Just doing our third flight today. We did two 2-hour flights, and this one's just a little bit over an hour. And we are head back over to Frankfurt, Germany. And I actually am curious to see if when we do this schedule, if it's going to continue us on from Frankfurt. But we'll figure that out when we get there. Had two decent landings. Not two, one of them could have been better. I was not paying attention. I was yapping with chat, but still under a tornado watch. Yeah, I think everybody's down there is gonna be under a tornado watch for the whole week. I think it's just the atmosphere is so volatile. Yeah, I remember you, Alexius. You came in not too long ago. I was gone for a week, but it hasn't been that long. But yeah, I remember you. I haven't been gone that long. If you ask me like your first, last name, your address, and all that stuff, I mean, a lot of people come through the three or four different streams that I run. So, but I try to remember and acknowledge everybody that comes in. But welcome in, welcome back. The more you show up, the more I get to know you, and the more I know about you. So, but and remember, but I appreciate everybody who comes in. Fair play. Very busy with work. I hear you. Yeah, I took last week off, or this past week off on spring break. I just got back yesterday at about 3 o'clock. I took my daughter down to see my wife and her two boys, or our two boys, down there, and down in Tennessee for the week. Down there, and I was away from my flight sim rig and streaming rig, and we were doing hikes. I cut down a tree. I had to build some chicken waterers, or a chicken waterer. Built a fence for the chicken coop. I went on a hike downtown Nashville. We were all over the map, but it was all good stuff. How was your week shaping up? Said you're busy with work. What do you do? I asked. I don't think I asked you. Yo, did somebody subscribe today? Did I miss that? Like, subscribe with a tier 1 or a... Pretty sure I gained a sub, but I don't know where. I apologize for that, guys. If somebody did subscribe, my bad. I don't see it in my activity feed. I just saw the number went from 31 to... Yeah, it went up. Oh, you're the RAF pilot. That's right. You were in Cyprus. Yes. I got you. Yes. We had an extensive conversation. See, it does come back eventually.
JetBlue 945, contact approach on 125.35. Good day. Contacting approach 125.35. Good day, JetBlue 945.
What have you guys been up to over there, if you don't mind me asking? Or if you can talk about it. You guys been just running routine stuff, or? All right, Pontiac, enjoy. Get some rest, man. Thanks for popping in. I appreciate you. Thanks for letting us know how Sunday is. I always get a nice heads up on my Aussie friends, my Aussie best friend over there that tells me about the future as it comes. Yeah, no, I remember now. My apologies. A lot of things. We actually had a whole conversation about East Midlands, I think. Lots of training and new ops. Nice. Serves you right. You need to know what the hell you're doing. Guys, I cannot. Somebody did subscribe today, and I cannot. And I didn't get that alert. I apologize. I don't see it anywhere. But apologize in advance. I screwed that up. Nothing major going on. That's good. That's a good thing. What time is it over there? It's got to be like, is it like 4 in the morning, 5 in the morning? I guess it's 8 o'clock here. It's probably regular morning time. I cannot believe I did not start for long. That annoys me. Oh, you're in the UK now. Okay, got it. Didn't you say you were in Cyprus before? Did we ever get clear? We didn't get cleared to go anywhere else. Are we? This is our cruising altitude? It is. Oh, that's terrible. We've been based at Cyprus a couple of times, but I'm always mostly in the UK. Okay, I got you. I miss. Yeah, I guess I miss a lot going on. Here it is. Just had my last sip of coffee at 8 o'clock at night. I'll be up all night now. I always do that. Always do that. Gotta say, guys, this has been quite the enjoyable stream. We went from London, Luton, flew up to Stockholm, Sweden, did a nice landing in Stockholm, cool airport, taxied over to the DHL. Nice. Love that one. You're probably hauling while I'm stuck in good old Comanche with 165 HP, barely hitting 600 on a climb. I applaud you.
Alaska 993 cleared through Bravo airspace. Clear through Bravo, Alaska 993.
That is one of my favorite blurps on here. So applicable to so many things.
November 317 Bravo Kilo has Denham in sight now and request a change to Denham frequency now. 130.730. Good day. Denham radio November 1 correction November 713 Bravo Kilos just coming up overhead Bovington and requesting join VFR from the north.
All right. I cannot believe we have a flight level 23. This flight. Oh well. Guess it'll be an easy descent. Here we are on SayIntentions, guys. Right here, 352 miles to go, 47 minutes of flight time. Traveling 401 knots. Over here to Germany. We are currently over London proper right now. There's London. city's huge. Yeah, right, Busty. Like I said last stream, I would, you know, pretty much that's a bucket list item for me is doing a fly along with something like that, and doing like formation fly, like not that I want to fly, just a ride along would be absolutely awesome. But I also get that you don't get those often or at all. Be the one time that I drop my fireman card, like, you know, to a Blue Angels pilot or something, be like, yo, how about a ride? I know they have done it before for like news anchors and things. That would be sick. I really, really wish yeah, wild. But I knew why they kept playing the same song over and over, or same couple songs over and over again instead of running through the whole 21-hour playlist that I have. Very odd. Leroy Jenkins. Love that. Would be nice, right? I think it would be like a perfect like team building thing. That'd be great. Sit in the back, hang out. Definitely going to hit 8 hours. Easy on this one. Help you, I can. Yes. Congratulations. Truly proud of the people that can push aviation to those limits. Absolutely, Busty. Absolutely. Busty, you ever thought about going into like the military for aviation? Oh, your back is probably qualifies you now, right? We're landing 7 right. I've never flown into Frankfurt yet. Plenty of runway on that one. I actually don't even need to. When I come in on an MCOM, I don't even need to descend to get into the arrival. I'm so low right now. I need to be between 21 and 24,000 feet. And that's where I'm at right now. I don't even need to descend to get there. I'm actually shocked that they gave me that that altitude for cruise. But then we descend down between 11 and 13 and 11, at 11. kind of do a zigzag in. So listen to your instructor, taking everything like a sponge. Experience comes with flying hours. Anything specific you want. Nice. Good advice for pretty much any job, honestly. Thought about it, 60 hours in already, you have to go in the military and not touch a plane for 4 years before you can get into flight training again. Yeah, I could see that. Yep. I could see that. So tomorrow, I believe we're going to be back. I think we're going to be doing the more of this, more A300 flights. I hope we get more flights down by like Italy and maybe even Greece, maybe even. That's right. Bandwidth too low. They better not. They better not kill this flight. They better not. I'm going to lose my mind. Leroy Jenkins. Alexius, you should join the Discord and throw some photos up. You guys would go nuts for that. There is a Egypt to what? Flight is that? On SimBitWorlds. Huh. Oh, I know. Yeah, I know. It's a great sound. It's amazing. I remember it more from not from World of Warcraft, and I remember it from the PJs, the show that the Air Force PJs did, and that was their alert tone when they had a rescue run come in Afghanistan, and they would run to the Blackhawks and head out and do their missions. That was their mission tone. It was great. It was in their talk. But the whole Leroy Jenkins skit, that whole video is gaming gold. Like, that's unbelievable. Oh, that's smart of you, Busty. Nice work. Good to recognize that. See what the hell some of the weather coming into Tennessee. Pull it up and watch it live. Hang an arm and a leg, don't, yeah, exactly, right, Busty? I hear you. Here's my guy. Brookville, Crossville, Murfreesboro. Still the watch there, but add an earthquake in west to the bingo card. There was an earthquake down there now? This is all, what in the hell? How bad?
Postman 6717. Contact London Control on 134.905.
Over to London Control 134.905 for Postman 6717. London Control, Postman 6717's maintaining flight level 230.
Postman 6717, London Control, identified. Good evening.
Papua New Guinea. Little. Latest earthquakes from the U.S. Geological Survey. A great site, by the way. See it? Indonesia. What time? Was it long ago? Alaska, Fiji. Oh, here we go. Got one in, outside of Texas. Ridgely, Tennessee. Usually this thing's pretty accurate on... I don't know. Not sure at the moment, but actually contemplating just going the military route. Very expensive privately. Yeah. Yeah. These are watches here. These are warnings. So probably are some storm chasers up that way. Yeah, the military route definitely, you know, kicks the...
Postman 6717, London Control, contact Brussels Control on 125.0.
Over to Brussels Control 125.0 for Postman 6717. Brussels Control, Postman 6717 is maintaining flight level 230.
Postman 6717, Brussels Control, identified. Good evening.
Good evening. Yeah, the constant tornado threat over the last couple of days has definitely been absolutely sick down there. Like, it's just nuts. Very stressful. I don't like it. Now you're extended to 3 a.m. watch? Yeah. Alexius, you guys do any, do you guys do a lot of cross-training with the U.S. guys?
November 321, Charlie Zulu descend and maintain 9,000.
Descending to 9,000 November.
One of the trips that I want to do with the wife is I would love to go over to the Mach Loop and hang out over there one day.
Control, Qatari 16 through flight level 320 for 350.
Qatari 16, Brussels Control, identified.
Yeah, we're already going feet dry over, getting ready to go feet dry over Brussels right now. Blues Brothers, great movie. Great movie. We're on a mission from God. You're getting kicked around a lot. Only a 16-knot headwind. Really feels like we got a lot of new training with U.S., French, Turkish, Saudi, and many. Gotcha. Very good, very good. I figured, yeah, NATO country. Nothing better than a smell of a decaying plane from the 70s and avgas in the air. Yeah, that's always great, right? Little 1970s trainer that's ready to fall apart at any moment. Recently had Cobra Warrior, which is a training operation with French and Saudi. Oh, okay. Gotcha. I am getting hungry. What did you guys have for dinner? I have chicken left. I have a yogurt in there. I think I might do that pizza. Mm-hmm. You got the oldest home there, dear? Curry? Nice. My daughter tried curry for the first time, a chicken curry, for the first time last couple days ago. I guess it was Thursday. Thursday? Yeah, it was Thursday night we took her out. And pizza. Yeah, nice. And she actually enjoyed it. My wife just had Ethiopian today.
Lufthansa 421, heavy climb and maintain flight level 370. Climbing to flight level 370, Lufthansa 421.
And we are getting booted around a lot.
Scandinavian 1123, Brussels control, identified. Good afternoon.
All right, let me start to get a look at our arrival here. I think we're going to be descending, probably going straight in like we did the last time, what my guess is. Let's see where we are at Frankfurt. I've never flown into Frankfurt. Looks like we got cargo. Cargo's going to be north. Show you guys what the hell I'm looking at. Standing here looking at the just looking off into the abyss. I'm actually figure out where we're going to be. Run up position, hangar, gate terminal, main. I'm guessing that Frankfurt cargo is going to be over this way, but take a gander. Where are we going? EDDF. Flughafen. Lufthansa. This looks like the cargo area. Where's DHL? There it is. Yeah. So we're going to go... Oh, we actually might be over here. F232. Or the F gates over here, the F spots. I think that's DHL is over right here, the DHL hub. Looks like it's all going to be out this way. We'll come over here and park. So F231, F232, something like that. Alrighty, got that squared away. We're going to be landing here, so I would like to vacate M9 at the latest. Taxi all the way back up that way. See what they say. That's going to be a trim. Here is our arrival. Very janky, but fine. Position level by ATC.
Bonanza 632, Alpha Bravo, squawk 5260, ident.
1021.
Squawking 5260 and ident Bonanza 632 Alpha Bravo.
Thai Hawk Kilo Yankee, Amsterdam radar identified. Good evening.
Still down in Mississippi, most of the stuff. Ooh.
Postman 6717, Brussels Control. Expect the IMCO 1 Delta arrival. I will have you descending in about 20 minutes. Reach out if you want an early start.
I don't need to go earlier, that's for sure. All right, expect the IMCO 1 Delta arrival. Descent in about 20 minutes for Postman 6717. I am hungry. Busty, you still driving? Any other cool things that you've found in ATS? Bald head, that's hilarious. Pontiac's bald head on Jetstar. No food service. Horrible flight crew. It is. Flight crew is terrible right now. Busty's still driving. Took a break earlier, haven't hopped back on. Gotcha. Hanging out, man. Getting ready to hit 8 hours of stream time today. And we're probably going to be right around 8.5, maybe 8:45, eventually even 9, depends on how long it takes us to get. And taxied over and unloaded. And all the debriefing that goes with all the flights and the landing, taking a look at the landing stuff. All that. I can't believe that I did not start this thing before. So it picked up my flight right after we took off and didn't get a full flight, but it's going to get the landing, which is the main thing, but that annoys me. Who else we got here? Captain Miller's flying out of Orlando over there. No, Tambo. OR Tambo. Doozy's not flying. He's probably working. I lost my streak because I was away. Yeah, I got to throw some pictures up in Discord from this week's activities. Did a whole bunch of stuff. My wife helped me cut down a tree. I cut the tree down. She moved the whole damn tree by her own damn self, for the most part. I cut it up into pieces. And we moved the majority of the logs, and we had it separated so I could split it, split the wood that needs split. She crushed it. 1021. Got. Make sure we are set. 3040. MDA is 101. Final approach is all set up over here.
United 125, squawk 4321, identify. Squawking 4321, United 125.
DFL 361, descend flight level 060.
Descend flight level 060, DFL 361.
Also control Speedbird 157, flight level 320 for 370.
Car wash. That's right. Doozy! What's going on, man? How's work? You must have been swamped today. Maybe, I don't know, maybe you took another day off so you could, all right, Alexis, thanks for coming in. I appreciate, Alexius, thanks for coming in. I appreciate it. I'll try to remember try to remember all of the things next time, but, I'll be here tomorrow, for a long stream as well. What's going on, Doozy? What'd you order? Maybe you ordered another peripheral device for your flight sim stuff, and you ordered your peripheral device, and then and you waited for it. So, yeah. Enjoy. Be safe. See you later. You're at home. Your mom's birthday tomorrow. Decided to come home. Gotcha. I figured maybe you took the day off of work because you had some more flight sim paraphernalia coming. No, I think you did say that you were gonna be busy this weekend because of mom's birthday. That's right. You did say that. Sorry for busting your chops about your mom's birthday, man. Apologize. Way to make me feel bad, Doozy. Way to make me feel bad. Should do that through though this week. Yeah. But we had quite a bit going on today. We flew from London Luton. Flight sim paraphernalia is the new term for peripheral. That's it. But it's paraphernalia now. But yeah, it's paraphernalia. It helps you with an addiction. We are getting kicked around at 23,000 feet. This is a terrible cruising altitude. Yeah, no, we're just getting ready to cross over the 8-hour mark right now. We flew from London Luton. We flew up to Stockholm, from Stockholm back to East Midlands, like mid UK, and then now we just left East Midlands and we are flying to Frankfurt. And that'll be the first full schedule that I've completed in a pilot's life. So that's, I wanted to get this flight done, and I want to generate another schedule and see where else we're going to fly. So we're getting ready to hit the arrival here in the next few minutes. And I've never flown into Frankfurt, so we'll see how it is. I did change the sim time, so we're not flying in the dark all day, because we would have literally been in the dark the entire day. The entire 8 hours we would have been in the dark. So maybe not all of it, but definitely 5 hours of it. So I switched it up a little bit. That's the unfortunate part about flying in the European, for the European jobs in a pilot's life, is that you're either flying in the dark, which is terrible for streaming. I am. I actually just signed a contract this morning for DHL. I'm going to stay with them, and I switched me to you know, whatever the 10% discount is for the extra. You know, if you fly 5 hours. So this morning I switched that, and then today I've flown. I think I've flown every bit of 5 hours, if not maybe a little bit more. Yeah, so I'm sticking with this company. I do enjoy it. I like the liveries. I like the areas they fly to, and I'm hoping that we can get a couple of things down by down a little bit south, like maybe in France, or even like Greece or Italy. You know, we had that one flight down to Italy, but that was it. And I'm hoping we can go that way a little bit. But yeah, I am staying with this company for another week at least. And I should, by the end of this week, I think I'll be leveled up to whatever the next level is. Yeah, I definitely should be leveled up to the next level. I think I'm only a couple hundred XP points away, so I actually want to jump in and do one of these events too, and maybe get some experience doing one of those events. But I'm gonna see. And I do want to do another VATSIM flight this week at some point. And that's in addition to our ATS convoy that we got planned this week. Did a nice long haul last week, Heathrow to Taiwan. Nice. Long haul tomorrow night as well. Cool. Hardin, Tennessee. Where are we at here? Back into tornado weather on down south, so I'm trying to keep an eye on that as well for the wife. You make the day, and the flight will be there as long as it's not Thursday through Saturday. You're okay. I have my daughter back on Wednesday, Thursday. I actually have my daughter back on Friday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Not that we can't do anything. I know Sunday we have a banquet for her swim for her. Usually busy, you know, short stream days are Wednesday, Thursday, Friday for me. If I get any stream at all. But there's Hawks Girl. Congrats on the new pup too, Doozy, by the way. Vectors on Monday. Yeah, I don't think so. I don't think I'll be doing any events on VATSIM. I'm hoping for just a smooth flight where all my plane stuff works and I can actually look like I've kind of done this for a little while. That would be nice. But why is my max velocity buffering? Lawrenceburg now. Corinth is where they actually had a couple of. Actually had that little corner of Alabama, Mississippi, Alabama, and Tennessee. That's what got hit the other day again. Extremely large and dangerous tornado.
Frontier 210, descend and maintain flight level 220. Descending to flight level 220, Frontier 210.
Thank you. I would like to request a higher flight altitude, 5,000 feet. Is that possible? Delta Echo November.
And non-stop raining? Yeah, it's. I'm glad I got that chicken waterer. Oh, Hawks Girl, did you check on that thing today, by the way? Are they figuring it out?
Delta Echo November.
weather aware for the wife down there. Guys, sorry. All right, we'll be hitting this arrival here very shortly. New Pup and Tater are starting to get along. They have their little fights, but I think it's good. Nice. Glad to hear that. I mean, they're gonna have their tiffs in the first week, sure, but glad they're settling down a little bit. Definitely can be stressful, man. You're trying to do the right thing, fostering a dog, and you know, you got your regular dog that the dog that you have. It's not going anywhere. That can definitely be stressful. All right, top of descent. We got our cruises all set. We're done with that checklist. MCDU is landing page is all good. ILS frequency and course is all set. Landing elevation is set. We're ready to go. Guys in some nasty stuff here.
Postman 6717, clear EMCO 1 Delta arrival into Frankfurt.
All right, clear the MCO 1 David arrival into Frankfurt for Postman 6717. Yeah. All right. See how our arrival's going. Oh, this is really going to drive me nuts if we lose this flight because of a.
Heavy climb and maintain flight level 370.
All right, so 210.
Level 370 Lufthansa 421 heavy.
Postman 6717, contact Langen radar on 125.6.
Over to Langen radar 125.6 for Postman 6717. Langen radar Postman 6717 are descending on the MCO 1D arrival into Frankfurt.
Postman 6717, Langen radar identified. Good evening.
All right, 22,000 to 17,000. I think we're going to go down, put it down to 17 now. Um, 11,000 by. My man left a nice surprise before Doozy stream the other day. Oh boy.
Postman 6717, Langen radar, descend flight level 110.
Descend flight level 110 for Postman 6710. Right as you started the stream. That's great. That is great. There we go. Welcome in all. We are descending into Frankfurt. Passing 18,000, or we had a very low cruise altitude.
Postman 6717, descend altitude 4000, QNH 1014.
Descend to altitude 4,000, QNH 1014 for Postman 67. All right. It's a neat area.
Postman 6717, contact Frankfurt approach on 118.505.
Over to Frankfurt approach 118.505 for Postman 6717. Ah. Frankfurt approach, Postman 6717 is descending through 14,200 for 4,000.
Postman 6717, expect the ILS runway 7 right approach into Frankfurt via DF654.
We'll expect the ILS runway 7 right via DF654 for Postman 717. All right, dudes, thanks for coming in, man. I appreciate you. Get some rest. We'll yap at you tomorrow. Peace. See you. We are exiting left when we get there. Sure. DF 54. Okay, good. Got that down. That's if we follow this whole flight plan, that's exactly what they have us doing. I don't know if that's going to happen or not. I have a sneaky feeling that they're going to, from here, they're going to direct us to DF. Not have us run this whole thing, but we need to slow down here. It does look like we're going to be running this arrival. Supposed to be down to 11,000. We're there. Nice. Welcome in all. Landing lights on. Taxi. We're actually going to be flying right, basically parallel to the airport right now. The airport's going to be out here. We're going to fly out to it. We're going to turn around and fly away from it, and then fly back to it again. This is our airport right there, and that's our runway right over there.
228, maintain 300 knots. Climb and maintain flight level 380.
I think when we get down to 4,000, they're going to start vectoring us.
Climbing flight level 310, Lufthansa 3 Alpha Juliet.
Really got to slow down here. Fast. This low.
Postman 6717. Heavy proceed direct DF 670. Cleared for the ILS runway. 7 right approach. Speed below 220 knots until established.
Alright, proceed direct to DF 670. Cleared for the ILS runway 7 right approach and speed below 220 until established on the localizer for Postman 6717. Alright, let's go down to landing speed here. Dial this down to our 0. Stay below that. Our ILS on. That's squared away. We're good there. We want to put our power frequency in so we don't screw that up. Could be any one of these. 119905 maybe. Let's see. Could be anything, but there's a couple of them. Why are we still doing 275? Also cleared us to 4,000. Probably still pretty far out. We're still out that way. No way we're gonna get down to that. Basically making a turn here. Be darn close. 4,000 it's we're all right. All right. Getting ready to come into, after 8 hours of streaming, we're getting ready to come into Frankfurt. Pause the music a little bit. We're at our green dot speed. I'm going to go ahead and bring our slats down. Slow down and down a little bit.
6717, contact Frankfurt Tower on 136.5.
JetBlue 563, contact approach on...
Over to Frankfurt Tower 136.5 for Postman 6717.
Lufthansa 656.
Frankfurt Tower, Postman 6717 is starting to establish on the localizer for runway 7 right, ILS. Very good, Pontiac. We're getting ready to come into Frankfurt here. It's going to be interesting.
6717, heavy Frankfurt Tower, identified.
Okay, we're on the localizer. The final approach mode. Crazy approach. Pontiac again, bro. Holy crap, man. You are out of your mind. You must have won the Aussie lottery over there. Thank you, man. Got back at the right time. Jay, damn. You are out of your tree. We should be... We lose the localizer here. I may have to adjust here. I think we lost the localizer. I think we overflew it. We do not pick up. Yeah. See. I'm going to have to hand fly this thing, which I'm not too upset about. Pontiac, Megan, you're a... You crazy. Alright, let's see if we can get this localizer back now. ILS is set. I mean, we have the... I think I'm going to just hand fly it, guys. See if we can catch the localizer now. There it is. Nice. Recovered. Gear down. I don't know that we're going to catch a glide slope, though. Pontiac, thank you very much, man. Appreciate you.
Postman 6717, heavy Frankfurt Tower, landing, clearance cancelled. Execute missed approach procedure.
Come on.
Contact departure on 118.505.
Alpha X-ray extend upwind. I will call your crosswind.
All right, we'll execute missed approach. Contact departure 118.505. 6717. Now this is where...
Postman 6717, heavy Frankfurt Tower, turn left, heading 265 vectors for the ILS runway 7 right approach.
What? Turn left.
6717, heavy Frankfurt Tower, winds 045 at 13. Runway 7 right, cleared to land.
You are out of your mind. All right.
Postman 6717, landing clearance cancelled. Execute missed
Nope.
approach procedure.
Now I'm landing. Now you've irritated me. Gears down. We're fully configured.
Postman 6717, turn left, heading 265 vectors for the ILS runway 7 right approach. Postman 6717, heavy, wind 045 at 13. Runway 7 right, cleared to land.
Now I'm cleared to land. Then I was. Then I wasn't. Then I was. Then I wasn't. Now I'm landing. They can't make up their mind. I'm just going to come down. Yep. They'll give me a number to call, and that's fine. Got an approach speed of 140. Auto throttle's on. I'm hand flying this thing down. Our gear is down. We got 3 greens. We're going to get back on this glide slope. We're going to put this thing on the ground. That's it, right there. That's exactly what it is. All right, we're good. That was a bounce. But we're down. I also don't have auto brake on. Those guys are jerks. They took away, they didn't tell me to descend.
Welcome to Frankfurt. Contact ground on 121.805.
Over to ground 121.805 for Postman 717. That taxiway is all cattywampus. That's got a yellow X on it. Ah, we've broken so many rules now it doesn't even matter. Thank you, Pontiac. Pontiac, thank you again, man. I really appreciate the 10 gifted subs. We'll go through who got them in a second.
Holding short of runway 12, Bonanza 964, Foxtrot Alpha 2.
All right, let's park here. Let's get our brake fans on because God knows we're going to need them. Let's go ahead.
Contact departure on 118.505, Lufthansa 252.
Go to TA. We're going to go to standby here, and we're going to go there, and then ground is 121.805. Got blown around a little bit on the final there. You know, at the last few minutes or a few seconds there. All right, runway turn off lights, landing lights can come off. Taxi light is on. Hopefully we don't get dinged for that again. APU master on. Start. Terrain can come off the ND. Never on. Screw that up. Auto brake is off. And get a hold of ground and see where they want us. Park at Foxtrot 231. Thank you, Hawks Girl. That was 362. That was my worst landing so far today. Let's see where we vacated. We vacated Mike 13, and we want to go to Foxtrot 231. Frankfurt ground, Postman 6717 has vacated runway 7 right at Mike 13, requesting taxi to Foxtrot 231. Going to be a long one, this guy. This is going to be a long one. It's going to be Mike 13 to Mike 14, cross runway.
Stand F231 via M13, M14, cross runway 25 center. Then Lima 9er, November 5, November N15. Good day.
Ah, easy. All right, taxi to stand Foxtrot 231 via Mike 13, Mike 14, cross runway 25, then Lima 9, November 5, November and November 15. Have a good day. Thank you very much. All right, let's go. We're basically crossing this runway right here.
Postman 6717, taxi to Foxtrot 231 via Mike 13, Mike 14, cross runway 25, then Lima 9er, November 5, November, and November 30.
That's what I said. Frankfurt ground, postman 6717 requests clearance to cross runway 07 left.
Postman 6717, cross runway 07 left approved.
Cross runway 07 left approved for postman 6717. This is a nice airport, man. This is, I believe, is one of the handcrafted ones that they did in for FS-24, I think. I gotta watch my speed here. I probably already blew it. But we're going up here, Lima 9 to November. I think I taxied over our I think our speed is 30 knots, I think. I think I was approaching 40 right there on accident. This is November 5. We're getting ready to turn on November right now. Cool airport. Never been. All right, APU is available. I'm going to go ahead and shut down engine number 1. Taxi on engine 2. Welcome in all. Guys, if you are on the vertical stream, you are more than welcome to join us on the horizontal stream. There's a link in the description and the pinned chat. Or so inclined. We're taxiing in on our final flight of 3. This, I think, I want to say is probably about 5.5, maybe 6 hours of flight time today. Flying for DHL in a pilot's life. This was our last flight in the flight schedule that was generated for us, and so I'm actually excited to see what the next legs are. You could set it up to make it continuous, which is what I did. So we basically went from Leipzig to Brussels. I mean, we were all over the place, but they all continued, from they all were continuous legs. So I'm going to set it up to do the same thing. I think we're going to do some, I think I'm only going to put in short hops. These were a little longer. These last 3 were a little longer. You get more XP for them, but they are definitely a lot longer in the stream. They're a lot going on, in the stream or in the air a lot longer. But we made that up. We did watch some fire videos today and yapped about some different fire tactics, and people were able to ask questions and all of that, which, that passed the time. We had fun. I had fun anyway. All right. November, what was the other one? November, Lima 9, November 5, November, going into November. Oh, we're still down a little bit. All right. That was probably the farthest I've ever hand flew, because I lost the localizer and I had some issues with the navigation, which I kind of figured was going to happen. That was the furthest I've hand flown this plane in. We got kicked around a little bit with the approach, but all in all, I mean, it was a hard landing. they call it hard on landing rate manager, but we'll give it a look and see exactly on Volanta what it was. Landing rate manager, Volanta might be a little bit more. They're a little bit more choosy on it, so they're a little bit more strict. Landing rate managers, they allow a little bit more forgiveness. Got a lot of new subs and a lot of new subs and a lot of new followers today. So I appreciate everybody who did come in. Thanks again to Pontiac91 who just gifted 10 subs. If you guys got one of those, that's I don't even know how many he's gifted now to the channel. Absolutely sick. All right, we gotta come down here a little bit. We got one more little jog to make to the left. We're parking around back behind these buildings. A little bit of a long taxi, but this is a large airport, a cargo hub. I think we got somebody in our spot. F, where we want to be. I believe it was 231. Should be straight in here. Kind of timed it with the time of day that I adjusted a little bit. That was nice. I timed it so it was kind of getting dusk or starting to get dark right as we finished up. So that's good. Probably gonna hit around 9 hours by the time we get everything debriefed and all that. There's our spot. .231. This is a beautiful airport. This is not a. I believe this is just a regular freeware. Or, well, it's not a freeware. It's just the airport that comes stock, I believe. Don't know where my marshaller is. Don't see the marshaller at all. Done. Engine 2 off. All right. CPU, shocks. Open all doors. All good there. APU is on. Let's turn on ground power. Cut off. Can light come off.
Tornado 892 Tango Oscar holds short of taxiway Charlie, awaiting further instructions.
Strobe lights should have come off on the way in. Should have had those shut off before.
Contact tower on 136.705, Lufthansa 252, und tschüss.
All right. Questy boarding. Let's go ahead and operate the stairs. And we're there, guys. We are good to go. We'll go out and do the debriefs. Sunset at Frankfurt. Grab a couple of pics. You may have to look at reinstall in 2020 or upgrade to 24 and hit the Phoenix flights again. Yeah, it's. I'll be honest with you, Pontiac. I've been having a ball with the with this A300, and I know it's another plane to learn, but I'm having it's been fun. Oh, look at that. Nice little thumbnail right there. Look at this airport, man. This is a beautiful airport. Frankfurt out in the air, out in the distance out there. Well modeled. One more screenshot, and then we'll get back to our debrief while they unload. Yeah, I don't blame you, Pontiac. I do not blame you. It definitely has sucked me in, and I'm enjoying it. All right, let's see what we got. See if we got any achievements or anything like that from Landing Rate Manager and from FS Hub. We did not. Landing Rate Manager gave us a minus 362. We already had our German flag, so we didn't get much off of that. We could unload the flight from Navigraph. SayIntentions is probably already gone. We're not going to be able to see what we got on that. Go ahead and go. We'll take a scroll down here and see. Yeah, we're not here. Not here. Now, let's look at Volanta. Yeah, that's I forgot to start us up, but we caught this mid-flight, and we came in here, and this is where everything went wonky. Is we were supposed to come in and do one of these, and then come in like a gentleman, but instead they cleared us to land. They took away our landing clearance. They cleared us. They didn't. They did. They didn't, and it got a little crazy. We did land center. Well, not quite center line, but we did. Land minus 363, a little off center line. The G's aren't bad. Statistics, I don't know if we bounced, but we're going to have to check it out in a pilot's life. But I'll be honest with you, for hand flying that in, I'm not entirely upset about that. And finally, in a pilot's life, let's go ahead and do our flight report. Yeah, we were too fast on our initial approach. We were way too fast. Our landing rate was too high, and again, our taxi light off. I don't know how to fix that. I had the taxi light on the whole damn time. I don't know why that's what the deal is with that, but We landed pretty much on the markers. No bounces, gave us a minus 362 and a higher G than landing rate manager. But we also had a 16-knot wind that was bouncing us around. So I'll take it, man. I don't mind that. Let's go ahead and submit that flight. Our schedule is absolutely completed, I believe. So flight has been submitted, and let's see what it says after this. I've never done the whole schedule, so I don't know. So that's what we did. They generated this schedule for us. We did, you know, an out and back, and then we went over to Belgium. We went down to Italy. We did twice. We went over here. Today we did from London Luton up to Sweden, over to here, and then back. So we got 816 XP today. We got some achievement points. What did we get? We got an achievement today. What do we get? 10 flights. So got an achievement on that. And let's see what we did flight time wise. 7 flights. We did 3 flights today for 5 hours and 20 minutes. I think we satisfied our contract for the week just today. So now we can go into schedule, and so random round trips I don't want. I want random continued trips, and I'm gonna make them short hauls. Let's go ahead and generate what we got here. We'll see what we're doing tomorrow. Here's Milan. We flew out close, not quite. But Milan to Leipzig, and then Leipzig to Frankfurt. Leipzig to Frankfurt? What is that? Like an hour? Really? So let's regenerate again. So Milan to Leipzig, Leipzig to Rome. 2-hour flight, hour and a half flight, and a 2-hour flight. Leipzig to Brescia. That's the airport we had that really cool mountain approach in. There we go. This will give us something to do for the week. 43 minutes, 47 minutes, an hour 12, an hour 4. So this is Gothenburg, Sweden to Copenhagen, Denmark, and then Copenhagen back to Gothenburg, then Copenhagen, really? Copenhagen to Gothenburg, then Copenhagen to Oslo, Norway, and then Oslo back to Copenhagen. A lot of Copenhagens. What else they got? London Luton to Milan. Aren't bad. Milan to Leipzig. Leipzig to Warsaw. We haven't been to Poland yet. Warsaw to Leipzig. And Leipzig to Frankfurt. Let's do that one. That's our next schedule. We'll probably do a couple of these tomorrow and a couple of these this week. So, sweet. Well, we got our schedule, guys. And then we may actually pick up, because they have a couple of events going on. They do have a couple of events going on that I might end up picking up one of those to intersperse in as well. But we'll see how those go. I don't know anything about those, so we'll have to see how those go. I don't even know how to get those, to be honest. Achievements, inventory. Oh, here's the events here. So the events going on right now is Egypt. You get $500 plus 200 experience. It's an hour long. No. And it's, what is that? So aircraft is in an AT-76. I don't fly that. I don't even have the ability to fly that. So it's Mount Pleasant Airport in Falkland Islands. down to Antarctica. That would be kind of cool. That would be cool. But I think you have to do it in the AT-76, I think. Could be wrong on that. Cool, but yeah, that's how you do the events apparently. All right, guys, I'm going to wrap it up. I'm going to go get something to eat, and I got to watch these storms for my wife, make sure everything's good down there. It looks like it's getting a little dicey down there right now, or looking like some stuff is coming up that way. So I'm going to keep an eye on the radar for her, and I'm gonna wrap it up. So I do appreciate everybody for coming in. Pontiac91, who gifted 10 subs today. Antonia got one. Fat Zuzib got one. Fast Joe Testarossa got one. Marty Unitas. Matt Air Force got one. Turk 3Y. General Tips. Ultra Wide 0. Alpha War Q. And Boeing 737-7H2 got subs. Awesome. So I appreciate everybody who kicked out the blurbs and interacted with chat. Enjoyed it immensely today. That was awesome. Blue Car, thank you for the follow. We got Bernice, who followed over on the green site. Busty with his redemptions as always. Digi, thank you for the raid. 2 viewers came over from him. Jummy on the green site. Miller, we'll just call him Miller. Noah Sia, or Noah Sin, he followed on the red site. Art Jamka followed and redeemed a stretch immediately, and Tumi Brasco followed. So, big day, had a ball. We'll be back tomorrow again, and we'll be doing some more flying, and we'll see where we go from there, guys. I appreciate everybody for coming in and hanging out. Thank you so much, and we'll see you tomorrow. Peace. Thanks again, Pontiac. Love you, bro. Later.